NFL draft. Day one was wild. If you're watching this on YouTube later, we're about 30 minutes away from reopening the draft for round 2. Of course, rounds 2 and 3 today. May turn that down slightly. And we're going to kick things off with the Cleveland Browns. They are pretty used to picking at the top of rounds, but now they have 2 picks. And this is kind of interesting because the Browns really have not had that many high picks in rounds 1 and 2 in the past 5 years because of the Deshaun Watson trade, right? Gave up quite a bit to get him. But now they have multiple picks at the top of round 2 after, I would say, I don't want to say they fleeced Jacksonville because the Jags got the best player in the draft, in my opinion, in Travis Hunter. But at the same time, the Jags gave up 36 and a first-round pick next year. They did get the best player in the draft. They did, no question. But they also gave up a lot to get him. We'll see the Raiders, Patriots, Bears twice in the top 41 picks. There are a lot of potential QB spots here. It's going to be very interesting to see who actually ends up going with a QB. That'll be super, super interesting. So, I'm excited to see what ends up happening. I would say that it would not entirely surprise me to see the Browns completely disregard quarterback here and say that, we didn't feel comfortable taking or trading back up for Shedeur Sanders. We definitely are not going to take him at 33 or even 36. So, got about half an hour to go until we're restarted. And I did accidentally make 2 live streams. YouTube live streaming is so weird. But we're just going to be live here. I think that should fix it. And we're live on Twitch as well, right? So, number of different ways to watch. And day 2 of the NFL draft should be a fun one. Day 2 is honestly typically my favorite day anyway, because you can find starters in here. You have multiple picks. I know the Giants had multiple picks last night as a Giants fan, but multiple picks. You can address multiple different needs with quality players. Now, as a Giants fan, they don't pick again for quite a while. They traded completely out of the second round. Again, we have rounds 2 and 3 tonight, but they do have the first pick of round 3. And then I believe they traded their comp pick, which was 99. That's headed to Houston. So I've got to wait until the first pick of round 3. But you're going to be able to find good players there. If you're a team picking in this range, you are going to be able to find starters. And for a team like the 49ers, for example, that really needs to hit on these draft picks, it's going to be big. They need to address, I'd say, the trenches with at least one of these picks, even after taking Mykal Williams. And with a really good interior defensive line class, I expect the Niners to draft a defensive tackle, an interior defensive lineman, with one of these 2 picks you're going to see. And I think the 49ers, given their star power, given their coaching staff, they can get back to being one of the top teams in what is not a super strong NFC. Does anyone else have multiple picks in round 2? I think it's the Browns and Bears. Seattle as well. Texans as well now. That's going to be interesting. It was such a crazy day 1. And I was wanting to do a video of grading every first round pick. Ranking is kind of like not that good a video, I've thought. I think I'm going to end up doing grading every first round pick. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. I appreciate you guys watching. You guys went crazy yesterday with the super chats and the gift subs and the donations and the bits and everything like that. It was awesome to see. I really do appreciate you guys. And hopefully tonight can live up to the chaos that was last night. We are going to see at some point, even with the injury stuff, even with the potential character stuff for some of these players, I would imagine we do see Mike Green go off the board. We do see Luther Burden, Shedeur Sanders, Will Johnson. Here's what I get back to with Will Johnson. I get the injury stuff. It might be more serious than we were led to believe. Nick Emanwari, of course. But Will Johnson is a really good football player. He's got starter potential. He's got to go off the board sometime tonight. You'd have to think.
Daniel Jeremiah, I'll give you the floor on who's the best available, you think.
Let's hear what DJ has to say.
Read off the top of your list there. Did you just give it away?
Let me just read my work here. No, to
allow myself.
Allow myself to introduce myself. I'm gonna go with Travion Henderson is the one I'm most excited to see where he lands, because I think he's just a fascinating chess piece offensively. You have 3 jobs as a running back. You can run it, you can catch it, and you
pass
can
protect.
And he's really good in all 3 of those areas. I thought you look
Henderson
at
is a great player.
Sense for him. I look at the Chicago Bears, who have a pick. I think they are at pick number 41, so not that far away. Ben Johnson knows exactly what to do.
We got a $10 super chat here.
Skill set. That would be fun to see with a guy like Caleb Williams.
So he would be the
Pepto Abysmal. Bengal, my mind on Campbell changed the second I heard it talk about protecting May. How do you feel about the pick? Yeah, I think he can be a good player. And I think if he can't stick a tackle, you're going to have a good player on the interior. I think Will Campbell will find a way to be good. Will it be at left tackle? We'll have to see, but I think he'll find a way to be good. Preston, thanks for the 10. Percentage chance Shedeur is there in the 3rd round for Pittsburgh. I don't think so. If we're hearing about the potential for Tyler Shuck to go in round 2, Sanders, I would have to expect is going to be off the board.
A couple of guys that I really like. Overcoming red flags, 1 injury, 1 off-field.
Connor, thanks for the 5. Australia. Titans pick up Lockett. Who do you think they select in the 2nd round? I still think they could take a receiver. I don't think getting Tyler Lockett changes anything.
Great instincts on the outside,
but I think this is a big Mike Green spot. If the Browns don't go with Mike Green, number 35, Mike Green to Tennessee, I think would be a really good fit.
Because of some of that off-field issue, but Mike Green can get to the quarterback.
Yeah, I like that. And, you know, we've been talking about teams being aggressive. How about the last 2 years about Atlanta? How aggressive they were. 1st round getting Penix. This year trading back, give him up a 1st rounder, go get James Pierce. But 2 guys.
Do not forget to show love to the Twitch people as well.
It's 2 cornerbacks.
Lamb Shop, welcome back. Panama. Any chance a QB falls to the Steelers? 1 will.
Didn't do his pro day.
Someone will fall, but a good one. I mean, I don't think Sanders will get to the 3rd round. You're hoping for Jalen Milroe, but he might go in round 2. Big Papa Tantan, thanks for the prime sub.
You name it, and a ball hawk. And the 2nd guy coming off an ACL out of East Carolina, Savon Rebel Jr.
It's Savon.
3 interceptions in his first 2 games. You talk about ball skills and a ball hawk. This guy finds the football, goes up and gets it.
I love Revel. I really love Revel as a player.
DJ, Michigan 2023. Remember that game? Every time you turned around, you saw number 28 for East Carolina.
Nas, thanks for the prime.
The eventual national champion.
When you're showing him picking off balls against App State and you're talking about me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I hope Jackson Dart can be developed. Elijah, thanks for the prime sub.
You said the words eventual national.
Harley, thanks for the 5. Who do you think will be the best option corner-wise for the Falcons with the 3rd round pick they have? Maybe like a Noel Williams at a Cal?
Can't we all just get along?
Hey, Rich.
Maybe Benjamin Morrison if he gets there?
Join you later or no?
We'll find out.
Coast with the 10.
19 minutes till the
Congrats on the new place. Thanks for the work you do making draft content this time of year. You're the main reason I got into college football in the draft. Hoping a stud to fall to my Pats. Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Love Sick, thanks for the 2. Wyatt Milam will be the steal of the draft. Yeah, could be a good interior player. He's got that dog to him.
Overall, could it be Tyler Shuck from Louisville, a name that really has gained a lot of steam in draft circles over the course of the last couple weeks? He is older than you would want, certainly has a lot of experience, but has learned a lot in his time, had the best year of his career in Louisville.
I mean,
was able to stay healthy.
Tyler Shuck is like classic, big-bodied,
early in the
good
second
enough
round.
arm
Surprised
QB.
That's a direction they go.
Real pro style guy that they all fall for every year. I mean, we've seen a couple of those guys work out.
I wonder if it's the Rams. You guys talked about
Darren with the 5, Shador to the Raiders at 37. I think it would be in heavy consideration because he's not quite to the same level
Yeah, well, a lot of times
of like arm that Geno Smith has.
How about degrees?
But I think play style is somewhat similar. Geno can just rip it a little bit more. But in terms of a developmental QB to put behind him, or just
he's ready in terms of arm strength, size,
good value at 37, yeah, maybe.
Not necessarily in the starts, but in the years. To me, if you're drafting him, you want to get him going, and the Saints could have that opportunity to get him going early.
He's been around long enough that he was on the same roster with Justin Herbert at Oregon.
I mean, he was recruited with Brock Purdy.
By the way,
the state of Arizona.
It just hit me. Were you making a Gilligan's Island reference? A Thurston Howell reference because of my turtleneck?
Austin Mitchell with the 99-99. What a bomb from Austin. Let's get some hype in the chat for Austin. That's insane. Love Bengal content. Always the best football and baseball content. Wow. Also, who do you think the Bucs might go for after getting a wide receiver? Well, the Bucs pick at 53. You're going to have decent cornerback options. You were going to have decent edge options, and I think the Bucs could really use either. I think a Carson Schwezinger for an off-ball linebacker is also a pretty good option for them. I think the Bucs are going to get somebody good that falls to them, and I'm sure they're not going to take any of what I've just suggested. Dark Fighter, thanks for the prime. Weird amount of hate for T-Mac from the Panther fan base. Nah, he's a good player. I mean, probably the best receiver in this class, prospect-wise. Dylan with a 5, if Squirtin falls to the Ravens, I'm going to do some unspeakable things. He could be a good player. I could see him going all the way down there, but I could also see him off the board in the top 40, you know? Cole with a 2. Who's getting hype right now that you think is all smoke? I mean, I thought Dart was all smoke, right? I think Tyler Shuck is a lot of smoke. But, hey, we'll see, right? If the Saints take Tyler Shuck at 40, I would be blown away. Egg with a 5. Think Rebel could be a true number 1? I really do. He's got elite size. He's got elite athleticism. And he's a great, great, great cover corner. That's what I want. I mean, I just described like an all-pro, pretty much, right? He's not maybe the best tackler ever, coming off of a major injury. These are reasons why he was not a first-round pick. But he's a first-round talent. C. McCoy, thank you for the prime sub. I think you can make a very strong argument that all things considered, Revel is the best corner on the board right now. I know Will Johnson. I think he's a stud. I do. But maybe his injuries are a little bit more serious. It's not just like, I know an ACL sounds crazy, but you know, you rehab it, you're back to go. If Will Johnson has some type of like degenerative knee issue, that could really hamper his career. And also, he's not the athlete that Revel is. And he's maybe a better zone cover, whereas Revel's a better man corner. I say cover, zone corner than man corner, like Revel. So depending on the scheme, teams are going to have Revel above Johnson. Depending on who's picking, I would say. Morgan, thanks for the 5. Asked yesterday and I'll ask again. What do you think? The Bears target 39 and 41. Second day glaze. Thanks again for all you do, Gene. Appreciate you. I think the Bears are still going to look to add something in the trenches and a running back, potentially. So I'd love like a Caleb Johnson or Travion Henderson for the Bears. And, you know, add in one of the best available defensive linemen. I think that could be inside or outside, even with the addition of Odengbo. Cam, thanks for the 5. What do you think about Harold Fannin Jr.? Yeah, he's going to need the right system to be effective. He's really like, I don't even want to call him a tight end, but he's like a move tight end. He's more of an H-back. I think best case scenario, you'd love to get Chigakonkwo out of him. But is he going to put up 1,500 yards the way he did at Bowling Green? I'd be skeptical of that. He's good with the ball in his hands, though. McNabb, thanks for the 2. You think Emory Jones goes tonight? Potential-wise, maybe, but his 2024 was really not very good. Ethan, thanks for the 2.
Check it out.
Who did the Colts go in the second and third? It's just so open-ended, man. I think they could address edge and linebacker.
The crazy part is I had no conversation with them outside of the combine, so I didn't know what to expect, and I'm excited that they came and picked me. I wanted to cry, but I can't cry right now because I'm too excited.
You haven't stopped smiling since you heard your name. What's behind that smile?
Man, just all the hard work.
I gotta break out the Will Campbell impression again after the combine.
Congratulations. What makes you a headliner for the Las Vegas Raiders?
I mean, you seen it, the energy, you seen the dance moves. I'm ready to go entertain each and every week on Sunday.
You know, I've been waiting for a long time in that room back there, and I'm ready to go to work. Man, I can't believe this going on right now.
Hoopla with a 5. I don't watch much college. What kind of player
I'm so happy to hear my name.
are the Commanders getting in Connerly? Also, how do you think he fits in their current O-line scheme? I think he's going to end up playing tackle. I don't really think he's a guard. He's like 6'4", 315. He's got pretty good movement skills. He's a solid player. He's got starter potential. Tag, thanks for the 5. Hey, Bengal per Pelissero, Titans covet Burden, Saints considering Shuck or Ewers, and Rebel to Jet heating up. Thoughts? I'll tell you, the Jets would be building a nice little group of corners, and we know they like the size on the outside.
Never give up the microphone unless you're TV into a draft.
Saints going Shuck or Ewers at 40, I think would be...
From a general manager that constructs a championship
roster. Man, I don't think would be a great pick for them. But you never know how a player can develop. Titans coveting Burden makes a lot of sense. He's great in my opinion. I'm a big Luther Burden guy. Some development to be done, but he's so good after the catch. Good hands. Jacob, thanks for the 5. Dart's going to learn how to throw picks from the best of the best at doing so. Famous James. Daniel, thanks for the 2. Big fan praying Cleveland takes a running back. Yeah, I think they absolutely could with one of these.
Firestone and Jerry Maguire.
Rich, thank you.
Again,
Thank you, Rich.
Brenton, thanks so much for the 10. After the Josh Connerly pick, we have 61 and no third. Would you trade back, edge, or BPA?
I did not know what to expect.
I don't know that they necessarily do need to trade back. I think it depends on how the board looks, right? And I know they need to address the pass rush. I mean, the edge is weak, so depending on who's there, I think they might just stick and pick. BP Ski, thanks for the 2. Other than Higgins, who do you see the Pats taking? They really got holes all over. The edge problem for the Patriots, I think, is real. They don't really have any bona fide studs off the edge. I like Keon White. We'll see if they get him in a more full-time edge position in 2025. I think he can be a stud, but you need more. And they like to use him in different ways anyway. Love Signatures to the 5. Eagles going to trade up for Emanwari and Johnson. Interesting. A Cole with a 5. Love the channel for several years now. You really got me back into football. Can't wait for day 2 of the draft. Go Bills. I mean, it would help to be a Bills fan getting back into football around this time. Thank you for the kind words. Cole with a 5. Joe Shane's son was right about Daniels. Maybe he can go 2 in a row with being a dart guy. I've heard this. If you don't know, general manager Joe Shane's son wanted Jaden Daniels. Wow, what a genius. He wanted the 2nd pick in the draft. How did he know? Alja with the 2. Who is the most impactful player left, not best? I think they're kind of one and the same. And it's impactful depends on where they go and how they're used, right? But I guess you wouldn't probably say a safety is the most impactful player available. I really like Caleb Johnson at running back. I'm a big Caleb Johnson guy. I think Burden can be a real player. 2 offensive guys for you. But Mike Green is, I mean, that conversation as well. Dylan, thanks for the 5. Hey, Bengal, I'm a Raiders fan. Rappaport said there's a real chance the Raiders take Shador. What are your thoughts? Love your vids, man. Keep it up. Yeah, we touched on that at the top of the hour, or top of the stream. Yeah, I think it's a good fit. He's not quite the same arm talent as Geno, but I think they have similar play styles. So it's a good guy to learn from. News Hub, thanks for the 5. Love the content. Thoughts on Zabel's fit in Seattle and can buy Hawks double dip on guard/center. I think he's a great fit. I thought they needed to improve their interior offensive line. I didn't think they would in round 1. But Zabel's a really good player, and I think they're going to end up playing him at guard. And then whether or not they grab, like, the Georgia center, Jared Wilson, would be interesting to see, because they've got 2 second-round picks here. I don't think they're going to take 3 offensive linemen to start. I think you're going to see a defensive player, probably an edge or even a linebacker, go with one of these other second-round picks. Could see a safety maybe as well.
Talked about the green room.
Austin with a 10. What's your thoughts on the Seminoles in the draft this year? Not many of them, seeing as we sucked. I think they've got 2 real good ones. I do like Azariah Thomas. I think we may see his name get called tonight. In a press man system, he's going to be a good player. You worry about the speed. And then Josh Farmer on the interior D-line. He's got good size. He's a good athlete. He's flashed. They're definitely good players. Liam with a 2 says, R.I.P. Derek Harmon's mom. Yeah, super sad if you guys didn't hear about this. Steelers defensive lineman out of Oregon, Derek Harmon, who got drafted last night. His mom was in, like, I don't want to say critical condition necessarily, but was like, I think on life support or something comparable. And he went over to her as soon as he got drafted. He told her that he was a Steeler, and she passed away shortly after. So it's devastating stuff, really. So, thoughts definitely with Derek Harmon and his family. It's probably one of the best moments of your life, getting drafted into the NFL, with the worst moment of your life with your mom passing away. It's really sad stuff. CT, thanks for the tier 1.
The Saints being one of those. I've heard the same thing Ian's heard there.
Lofi, thanks for the resub at tier 1. Giants are literally just the hotel cup share. My goodness. Vora, thanks for the prime sub. Maisie, thanks for the prime. RBI, do you see anyone trading up for Sanders or Milroe today? It's a possibility, right? But I have no idea. But I could see it happen. Overage Lord, thanks for the prime. DXB Baby, thanks for the tier 1. Thoughts on the golden pick? What is GB doing today? I posted a video where I talked about the golden pick. I liked it overall. What are they doing today? They got to add a corner.
Outside of losing some
we'll see who gets there. Spitz, thanks for the 2. Chargers best pick 2 and 3.
Talk about this with John Kitna a lot.
I think positionally,
there are guys that are only
it wouldn't shock me to see the Chargers grab a guard.
Win a quarterback battle. They've never
and on defense, I think corners in play, but get more in the front 7. Something off the edge.
There hasn't been like the quarterback adversity in your career yet. Well, this might be the first time that he's feeling that.
Jacob, thanks for the 5. I think Eagles trade up with all the picks they have to get a safety or edge.
Plus response.
They absolutely could. Yeah, they've been aggressive before. We know they're going to find a way to get the guy that they want. They tried to trade up for Jahad Campbell, and they didn't even have to. Mason, thanks for the 2. Appreciate you, buddy.
Give me a chance in this league. Give me an opportunity to go and show you I can respond.
I've told you guys before, I write that article every year about guys I'd pound the table for, guys I believe in.
About 5 minutes to go, guys. Exciting stuff. How's the audio? Are we hearing it well?
Adversity and things. It's in the same ballpark because the adversity
Saint, thanks for the prime. What do you think the Giants pick at 65?
Right?
Yeah, it's tough to know who's going to get there this far away. But
this is what he's getting again.
The Giants need to add a corner. I'd love a Benjamin Morrison at 65, or Will Johnson, or Savone Revel.
Which team is it going to be, as Joel's talked about?
I would be surprised if Trey Amos gets there. I think Noel Williams could even be a good selection at that point. Storm Shimwell, thanks for the prime sub. I also think the Giants could add on the interior defensive line. Maybe a guy like Josh Farmer, who we were just talking about. Alfred Collins, I wouldn't mind.
And Rich, I would just, I'm going to say this again. It does not matter at this point what you say, what you post, what you wear, what you drive, right? Like, the time for posting is over. Now it's just receive the call, go to work. That's what time it's.
Ian Rappaport, your 2 cents, sir.
Rich, we talked a lot about the on-field evaluation of Shedeur Sanders. We've talked about really all of the different
top remaining running backs available. There are a lot. Thanks for the 2. Travion Henderson, Quinshad Judkins, Bashal Tootin. I think Caleb Johnson's probably the best of the bunch. I'm a big fan of him, but he's not going to be. He's a very different type of player. Travion Henderson
come
is.
into player that I sort of call the Tim Tebow effect.
So it
right?
depends, you know, which team's drafting and what their run scheme is.
It is a lot.
Are they a gap or a zone team? Caleb Johnson's got great vision, great patience. Henderson's a really great pass protecting running back who can catch, but has that next level of speed, next level gear. Alex, thanks for the 5. Fun thought. San Fran, trade Purdy and get Sanders. Thoughts, love the content.
In your football organization right now,
I don't know who's trading for Brock Purdy, to be honest.
Making this choice right now would be selecting a backup quarterback who is now the
But Sanders would be interesting to them. I think he'd be a really good fit with Shanahan. I think they like Quinn Ewers, though.
That's Ian Rappaport's 2 cents.
Ethan, thanks for the 2. Can we get a quick calm down PSA to Steelers fans freaking out for passing on QB? Only Benton plus ancient Hayward leads to Harmon makes sense to me. Yeah, I thought IDL was a really strong possibility for them. And I think they think they're going to get Aaron Rodgers.
Unless somebody brings it up to Dion, right, in a press conference, why would he chime in on it? You know what I mean? Obviously, I don't know. I mean, Dion, I think people respect Dion
Nick
in the league.
with the 5. Are the Cowboys really not going to get a running back? Bro, dude, they've had 1 pick. It's a strong running back class. There's value all over the place. Settle down.
Obviously, again, and you said, you know,
thank you for the 5, though. There's so many good running backs in this class. And this class has unbelievable talent at that position. Isaiah, thanks for the 2.
People would say about Dion, oh, he's all about himself. He's all about this, all about that. That's on occasion window dressing and also marketing and things of that nature. But the bottom line, you think he's going to mess with his son's career by clapping back at Pete Carroll? I mean, if they go to Vegas, really?
No, I don't think.
So that's coach-to-coach respect. That would be. I mean, that's what you're talking about. You're not going to do that part.
Like Brady's going to clap back at Tom?
That fit. I like the fact to be playing indoors, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, we'll see how it all plays out. The commissioner's going to put the Browns.
That's a good point with Shedeur Sanders. Somebody without next-level arm talent that can play a lot of his games in the dome.
Letting us know what others around the league are thinking and are telling him, and everybody's phones are about to blow up because it's time for night 2 here in Green Bay.
Here we go, guys. Exciting stuff. Back from break. We have round 2. The Browns will be on the clock. And the clock is not quite as long on day 2. So we're going to see these picks get rifled in a little bit quicker. And Steven, he's been spamming. Take a look at it. Yeah. Don't spam, guys. I have no moderators right now. Crazy. Dan, welcome with the tier 1. System with a 5. Am I crazy for the Browns to get 2 of Will Johnson, even Warrior Ezeraku, go running back early 3rd and tight end or OT, 94 either Helm, Ozzy Trapilo, or Grant? No, that's not crazy at all.
Fans for the first draft ever.
James, thanks for the 10.
The fans are all pumped up.
Sebastian, the 2. Next commies pick, offense or defense who fits. They're looking for an edge, I would think. Jacob, thanks for the 2. Hagen, or Nicholas Hagen with the 2. Ready for Tyler Shuck over Sanders. That'd be interesting. I think so many people are talking about me like I'm a Shedeur Sanders, like,
they moved out of the first round last night.
I come like Glazer, as fucking kids say nowadays. I think he's good. I don't think he's like some elite prospect. I would have been not happy with it at 3. But I think he's better than any available quarterback right now, that's for sure. It's the most accurate passer in the draft. I mean, it's my opinion, I guess, but it's kind of just more of a statement. Not that I love him as a prospect long term, but I think he can be good enough. Dominic, thanks for the 5. Lots of Vikings sticking and picking. As a fan, I don't mind the pick, but we have no draft capital. Yeah, they did upgrade a huge need, though.
The sweet spot of the draft, maybe like a torpedo back.
Sparrow with the 2. How many running backs tonight? I think the Broncos take a linebacker.
I love that.
I mean, you bring in Drake Greenlaw, and you have some talent at linebacker. I think the Broncos could definitely look to upgrade their offense. Dominic, and thanks for the 5. Michael with the 5. Odds burden falls to the Cowboys.
And in this draft particularly, this is where teams
yeah, not impossible, but I think he might be one of the first names called tonight. But not impossible.
There's no doubt about it. What I'm thinking about is very quickly this.
Guest, why you always quit making draft vids after the draft?
that thought they were going in the first
I make a
round.
lot of vids after the draft, but like people stop caring. There's only so many draft videos you can make, you know.
Entire time, they expect them to be starters. We're going to get plenty of those here tonight. Can't wait to see
James
some of
Crawford,
those
the
names
20.
pop
Bengal,
up.
you are very
And where they
handsome.
end
Oh,
up,
thank you.
Again,
Riley with the 5. Love your
round or
content. You got me into the
round,
NFL draft.
this is
What
your
do you think the
opportunity.
Falcons, or what do you think the Falcons do with Cousins? I think they're going to try and trade him. They want a team to take on a lot of that contract. Nobody's biting. Isaiah, thanks for the 5. Give your opinion on who the Bucs take here. I think corner. I think something on defense, edge, linebacker, corner.
You've got Cleveland and Seattle with 4 picks each. You've got Houston.
I've got a tuna fish sandwich. Let me take a bite as we're on the clock. That was the countdown. Countdown to sandwich time.
So those 3 organizations have an opportunity in a draft that we all think that there's a lot of starters in to really rebuild their roster and in a direction where they think that they can go compete for a Super Bowl.
And a lot of fun surprises in store tonight. Many of those who are announcing the picks are members of the class of 2000, 25 years ago drafted. And also members of University of Wisconsin football teams, or sometimes both. Seth Rollins, WWE superstar, expected to announce picks for the Bears tonight as well. Here comes the commissioner of the National Football League to start us all off for the second night here in Wisconsin, making his way through the legends to get to the podium and put Cleveland on the clock.
Let's go, Green Bay. You ready? Round 2. Last night, over 200,000 fans were here, and millions more watched from around the world as we welcome another 32 great stars into the NFL. And tonight, I'm joined by 32 players and legends who will select the next generation of stars to the NFL. Welcome them. These players represent the 2000 draft class on its 25th anniversary, one of the greatest classes in history. That draft brought us the first and only time a club had 4 first-round draft picks, 12 All-Pro.
Takale, thank you for the 5. What are your thoughts on the Colts' first-round pick of Tyler Warren? You guys got to watch my YouTube channel. I have videos talking about a lot of these picks. He was in my like winners of round 1 video. I'm gonna do a video grading every first-round pick that's gonna come out tonight, late tonight, I would say. So make sure to stay tuned for that. I hate to give that answer. I'll say I liked it, but I'm gonna go into more detail and more depth on each of these first-round picks later tonight. It's gonna save everybody watching to have to hear the same answer over and over and over again. There will be a video. Oh, Gig, I need it badly, dude. I need some moderation. Thanks for the 5. With Miami mainly having speed backs, can you see a potential Judkins pick as more of a power back? Just an idea. Got so many running backs, dude. But, I mean, could I see the Dolphins adding yet another running back? Maybe so. They just have needs at the O-line, corner especially, edge even potentially,
of the Browns, Jimmy
tight end potentially.
Left. So the Browns, I think there was a shot of the Miz on a plane last night. We were showing it on my show today, but somebody was snapping at him, and he didn't look terribly thrilled when he heard.
It's a good problem to have, but it's always so tough to get caught up on the donations and subs here early on. It's going to slow down a little bit as the draft gets started, guys. I think. I don't know. You guys always go crazy, so maybe not. And questions like this, too. Kevin, thanks for the 5. Gene, what wide receiver, tight end do you like as a fit for the Jets in round 2? It's a good question because it's talking about direct fit for what they have. It's better than just thoughts on. So I guess if questions like that, I'd be happy to answer them. But as for like who should the blank take at 78? Come on, guys. But receiver, tight end, like for a fit with the Jets in round 2, I think Kyle Williams from Washington State it'd be a really nice fit. Although when I say Kyle Williams, I just think of the defensive tackle, longtime Buffalo Bill out of LSU.
But I'm looking at
Chad, thanks for the 2. Look, Scatabo receiving yards. He goes to Denver. I think it doesn't like having receiving yards doesn't make you. This is gonna sound crazy, but it doesn't really make you a good receiving back. Look at a guy like Leonard Fournette. But not saying Scatabo isn't per se. I'm just saying it's, you know, stats at college don't, or even in the NFL doesn't necessarily mean it's a skill set. I know that sounds crazy, but Leonard Fournette was not a good receiving back, but he had caught like 80 passes one year. They just dumped him off the ball routinely. Vathan, thanks for the 2. James, the 5. Yeah, Milroe to the Rams could be cool.
They don't have that true lead runner.
I guess Sean McVay just told Jared Goff exactly what to do when he was on the team. Leroy, thanks for the 5 Canadian. Chance the Giants trade up into the second. I would doubt it. I'd love a corner like Savone Revel at the top of the 3rd. Hey, thanks for the 2. How does it feel to be the GM of the Jags? Hell yeah, dude. It's great. Ethan, the Browns or Jags win the trade. Jags got the best player. Browns got a huge haul. Ross, thanks for the 5. Many decent offensive tackles available still. Would like SF to get one for depth. I think they're going DT, though. Honestly, we saw a pretty big run on offensive tackles. I don't love any at like 43, for example. Howdy with the 5. Do you see a fit at guard or tackle for the Colts in round 2? They'd probably be looking for a guard. But they also need linebacker. An edge. Guillermo, thanks for the 5. Do you think Campbell can fill the James White role? Will Campbell, James White? Yeah, dude, it's tough to think of a better comp there than James White for Will Campbell. TRH for the 5. Do you believe the Titans did it right by addressing QB at 1, or should they have traded down for more assets considering how incomplete the roster is? It sounds like the Titans kind of wanted to and didn't get a big enough haul. And ended up kind of falling in love with Cam Ward. If you think he's your franchise guy, you got to take him. Michael with the 2. Where do you think Milroe ends up / fits best? He's got to sit for a while.
Wants to shake your hand? Do so. Yeah, you can do that. I'm saying. If you're in the room,
it's tough because I think his best fits are with teams that already have quarterbacks, like Philadelphia. I think would be a good spot for Milroe. Baltimore would be a good spot for Milroe, but are either of those teams going to take him? I don't know. Egg with the 2. Biggest reach you could see early in round 2. Tyler Shuck. Quinn Ewers. Tanner, thanks for the 5. Any chance Denver trades up? I have no idea. Zay Baby, thanks for the 23. The hell happened to my sub? G-Far, Next Panda. 1 TK, MM, RBI. With the bits. Ertle to Turtle. Zach, Don't Tizzle, thank you guys very much.
How about them Brownies? Here we go with the 33rd pick.
Joe Thomas.
In the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select Carson
Schwarzenegger. All right, first pick of round 2. Good cover linebacker that showed up heavier at the combine, but this guy's super instinctive, really good in coverage.
To me, is the best available off-the-ball linebacker, and after him, it drops off a cliff. So they must have looked.
He's a really good player.
Said, if we need a linebacker, we need to do it right now. And this is a former walk-on who is a tackling machine.
Again, guys, no spoilers in the chat.
He's able to slip underneath.
Wait for the pick to pop up on stream.
Get to him because he sees it quickly and he's able to get underneath and get away from him.
You can see it right underneath me. You can hear it.
Blitzer. The play speed just jumps off the screen when you're watching him. Here's another.
Yeah, he was playing at only like 225, and then showed up at the combine a lot heavier.
Not being healthy, I think, factors into this CD. But this, to me, is about looking at what's behind this linebacker. If you wanted one, you had to take one now.
Tonio, yeah, I just talked about who I think the Giants should get at 65. I'd love like a Savone Revel or maybe even a Benjamin Morrison. I'm thinking they need to upgrade a corner. Patrick with the 25 PLN. I don't even know what that is. Got banned on Twitch for spoiling the Bears punter pick. People say unban me and then they don't include their name. I can't do anything with that. Am I supposed to guess the name? So what is PLN? I don't even know what that is. Pick is in for Houston. It's Polish
out of Oaks Christian.
Zloty.
Oaks Christian is just about, what is it, 30 miles north of UCLA.
It's about
Goes to
$6.5
Oaks Christian,
US
Chip
dollars.
Kelly gives him an opportunity to come down to UCLA, and for whatever reason, and
Talk
again,
to Ahmad, Patrick.
He was tearing them up on. He was hell on wheels. On
Josh, thanks for the 5. Didn't see you said about the Bengals pick. Not a fan of drafting someone with no real production in college. What is the ceiling in your opinion? Yeah, production doesn't matter in college. It just doesn't. I don't know why people care about it. You got to look at how these guys are being used, what they're being asked to do. I think Shamar Stewart is a good player. He was a top 10 guy in the draft to me. But he's got some development to do, but he just moves different. He's got a chance to be a really good player. Brett, thanks for the 5. Thoughts on Omar Norman Lott at 43 to San Francisco? I think I had that in my mock draft. I mean, they obviously need help on the interior D-line. He can definitely get after the QB. John with a 5, been watching forever, love your content, appreciate you. Which running back do you think is best fit for the Bears? Ben Johnson offense? I think TreVeyon Henderson would be a really good fit if they're looking for their Jahmyr Gibbs light, and he's a little bit different, of course, but big speed back. I think Bashal Tootin even could be fun down the board. Caleb Johnson would be more of like your bigger back, but he's got a lot of patience. Guillermo, thanks for the 5. JK about Campbell filling the white role. Yeah, no kidding. Real though, I'm praying Mike Green falls to the Pats. It's a possibility.
It's like home coming back to Wisconsin. Houston, it's our time now. With the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver.
Wow.
Iowa State.
They've got a type. The Texans love big Iowa State receivers.
Of the wide receiver room, and lo and behold,
he's interesting to me. He's 6'4" plus.
Sometimes organizations like these.
I don't really see him go up and really get the football that often. He lets it get into his body a lot, I thought, but he does win 50-50 balls, but
I think there's some things he actually does better than McMillan, who we saw go
finds the ball into his stomach. It's very interesting.
He's got a different gear vertically down the field to separate for a big wide.
I want to see if that's going to play in the NFL.
He'll do the dirty work, working in the middle.
But he's a good player.
I love this fit.
Billups for the 10. Some Falcons new sack duo. I like it. They gave up a lot to go get James Pierce, though.
Then it's the Browns again.
Seahawks, Browns, Raiders, Pats. Jared with the 2. I think Miami should trade it for Will Johnson. They might not have to, but they do need corner.
Verizon Small Business
Young man, thanks for the 5.
Our experts.
Have I ever said my name was Eugene? I don't think so.
Yes, great. Nice surprise.
Goated Rao with the 5 gifted on Twitch. Thank you very much, Rao. Triscuits. Cowboys go wide receiver, running back this round. Yeah, could be.
On the job.
Braids, thanks for the prime sub.
Let's take a look.
Big Ty Felton guy.
April 21st to 27th.
And then Zave Baby again.
Don't wait. Get started today.
I think the Cowboys probably. I don't know. The running back is so good all the way down the board. Receiver gets a little bit thinner. But they need a running back more than a receiver, in my opinion.
Hello.
Hello, Antonio.
Did you see the Seahawks just traded up?
I'm noticing it right now, I guess. I kind of just thought, oh, Seattle's up.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, Seattle has traded up with the Titans. Nick Emanwari would be my prediction. Or Mike Green could be a really good fit in Seattle here. They had 2 second-round picks. I'm still seeing that they have a second-round pick on the ticker at the bottom. Let me share a screen for you.
I'm seeing number 52 and 82 for this pick.
That's not bad. Jim with the 2. Darian Porter is a perfect pick and fit in KC. Definitely big-bodied, athletic corner.
Who do the Seahawks have at quarterback right now? They got somebody, right?
Yeah, Sam Darnold.
Yes, that was who I was trying to figure out who it was. I remember them signing somebody.
Alpha with the 5. Do you think the Giants could trade back from 65, get some extra picks? Hate that we lost 99. They don't have to. Like, if a player falls in your lap, just draft him. There's more swings sounds good, but I mean, try to secure a better player if you can. Brother with a 5. Thoughts on Niners drafting Will Johnson instead of a DT? Need help there? Yeah, they could. Big Mike, thanks for the bits. All right, we are officially caught up. I get like stressed out trying to catch up to these donos. All right, Eamon Worry or Mike Green is my guess. Could it be Will Johnson ever? That could be fun.
Traded DK Metcalf to Pittsburgh. They signed Cooper.
Could it be a center? Did they trade up for Jared Wilson? That would be interesting. Could it be a quarterback? Could this be Shedeur Sanders? That'd be crazy. But anyway, there's some ideas. 52 and 82 for 35.
And they flipped a third-round pick later on tonight to package with the pick they got from Pittsburgh to move up into this spot, 35th overall.
Well, this for whoever was asking about the Titans getting more picks, there you go.
Well, I'm just looking at a couple things. I'm looking at Jonas Savaiinaea is my last interior offensive lineman with a top 50 grade, and then my
Savaiinaea is a good player.
Is the big safety from South Carolina, Eamon Worry. So those are the two that, to me, make the most sense when you're looking at them.
That big, tall safeties sound like Seattle, right, from back in the day? So the Seahawks just popped in to the third pick of the night. Just want to let you know that Nike and the NFL are teaming up to give fans and players an opportunity to connect like never before.
Trading up for Eamon Worry does make sense to me.
NFL rivalry games will be elevated over the next 4 seasons with specifically designed Nike uniforms and fan gear to celebrate the occasion, because
I feel like Landon Jackson, young man, thanks for 5, is more of like the old type of Saints edge.
Together, quite like
I think under Brandon Staley, they're looking for more like 3-4 outside linebacker types.
You're on the clock.
Did we get commercial before this pick and then they came back for more commercials?
Yeah.
I swear that just happened.
I think they probably went to the, what's it called, commercial because of the trade.
The trade is the Seahawks moving up. They traded the pick they got from Pittsburgh in round 2 and a third.
But to follow it up with more commercials is crazy.
Yeah, they literally went, oh, the Seahawks or Titans are coming up. We're going to commercial. Seahawks traded up. We went back from commercial to say, hey, the Seahawks traded up. And then we went back to commercial.
So that sounds like a very familiar voice.
They're not even showing the guy at the, oh, it's Richard Sherman.
It is Richard Sherman.
They're not even showing him on NFL Network.
We're into Seahawk colors too.
He loves it here in Green Bay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Announce the pick. I'm going to freak out.
The next rival has been chosen. The Tennessee Titans have traded the 35th pick to the Seattle Seahawks. With the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick Worry, DB.
It was always Nick Worry here.
So it's only fitting that a former member of the Legion of Boom would welcome in a guy who kind of looks like he could have played in the Legion of Boom.
No question. You see my comparison down there is Kyle Duggar, but if you think about the role in which to use him, Kyle Hamilton
this is a really fun
from
fit.
Baltimore, where their head coach Mike McDaniel on that defense is very familiar how to use a player like this. When he's closer to the line of scrimmage, I think that's where he's most impactful. He can get underneath routes like you see right
I
here.
love this draft for Seattle so far.
React. He sees it cleanly. He trusts it. He really
Who's the
shoots
first
his
pick?
gun and goes and
Ray
makes plays.
Zabel.
You want somebody that's reliable and physical in the alley. This
Not
is a guy
familiar
who's
with his game.
220
North
plus
Dakota
pounds who will
State
get you on the
will be
ground.
playing interior
This
offensive
is how
line
the game is played right
for
now.
the
Quick
That would be
perimeter
why.
passes. He's able to get to those quickly,
Yeah,
get
for
guys on the ground.
Seahawks.
You can blitz them, and now look at the talent that they're amassing here on this defense.
Ty
It's gonna be
really
fun to
wants
watch.
Henderson in Chicago. He'd be a good fit.
Pure Legion of Boom, that size and that look.
Hendo, thanks for the 5. Browns fan really happy with how they've done so far, hoping for dynamic playmakers like Henderson or Burden with the next pick. I think you will get one.
Is the look of those
I think you will get maybe not one of those two players, but I think you're going to address running back or
those types of guys.
And that's,
potentially
John
wide
Schneider,
receiver.
who used to work around these parts. Now
Nathan,
he's the
thanks for
man
the 5. Thoughts on
and
Tyler
has been for
Shuck-Tanola?
quite
Seems
some
like they like
time
him a
in
lot. I keep
Seattle.
hearing
So the
that.
Cleveland
At 40, I think it'd be
Browns are about
malpractice. Michael, thanks for the 5. Favorite sleeper / late round prospects. I like Jordan Phillips, a D tackle out of Maryland, a lot. I like Noel Williams from Cal.
Carson Schlesinger, the linebacker from UCLA, was the first pick of the night.
I don't know how late those guys are going to go. More probably like Josh Farmer is good too. More like 4th round-ish. You start to talk about those guys maybe a little earlier, so it's not that late. And then I'll tell you what, my guy Marcus Yarns from Delaware.
Joe Thomas out again with a special guest.
Running back, we got to get him.
What if the Saints are just looking for their Taysom Hill 2.0, and that's why they go with
All right, I found a young
Chuck.
Browns fan, Jack Thomas, in the crowd. It's going to give me a little help here with
an
the
athlete,
36th
you know?
pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your
Was it
Cleveland
Zidane on
Browns
the mic?
select
What's going on here?
Quinshawn Judkins.
Quinshawn Judkins stays in state.
So they take
Whoa.
Buckeye running backs, and it's Quinshawn Judkins.
That's an
the
interesting
choice
back
of
to
the
take.
Cleveland
I'll tell you what, though.
Daniel?
Power downhill runner.
When you look at those two Ohio State backs, Travion Henderson going to get a little bit more in the pass game.
Who else do they have besides Chubb?
Judkins,
They don't have Chubb.
This is a player that reminded me a little bit of Sony Michel in terms of a guy who carried 221 pounds.
Yeah,
really
there's not a whole
well.
lot in
that
that Cleveland running back room at the moment.
I missed that.
Who gets his pads
Yeah, he was a
low
free
to the
agent.
ground, and those 220
I don't think he's on a
pounds,
team.
He's a force.
Oh.
He's got excellent vision and feel, and watch him with the stiff arm right here.
He was a
gives you
monster
something
at Ole Miss.
that Nick Chubb did a lot of.
Big part in this Ohio
With the
State
Cleveland
National
Browns. They're gonna
Championship
love
run.
this. Joel, this Penn State game,
He doesn't have the
was
same
my
juice.
honor
I know he
there.
tests
was
well.
the closer
He doesn't
in
have
that
nearly
ball
the
game,
same juice as
definition
Travion Henderson.
of a
He
forward
doesn't have the same
back.
type of
Time for
quickness.
next gen stats powered by
But they're very
AWS.
different type of
Look at
backs.
those
And this
athleticism
class
scores
is a
for the
lot of
running
very
backs in this
different
class.
types
Joel, not
of
a
running
surprise,
backs.
two Buckeyes there
You're
that
going to
took it
find the
top.
flavor that you like.
He closed out that Penn State game. And
Browns
what I love
wanted
about
Quinshawn
him
Judkins, and they got
last year
him.
was he was very team oriented when he transferred from Ole Miss. Part of that
I believe
was that he wanted to share the role
he's
with
from
Travion
like an
Henderson to take a little of that
unbelievably
wear and tear off
small
of his body that was prevalent down
high
there
school
at
in like
Ole
the
Miss.
middle
And he
of
came in and he got a lot of touches his
Alabama
first
or
couple of
Mississippi.
years.
I think
a ton of
Mississippi.
touches. He led
I know he went
college
to Ole
football,
Miss.
and so he wanted
But I think
a
it's
little
called
of that
Pike Road is the name of the
responsibility to be
town.
shared, and he got that with
Alabama.
Travion Henderson. I thought
Pike
that they
Road,
would have had a
Alabama.
better year as runners if that offensive line would have stayed healthy with Josh Simmons, the left tackle.
Yeah,
but
Pike
it
Road,
didn't.
Alabama.
And he got
Population of
better and better
11,000.
all
I
year
feel
long,
like
and in
Quinshawn
particular when it
Judkins is
came to
from
his
there.
physicality in the blocking game. Travion Henderson was
He
such
is.
a great
Why do I
passer
know
in pass
that?
protection, and that started to bleed over into Quinshawn's game, and that's one of the things, CD, that I think he's going to be very good at is an all-around player for Cleveland.
Is he going to keep running into Mason Graham in the hallway?
Kevin with a 2.
you
Yeah, I
have to
think
go
Rebel
there.
could be a good fit
You
for
have
Pete
to
Carroll
go
at
there.
37 for sure. I don't know if he tackles this well, though.
Going there.
There will be a scrimmage or two.
Well, let's just say
Connor, thanks for the 5. What do you think of the trade competition for the Titans?
There will be a scrimmage or two.
If they felt that they had so many holes and they can find a starter down the board at like 82 or whatever, go for it. I don't mind it. They're a team with a lot of holes.
Miami just traded in, so that's potentially why
Ooh.
they were taking all that time that they were talking trade. So
Miami has moved
now
up?
is in with a minute to go, and the Raiders just traded.
Okay.
Where is Miami? Miami is kind of far down the list there from 48.
Let me tell you something, by the way. As Miami's jumped all the way up with the Raiders,
Gave up 2 comp picks to
I don't think they're going to. I think this should be like a Will Johnson, maybe, right?
from
Well, or a different corner, maybe.
down, about 11 picks
But
down, and the Raiders just moved.
I don't even want to say it.
out
It's so
of
crazy.
This position, and again, listen. Obviously,
I think Shador Sanders would be interesting with the Dolphins. I'll say that. I think he's a good fit for the offense. With the injury concerns with Tua all the time,
See him go tonight.
I don't think it's the worst fit ever.
So I understand there could be
a
little bit of fatigue of us.
It's not going to be Shador Sanders, probably, right? But I think that would be interesting.
They have other needs, but I'm just looking at my list, and it's hard when the Miami Dolphins trade up, and I'm looking at this kid Mason Taylor, and I'm thinking of Miami Dolphins.
That's
I
true.
mean, how fun would
Mason
that
and
be?
Jason Taylor.
I don't know if that's a direction that they would look at. You can look at some of these offensive linemen. There's some Ursa.
Baza, thanks for the prime sub. Jawsome. Dart was your QB1. You're so happy. Hell yeah, dude. DW8 thoughts on Pat McAfee's a player and a media personality. He's very popular.
We're saying Miami is looking like they're rebuilding. Chris Greer, their GM,
Yeah,
came out and
he's a
said,
good punter there
we're not
for a while.
looking to rebuild, and here we are making moves here in the second round. He's signaling it's not a rebuild. We're trying to get players.
Okay, so the Dolphins have received number 37 and 143 The Raiders, moving back to 48, have picked up 98 and 135. So it's basically a pick swap with 143 and 135, and they pick up 98 to make it happen.
So here comes the Miami Dolphins pick, Alec Ingold, a Wisconsin Badger.
Raider legend Alec Ingold.
All right, we got to trade. We got to trade here. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 37th pick to the Miami Dolphins. With that being said, the 37th pick in the 2025
He doesn't fuck around. Right into the pick. I love it.
Miami Dolphins select Jonah Savaianaya.
Jonah Savaianaya. You know what? He didn't even butcher that badly. Jonah Savaianaya to the Dolphins. He could play. Yeah, he's played right tackle before. He's probably going to end up being a guard. I liked him. He tested well as well. I think he's got a chance to play tackle, but he's probably going to end up being a guard. I think he just got announced as a guard. I like Savaianaya as a player.
But you don't lose all that movement if you want to get out to the perimeter, as the Dolphins like to do.
Dolphins obviously felt that they needed to upgrade their offensive line, and Savaianaya is an upgrade. What are they going to do about tackle? We'll see. But I like Savaianaya, man. Big dude that can move a little bit. I mean, feels like he's going to be a good fit for Miami. It sounds like we're about to get more commercials here. Patriots, Bears, Saints, and Bears. Coming up. Fun start to day 2, that's for sure.
You see TJ Finley entered the portal again?
I don't know who's even going to want him.
Didn't he just join Tulane like this year?
Yeah, then he had a crazy like off the field thing that
yeah,
I think got him kicked out of the program.
Maybe he was like stealing stuff, or that's what he's accused of.
I don't know. Jaron, thanks for the 2. No Will Johnson. Greer got to go. Will Johnson's got some big time injury stuff that could see him fall a lot further than this. And I think look back to the JOK draft, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. We all kind of expected to go higher than he ended up going because he had that heart condition. It's a little bit different with the knee. That is reported with Will Johnson. We're going to hear more about the injury maybe soon or as he's drafted. I do think he will go today, but there's not really any way to know when. I do probably need to pull up Photoshop. Because I've got a round 2 pick 65 reaction that's got to come up.
Oh. That's like 30 picks away.
Yeah, it's just good to have it ready.
Yeah.
I don't know. I sure would like Elijah Arroyo at some point. But I don't know. It feels like a vanity pick for the Giants. I'd love one of the top corners. There's so many good corners still here. Amos, Will Johnson, Morrison, Revel. I'd really be quite happy with any of those guys. Will any of them make it to 65? That is the question. Egg with the 2. It looks like teams are concerned with Green/Burden. Hey, you might be onto something there, Egg.
What's Burden's?
Like diva receiver maturity type stuff. So they say. And also like he hasn't shown that he's like some elite route runner. He hasn't really been asked to run a complete tree. So he's really more of like a run after catch guy right now. But I think he's more than that. It's not a you don't really need route pacing and route running ability to run a slot fade, but he's so good at running those. I think Luther Burden's a playmaker. I'd love to have him on my team.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be heavy offense.
Andy with the 2. Have you ever wanted to be a scout in the NFL? Yeah, that's originally what I was kind of trying to go to school for was sports management, and YouTube kind of ended up taking off and decided to pursue this. RBI, thanks for the 100 bits. Explain the drop off between rounds 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, so I think there were 3 true blue chip players in this draft, and then a bit of a drop off. And then maybe you had about 10-ish more first round talents. That would be first round talents regardless of draft class, right? And then from like 15 or 20 to like 65 or 75, it's pretty similar, which sounds crazy, but it's pretty similar in terms of overall talent. So there are starters in this draft, but there are just not that many true first-round caliber players. Pick is in for the Patriots. If I'm the Patriots here, Luther Burden would be cool. I'd love Kyle Williams for them, though.
Similar player, right? So you know those two guys, you kind of got your pick. But then I love Travion Henderson. His electricity as a runner, but then you can throw it to him and he'll block. So he's an every down back. I think that he would fit right there. We just saw his teammate Quinshon Judkins come off. And normally when you see those guys that are...
Hunter Phipps, thanks for the 1,000 bits. What do you think of the Eamon Worry pick for Seattle? I really liked it. I was, you know, who I thought they were moving up for. I tweeted out about it 11 minutes ago saying he was made to be a Seahawk. What a get for Seattle. Love their draft so far with Ray Zabel. And are they pairing him up with Mike McDonald? That is a fun fit.
This is the type of player that makes you have to start having that worry.
Here comes the commissioner, James White, the former Badger, who scored the first ever walk-off touchdown in Super Bowl overtime.
To help make the New England Patriots selection
as well. He's going to come out later.
We are honored to have with us Special Olympic athletes Xavier Goff and Unified Sports partner Reed Turner. Both are unified flag football teammates from Special Olympics. Reed, Xavier.
That's neat.
Special Olympics is one of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics team up to provide opportunities for athletes of all ages and abilities.
Spidey, thanks for the resub. Love the content. Who do you think is best fit for the Cowboys for their next pick? I mean, if the Cowboys can get Luther Burden, I think that'd be very good for them. But I think they could also look at an outside receiver. Patriots feel like they'd be a Trey Harris team. The Patriots, Cowboys is what I'm trying to say. Patriots up now.
38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Travion Henderson, running back.
Ooh, Joel Klatt had it. Travion Henderson is a Patriot. I'll tell you, the Patriots have had a pretty good tradition of backs that can catch the football. He's a good blocker. He's got a ton of juice.
They are going to be running the football for the New England Patriots.
Clinton Portis comp is very interesting.
Think about how unbelievable he was.
I would not have thought of that.
In pass protection and someone who has the speed to hit home runs. How about this in the Rose Bowl? Once he gets to the corner, you can forget about it. He is absolutely gone.
This play fucking killed me. Excuse my language. End of the first half against Ohio State. Ohio State just, like, we'll run a screen, see if something can happen. 70, 80-yard touchdown. Oh my God.
Watch him in pass protection. Joel, when you look at the New England Patriots, Mike Vrabel,
I knew the game was over right then.
Like going back in time.
Is he RB1?
James White, they've always had running backs with value
for the Patriots?
What I love about Travion is
he'll end up being in that way, but he's good. To me, he was always going to be kind of like a running back by committee guy.
Yeah.
That's not to say that he's not going to have games where he gets 20 touches, because I think that's a possibility, but I think you're probably looking at like 12 to 15 carries a game and, you know, 3 to 5 catches.
Is what they have.
Do you love football?
They've got really a bunch of different guys, like Antonio Gibson, but Henderson is kind of like, he would do what Antonio Gibson does. And the Ramondre Stevenson, but I don't think I don't think Gibson is stopping you from getting Travion Henderson, you know?
Yeah.
And they only had 3 running backs on roster anyway, with the third being Terrell Jennings. And I'm going to be frank with you guys, I don't know who this is.
And you tell me who scares you. Travion Henderson.
And if you don't know who it is,
he went to Florida A&M.
Buckeye just drafted a Buckeye, right?
HBCU. I think they are the Rattlers.
Ohio State. offense a little bit this year, or he was connecting with the team a little bit?
Yes.
Jake, thanks for the 2. Yeah, with a 5. May you ask Ant Ortiz when the next rebuild is?
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, you could.
2 minutes now
might
for
not
the
have an answer.
Chicago Bears.
No answer
no.
for you, yeah. Oh.
Tomorrow.
Okay, well, you do have an answer.
What about the first 18?
Bro folded instantly.
I think there was 3
Press next to the 10. From a fantasy football perspective, what's the most interesting thing to you in the draft so far? Holston Loveland maybe to Chicago. I'm not a big fantasy football guy. It's never really been my thing. I did join a league with Antonio and others 2 years ago now? Last year? 2 years ago. But my team stinks. I don't care about it any more than I did when I wasn't playing. The last time I had played was like 2010,
I look on the defensive side of the ball, D-line, edge. There's a lot of valuable players there. I'm just going off what's left in my top 50 here, and you've got.
But I don't really know from a fantasy football. But I guess you're saying just like what's an interesting fit for a skill player.
With some of the situations we've talked about off the field. Izaraku, the edge rusher.
I think Amarion Hampton's production versus an Ashton Genty could be interesting in the AFC West. Spidey, again, thanks for the tier 1. I think I addressed that Cowboys question. Vinny, thanks for the tier 1.
I do think Bears fans were hoping that one of those backs was going to.
I know, like, Genty is the best running back in the draft, no question. But could Amarion Hampton outproduce him as a rookie with the Chargers? That'll be interesting to see.
A lot of people were hoping that either Judkins or Henderson were going to be in Chicago.
And then what is Quinshon Judkins' production going to be in Cleveland? That probably has the best offensive line of those 3 teams. LA might be a bit better, but I don't love their interior.
You think about what they've done already.
The Bears are going crazy in the war room. High five, hugs all around.
Giving answers to young quarterbacks. Think about what all these teams are doing. We're seeing it with.
I have the pick spoiled because my Twitter feed refreshed.
You can't be on Twitter.
I wasn't even looking at the top. I was looking at something like
where do I think Chicago would go here? I think a running back. I love Caleb Johnson. I also think Mike Green. Like the Bears could absolutely still add to their edge room. And if you feel good about the character of Mike Green, he's here at 39. He's a top 10 player, top 15 player in the draft.
All right. Simmer down. Simmer down.
That's going to work.
With the 39th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 2025 NFC North champions, Chicago Bears, select Luther Burden III.
Oh, Luther Burden to Chicago.
Congratulations, young man.
There's their slot. Oh my, what is this offense? Dude, I thought they were going to go 12 personnel. I thought Colston Loveland was going to eat in the slot up the seam.
He's my best available receiver. I thought he had a chance to go in the bottom of the
first my goodness.
Round. A very loose, dynamic athlete. Look at the comparison on the bottom of the screen. DJ Moore.
That's
funny
insane.
How this always happens. These guys end up being teammates, but it's because of what he does after the catch. I mean, with Loveland, who they've already got, now you get another one. You've got playmakers who can get vertical, but also guys who can make you miss.
This is a crazy offense.
You see some incredible body control from him down the field. When you watch Missouri, the quarterback play was not always consistent this year. You see some route snap. The question was, okay, he doesn't have a variety of routes that he runs. I'm not worried about that. He's so loose and so fluid and so smooth. I think he's going to be fine as a route runner. But, man, they got a lot of weapons with this offense.
I'm a big Luther Burden guy. This offense is crazy.
Presented by Homes.com. We've done your homework. And Luther Burden, you've already described him. How about a guy right here in Green Bay, Jaden Reed, who has been their most dependable receiver over time? Why? Watch the ability now after the catch. Not only do you make people miss, you put it in the painted section of the end zone and go and celebrate
does that Bears pick make Komet a trade block guy?
Take a look at Jaden Reed. Just comes underneath.
No.
You miss.
I don't think the Bears drafting a slot receiver at 39 is what Burton's going to end up being. Impacts what their inline tight end is going to do.
He goes Chicago and adds to the overall weapons with Colston Loveland last night.
Let's talk Saints. They're on the clock. 3 minutes to go.
If the Saints take Tyler Shuck here, I mean, I'd be blown away.
What's going on with his shoulder? He may not play with the Saints ever again.
Row the bits. Keenan Allen back to the Chargers confirmed after this pick. I think it's just going to happen anyway.
Had some time last year, and then
Bears legend Keenan Allen.
Might they draft if any?
Jabroni with a 5. Thoughts on Texans trading back and not taking no linemen.
Do, as you mentioned, have
They liked
significant
the
uncertainty
mid-round. I mean, this is again this class. I keep saying it. The difference between 15 and 65 is not that different. So if you're picking at 25 and you think the talent way down the board, 20 picks, not that different. And the Texans, like, they're in a good position to be successful.
We know they have
right?
Tyler Shook, among others.
They got Jaden Higgins to upgrade their receiving core. They've got still their second-round pick. Why not? Why not do it? You know,
20th overall player. He's my highest-rated quarterback. So to me, just where they played, what you saw on the field last year, that's the direction I would go. Shuck is bigger, he's stronger, he can move around a little bit better, but to me the tape with Shedeur Sanders was better than the Tyler Shuck.
And you mentioned playing indoors before when we talked about the Raiders and Shedeur Sanders. I do believe
dude, if the Saints take Tyler Shuck here.
Kellen Moore was one of those quarterbacks who won by anticipation.
Love Sick with the 2, thank you very much. I mean, Ben Johnson's got his offense. They traded for an all-pro left guard in Joe Tooney. They signed a center that's an upgrade in Drew Dalman. They traded for Jonah Jackson, who when healthy is a solid guard. They have at least one solid tackle of the future, Darnell Wright, and Braxton Jones really isn't that bad. They've got weapons for days now. Loveland and Burton. What a haul. D-Dot, thanks for the 100 BPA for the Cardinals. I don't know.
It'll be interesting to see.
Hugs all around.
I mean, maybe Mike Green gets there at this point. I'm not sure. If they're going to take Nolan, maybe they would take Green.
This is the moment for the Saints.
Different character stuff there. Patrick leading the Niners take. Yeah, I still think something in the trenches probably work. Corner, maybe. Some good corners left. Rao, thanks for the bits.
So we are
yeah, the Odell trade reaction was so sad. I'm really, I think, even with Saquon, who was an unbelievable Giant for some of his time there, I think Odell Beckham Jr. is still like the best
draftees.
Or most fun Giants pick in recent memory. Dexter Lawrence has become one of the best players in the league, but prime Odell in his first 3 years with the Giants was unbelievable. It was so sad when they traded him. Other Josh, thanks for the prime. Ryan Ramczyk just retired. Here he is announcing the pick.
All right, with the 40th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck, quarterback, Louisville.
Wow. So they do quarterback. They go at the 25-year-old from Louisville by way of many other schools. His dream is being realized. His long wait is over, and it's Tyler Shuck as the choice for the 3rd quarterback taken in this draft.
And Tyler Shuck might just walk right into a starting job with the New Orleans Saints. I think he's got a great opportunity to come in and win.
You know, Tyler Shuck, I think on Walter Football was like the projected #1 overall pick back in
He's been in college for quite some time.
Like 2020.
That means he put it to good use, because he could have gone to college and just gone to class and not worried about it. He made sure he got degrees. Give him credit.
Yeah, and look, durability is something that you discuss, and we'll get to that in a second. But here's the physical traits: the size, the arm strength. He can drive the football big time. Also shows the ability to take a little off, get some touch.
This is like classic big-bodied quarterback.
He's a very talented thrower
with a decent arm.
Get some pressure. You need to drop your arm angle. He's comfortable doing that. With
the consistency is not great, but he's a good athlete. Big kid, obviously, big arm.
He's a gifted
We'll see if he can develop with Kellen Moore.
It was the durability that I struggle with and some other teams struggle with. But, guys, I'm telling you, I think he'll be their week 1 starter when they start the season.
Well, a lot of kids went to school for 7 years.
That's quite a call.
You can hop in there. Sorry, Joel. You look at the bottom. Look at that nugget. The Saints have never drafted a quarterback that went in to start a playoff game for them. Never. Can Tyler Shuck be the first? Again, you look at Texas Tech and Oregon and his long journey, the number of coaches he's played.
I mean,
for,
Tyler Shuck went before Will
years
Johnson
old.
and Mike Green
I mean,
in this
this is
draft.
his moment to
The
say
Bills
the
have
least,
traded up.
And what a spot to land in. I mean, where Kellen Moore coming off of a championship in Philadelphia as the OC, getting his first run here in a division that, you know,
All right,
the
who do you
Saints
think it
feel
is?
is theirs for the taking.
They drafted Maxwell Harrison.
Well, you talk about,
I think they still need to upgrade the pass rush. I'm going to keep saying Mike Green until he's not available. I think they need edge and interior defensive line.
Where he finally showed he could stay healthy and have a really productive year. He was very good last year. Very good. Tall. He's got a good arm.
There's some really good defensive linemen available.
For Tyler Shuck.
I really have to expect that's what the Bills are moving up for. I can't say whether it's Mike Green, and he's got some off-the-field stuff that maybe is going to make him undraftable to teams, certain teams.
Come down there and be one of the more mature guys in the locker room right away.
And you mentioned having that.
He is really good.
He ends up with Jeff Brom.
Yep.
You know, great spot to go, good quarterback tutor. And from his standpoint, the injuries were flukes along the way.
Other Josh, thanks for the prime. Yeah, I'd take Odell back for a season round.
The Bears just traded out.
Okay, wow. The Bills are getting 41, 72, and 240. The Bears are getting 56, 62, and 109. I love the return for the Bears. They're moving up a ton from their 7th into the 4th. They're moving back 10 spots.
Choosing of Luther Burden the third,
and then moving back up 10 spots.
The Bryce Young trade. That was the last pick of the Bryce
I like
Young
that.
trade. So Luther
I like that a
Burden
lot,
third,
really.
Part of the trade that also allowed them at some point to get Caleb Williams, and then they drafted Roma.
I really think this would be Mike Green, man. I
a team can build.
I really think it would be, but I don't know.
2 minutes to go right now. Well, who do you think the Bills just traded up to go get?
I'm looking at a couple different areas with this ball club. I mean, the safeties, I don't know there's a safety worthy of it right there, and then I go right to wide receiver. So if I look at my top 50, a couple guys here. You're looking at Jalen Noel from Iowa State. You've got Jack Besh from TCU. You've got Kyle Williams from Washington
Love
State.
Kyle
Those
Williams.
are the 3 highest rated receivers I have at this point in time.
So
I love Jalen Noel.
For the Buffalo Bills, who have only won the last 5 AFC East championships. We'll find out who they are trading up to get. The New York Jets are now on the clock. Maybe the Bills just went ahead and just poached whoever they thought the Jets were going to get.
Well, isn't it interesting? Just a year ago, people thought the Bills were vulnerable going into
Camden,
the
thanks for the 5. Broncos fans say, give me Liberty or give me Caleb Johnson. If I'm not, I'm riding. I think Caleb Johnson's a really good player.
Miami be the team, right? But Josh Allen accepted
Egg with a
that
10. Are
challenge
you
last
doing
year and
a
said,
live
"I've seen
Bears
Patrick
rebuild
Mahomes
right
do
now?
it.
El Mao?
It's my turn now."
Yeah, dude,
And he
I'm
did it
moving all
in a huge
the
way.
way up and down the
This
board.
might be a time, as
Getting
Daniel's
steals,
talking about, with
wheeling and
receivers, other
dealing.
things, they give a little back to Josh this year. Last year they asked him to carry. He did and did it well. Maybe give him a little extra taste this year.
Donovan Ezeraku, I think, could also make sense for Buffalo.
You're waiting for a pick to be announced.
Landon Jackson, I think I had the Bills at one point in the first round of the mock draft.
Especially after a trade.
Gordon would make sense. Darius Alexander would make sense.
And somebody had to tap Seth Rollins on the shoulder and say, not yet.
He was already out there.
Oh, you know he was
And
pacing
I
back
suspect they tapped him gently.
So we're waiting to hear the pick. Go for it.
I would just throw out the question. I mean, are they not getting over the hump because they don't have enough for Josh Allen, or they don't play enough defense? Because they've scored plenty and can't get a stop in the key moment. They went Maxwell.
I love everything Joel Klatt ever says, I feel like.
That's to replace Kyrie Elam, who they swung and missed on,
so
among other things.
Maybe they go defense here, you know, shore up that side.
They need more pass rushers as far as I'm concerned. Greg Rousseau hasn't cracked double digits yet off of the edge. Epinesa is a good player off of the edge, but again, you're not getting double-digit sacks. And Von Miller was supposed to be that closer. He's not going to be around. An edge guy would make a lot of sense to me if you're going defense.
You also got
He's been a great addition to the NFL Network broadcast.
Because, you know, things didn't break their way in the last 3 minutes of the last 2 playoff games against them either.
They're right there.
They found Lee Evans, everybody.
Wheel's favorite player, Lee Evans.
trade. The Chicago Bears have traded the 41st pick to the Buffalo Bills. And with the 41st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select TJ Sanders.
Ooh, so they do go interior defensive line. TJ Sanders is the 41st pick, former 5-star defensive lineman.
You have some inside pass rush. Charles, you talked about that edge rush. I think they're hoping Bosa's going to come in there and help them with that a little bit. Now you've got somebody with the versatility.
Tony with the 2. Do you think the Steelers jump up to grab a quarterback?
Disruptive force inside.
This is Sean McDermott saying, I want to help Ed Oliver. Right?
Not
he
really.
Wants to get Ed Oliver more one-on-ones, more opportunity to pressure the pocket. He wants an extra running mate for him. Here's the guy, TJ Sanders.
So the Buffalo Bills just moved up a bunch of spots.
I think the Bills could have been worried about.
Defensive tackle.
I mean, the Jets obviously, but San Francisco, Dallas.
And then Joey Bosa. Hey, Daniel, if I told you TJ Sanders,
nice addition,
was the first Sanders drafted in this draft,
I don't think I would have bought that one.
That's another fun storyline. TJ Sanders ahead of Shador.
The Shador's just staying loose, waiting to get that phone call. Back to Wisconsin in a moment with the Jets selection.
Yeah, I'll tell you another thing with the Jets. Never been a big green guy. Oh, man. Dude, you know what would be sick, though, storyline-wise, is the Jets going Mike Green for Gangrene. They could use help off the edge. The name is amazing. Cody, thanks for the tier 1. Also, am I seeing this right? We have a little over 17,000 viewers right now. Guys, thanks so much for being here. Hope you're enjoying my coverage of day 2, responding to questions, and live reacting to every single pick. Tyler Shuck at 40. I'm still processing that one. Hey, hey, baby, I wanna know. That song's gonna be forever stuck in my head. Lefty, what's going on, buddy? 12 months, 2 in a row. Remember when this was a Counter-Strike stream? Yeah, dude. That's what I'm known for. But this is me now. I'm switching to football. Dad keeps texting me how much he loves Dart's character. Hell yeah, dude. Football guy. I'll tell you, if Dart can really sit for a full year, there are tools there. It's not impossible that he's good. Although now I'm going to be known as the Jackson Dart hater because I recognize weaknesses. Cab, thanks for the prime. Raj with the tier 1. Glad to see you with 17K viewers, man. Nobody deserves it more. Been loving the videos ever since Eli Apple. That's a long time ago. But I appreciate you. Yeah, we got just under 2,000 on Twitch. A little bit under 17,000 now on YouTube. I honestly think I've got more viewers on day 2 than day 1. I guess less competition today, probably. But I appreciate you guys for choosing me. I know there are a number of different options out there. But I'm going to continue to keep uploading videos. I wanted to get another one out. I wanted to get my grading every first round pick. Have not been able to do that just yet.
Look at that.
But that video, I imagine, comes out tonight.
From Wisconsin right now.
And then we're going to have, of course, best picks and most shocking picks of day 2.
Shador Sanders, as you mentioned, The Sanders, who has not yet gone tonight, you start to look at Shedeur Sanders' potential backup, not a starter. So the team's coming
Also,
up
Jalen
here,
Milroe
done work
has
on
been
a
hanging out in the
backup
war
quarterback
room,
to
or
kind
the
of
war
clump right
room,
in
the
the
green
middle.
room for a
The
minute
Dallas
as well.
Cowboys have the Indianapolis Colts, who do have an open
Goated Rao, thanks so much for the 5 gifted.
And Anthony Richardson, they have done a ton of quarterback.
Appreciate you very much.
Number 48,
Elijah,
the
welcome
Las
back.
Vegas Raiders
Praying
number
Mantis,
obviously
thanks for the
traded
prime.
back in the round. They are still considering Shedeur Sanders. We will see where he ends up going. If not, the Steelers in the 3rd round are a possibility.
And then, of course, there's been mentioned.
Was he saying that Indianapolis could take him? Did I hear that right?
Down the road department, they do choose after the Colts, so the Rams are 46th overall in this draft. The Jets, we've been waiting to come back from commercial break.
There are a lot of teams in this range that I think
It's
could
already
consider a QB.
done. And then the Dallas
Jets,
Cowboys
Niners,
are on the clock.
Colts,
The Niners have
Rams,
selected as well.
Raiders,
So there's a couple of picks
Seahawks.
to get to. And so I guess there's like planes.
Yeah, those are the
stacked up
ones.
like in Newark.
They've got, I know they have QBs, but they've got veterans, you know.
Let's get the Jets selection. John Abraham. Coming
John
up
Abraham
from the
looking
2000
slim.
Draft class of the Jets with the 2025 pick.
With the 42nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mason Taylor, tight end.
Mason
LSU.
Taylor to the Jets.
There we go.
So the Jets do go tight end after
He's a really
passing up
solid player.
opportunities
Does
in the last
everything
2
pretty well.
drafts, and it is
Good
Jason
size, son of
Taylor
Dolphin
Smith.
legend Jason
The
Taylor, of
Dolphin
course, if you
great
did not know
playing for the
somehow.
Jets. Can't make it up.
How great is that? And look, they wanted a tackle and a tight end. I thought if they went tackle first, they might have a tight end like Mason Taylor there. If they went tight end first, I didn't think those tackles would be there. All the tackles are gone, and he's the last tight end in the top.
Joey, thanks for the 5. I have no idea where Shedeur is going at this point.
Right away as a polished, instinctive player. He jumped right on the field at LSU. Caught a game
Yeah, I'm actually way behind on YouTube here. Hold on, let me catch up.
Here he is. You see him stretching out down
JJ, yeah, no idea where Shedeur's going. I think there is a scenario now where he does fall in round 3.
And it's not bad when you've got a Hall of
Almighty,
Famer for
is
a dad,
Golden
as well as a
wearing
Hall of Famer
81
for
for
uncle.
the Packers?
My dad was a pastor, my
I think
uncle
I
was
saw
a
that.
fireman. So
I'm gonna,
playing
okay,
with
hot
him
take
for a
here.
while. It wasn't a good football
I don't know
player.
what it is about the Packers, but
Both of them put out 5.
I think wide receiver numbers in the 80s work. I don't mind
You
81
guys have said it multiple times.
for the Packers.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Starters.
Okay, you look at the Jets.
Because Javon Walker wore a number in the 80s, right?
Is the starter right
He was
now.
87.
He's going to come in right away, Mason Taylor,
Or,
and compete hard
84.
to be the starting tight end for the New York Jets, and that really helps Justin
I
Fields
remember
as
it
he
looking
acclimates
cool.
to
Yeah,
New
he was
York.
84.
San Francisco 49ers are sending Julian Peterson
I think
from the
Jordy
2000
Nelson was
draft
87,
class
right?
to announce
And
the
that's, yeah, he
2025
was. And that looked cool.
Bay Area.
Is 81 that bad? Noodles, thanks for the 5. What do you think the Rams do at 46? Elijah Arroyo could be fun. But they need corner, too.
With the 43rd pick in the 2025
Forgot about Julian Peterson.
class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins, D-tackle.
Horns up!
Texas.
It's interesting to
49ers
see
beef
how
up the
they're rebuilding
trenches.
this defense with the 49ers.
He,
Mykal Williams
Alfred
in his
Collins
first
used to be
comeback
like
with
sub
Alfred
300, by the
Both
way.
these guys are
He was like a
dominant
hybrid
run defenders, not
inside-outside
necessarily known
defensive
for
lineman.
their pass
He
rush.
bulked
You
up to
see
like
glimpses of it with
330.
Collins, but
He's just
this
a
is
monster in the
massive
run
man,
game now.
almost 6'6", 330 pounds. CD, he's about holding that point of attack.
If you guys want to see a fun
Physical
Alfred
player.
Collins
You gotta see
highlight,
where
let me
the
tweet
Rams
this
have
out as
gone
well.
With a physical approach, looks like the Niners are
Go
trying to
look at
mirror
his
that.
interception in the bowl game against Colorado.
Ability, right, Joel? Because he was
He makes a one-handed leaping interception on the line.
They had some players. Byron Murphy in Seattle. They had some players, but this guy, I think, is a big, physical, massive guy. And now you've got to go ahead and deal with him in the NFC West.
The Cowboys just made their selection. When we come back, we'll get that. The Colts just went on the clock, and we welcome the Rams to the 2025 draft for their first pick. Who are the Cowboys celebrating and pounding the table for? That's next. This is the NFL Draft Live on NFL Network.
The Alfred Collins interception against Colorado is such a fun one. I'm going to pull it up for you guys on stream. But it is a crazy play. All right, can we all see this?
Listen, this was going to be a screen. He just started backing
Check
off the
this
block
out.
and went up, and I
Finn, thanks
believe
for the
it was
gifted.
a
Reese,
one-handed
appreciate you.
pick. I
Chase.
mean, Chris Ash, in the places he has coached at Wisconsin, he has coached J.J. Watt. He has
What a play. I mean, I remember it still. That was like 4 or 5 years ago at this point. Your friend Kyle. This is what it takes to drag him in. Is Alfred Collins good? Yes. Sync, thanks for the prime sub. Finn with the gifted. Reese with the prime sub. Padres MLB The Show 18 days. That's crazy, Rao. Keanu, thanks for the prime sub. I did not see the John Gruden dart clip. Go to Rao with the 5 gifted. Thanks so much, Rao. All right, let me catch back up on YouTube here. Again, it's so crazy. What are we sitting at right now? Over 18,000 viewers. Hivemind in the chat. The Legends. Let's read this fucking bullshit. I don't know about you, but I say that dart pick was a bullseye. Sounds like Riley. Go play in traffic. No, oh, God, I shouldn't have said that. I should. Yeah. Dude, Rock, I did notice that Abdul Carter was the only guy to not dap up Maxwell Hairston. Yeah, I did see that. It was interesting. I think we got to Noodles. Bruce, thanks for the 7 Canadian, whatever that means. Albert says 17K viewers, but I'm one of the 2 Patreon supporters. You should try to get your money back. I apologize. I don't even have the login, I don't think anymore. No, I do. But, I don't have any Patreon content. I can't offer anything. I hope the Cowboys don't go with a fun receiver I like. Oh, also, don't go Caleb Johnson. Fuck, that's totally who this is. Oh, no, don't. Don't be Caleb Johnson. Take fucking Devin Neal.
Well, Jerry Jones and the group there has said running back isn't as big of an issue inside their building as we may think it is outside the building. So if I'm going to cross that off the list, I'm looking at edge rusher. That's
Mike Green would also suck here.
The interior offensive lineman already in Tyler Booker.
Let's check
go like who's a plausible edge that I don't go one of the Ohio State edge rushers. Go JT Tuimoloau or Jack Sawyer.
Hello, Wisconsin.
They're booing him. He played at Wisconsin.
The 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezeraku.
All right.
Defensive end, Boston College.
Ezeraku's a good player. Long arms, despite being a little short. Super productive. I think he had 16.5 sacks this past season at Boston College.
This is the production side. This is why he was my 30th.
Jacob, thanks for the 2. What do you like for the Colts in round 2?
He's got a burst, and when he gets to the top of the rush,
I mean, they really need guard and linebacker.
That's one of the great separators with the pass.
I think they should probably end up taking an edge based on there are not really many good guards or linebackers available right now.
With a variety of pass rush
Hello, Cat.
You see the spin move here. He has a great feel instinct-wise of where guys
Timothy, thanks for the 2. The Rams go Sanders if he falls to them. I don't think so, but they should consider it. VLZ, thanks for the 2. Been following you since the editing days. Craziness. Kid, thanks for the 7 Canadian. Joey, thanks for the 5. Yeah, I have no idea where Shador's going, man. It's a complete wild card at this point.
What I feel like is great development there, and yeah,
Rambatan fan. I don't know what the hell that is, but thanks for the 5. I think Burton of the Bears is a really fun fit. Bongo, thanks for the 2. Broncos at 51.
It worked the same for Donovan Ezeraku. He had a dip
Caleb Johnson. I'm gonna keep saying his name until that gets off the board.
Heisey,
thanks for the 2 posters from
This year
Etsy.
he let it come to him, let the game flow, and now he's a Dallas Cowboy.
This nugget comes courtesy of Jack Andrade,
Trying to
NFL Network
this up
researcher.
here so I
Just got in my ear.
block the screen.
I'm going to blame this one on you, Jack.
All right, there we
Just
go.
told me that with Ezeraku and Abdul Carter,
Tyler Shuck is 7 months younger than Luka Doncic.
players to rush the passer in the NFC.
Still don't get it for the Saints. Waited out for next year. Like, they like Tyler
Is that
Shuck.
lady okay?
They're the ones zoning out into space.
Just
with
complete
the eyebrows that don't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
I just got 698 SGD from Chaya. Oh, it's Singapore. You were one of the first creators got me into football and ball knowledge. How can I get into CFB from outside the U.S.? Love from Singapore. Get like ESPN and watch college football on Saturdays. You can get a bunch of different games. It's fun to just watch close games, you know, in the final couple of minutes. Pick a team, pick a school for some reason, and pick somebody from the top 25. Probably. It's fun watching a really good college football team. The expectations are so different, though.
Colts Nation, let's find out who my new teammate is going to be, man. Let's go. Let's keep this train rolling on day 2. And with that being said, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau.
All right, so they do get something on the edge. JTT.
You talk about a guy that can get after it, and I know the production wasn't there all the time, but boy,
JT Tuimoloau is a solid player. He's solid. He will end up being a starter probably.
In-state college, very smooth, really good at the point.
Dwayne Jackson, thanks for the 5. Check out Eric Ray. He's going through it right now. Should we call him?
Ohio State in the middle of the year.
Where's my phone?
Tuimoloau and his rushing mate Jack Sawyer, both top 5 players coming out of high
Call
school.
Eric Rayweather.
5-star guys, top 5 players in the class, and yet the production wasn't what everyone thought it was going to be once they arrived. It wasn't Chase Young. It wasn't Bosa brother level. And then they changed the philosophy of how they were going to rush the passer after they lost to Oregon. Jim Knowles, their defensive coordinator, Ryan Day.
He might not answer.
In the room, they said, what do we need to do better? And they started to say to themselves, these ends, Jack Sawyer and JT Tuimoloau, they need to stop running past the quarterback and put a ceiling on
Hollywood,
that
man.
pass
That's
rush.
crazy.
And we need to collapse the pocket. And from that point on, these guys went crazy.
Everyone I call should be at their phone at all moments. It's kind of bullshit.
Went on to win the national championship. This is a really good player, CD.
Sam, thanks for the 5. Fannin felt like tight end 3 forever. Where do you guess he lands? I don't know who. He didn't feel like tight end 3 to me. Tell you that.
Championship. So Tyler Warren and JT Tuimoloau.
I have no idea where he's going to go. He's not going to be a fit for every team because he's not an inline player at all. Let's go. I'm going to actually say it's let's go. I like that more. $9.99. Like, what the Saints plan with Tyler Shuck? He got injured a lot. He's 25. Is he supposed to be the guy or a backup so they can draft a guy in the 2026 NFL draft? They're drafting him to be a starter at 40. It's an interesting idea. Tyron Arsenault. That is a hell of a Louisiana name. I'm done being a Saints fan, man. I'm so tired of this, man. Yeah, it was an interesting pick at 40. Logan with the 5. Hey, Bengal, what round do you see CJ West from Indiana getting picked? You know, he's a real big boy. He's a nose. That's not going to be super valuable to every team. It will be valuable to the teams that run a 3-4, where he has starting nose upside. I think you're starting to get to his range. I think there's a chance he gets into day 3, though. Blake with 5. Would be fun to see you do a rebuild of all the goats from your series on the same team. Maybe so. Talking Eco with 5. Wonder what happened to all those interviews with Sanders. Or what happened at those interviews with Sanders. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just could be teams that... We've seen 3 quarterbacks go, right? So I guess if you thought Sanders was QB2, there are teams that definitely could have him as QB4. And even the teams that maybe did have him as QB1 or QB2, they might not have even needed QB, right? So... Tough McAwesome with the 5. AFC East is so petty. Dolphins jump in front of Pats and take beef, and the Jets drafted Dolphins legacy. The Bills just glaring at the KC table. That is funny. Riley with the 5. Do you think the Panthers will trade up for Mike Green? If not, who do you think they'll take? I don't know. I have no idea where Mike Green is going at this point because he's got an allegation or 2, and that's dangerous. Teams seem like they don't want to touch it because he's too good to be available. Excuse that very accidental pun. Yay with the 2 thoughts at Raiders trade. Who do they take at 48? I mean, would they still consider Shedeur Sanders? I don't know. I feel like it's not a bad fit at 48. You know, we saw Jalen Hurts, I think, go at 50 years ago. But also, could this be... Like, the good corners are still on the board here in round 2. Revel, Morrison, Amos, Johnson, all available. I would take one of those guys. A tap with the 2. When the 2026 way too early mock dropping. A couple days. Camson with the 5. Do you think Breece Hall could get traded today or tomorrow, and what would be his trade value? I really don't think so. I think he's like a good bounce back candidate.
The Rams have also,
but he's, I think, going into a contract year, right? And he's coming off a down year. I don't know what his value is. Jack with the 2. How do you feel about the Bears draft? I think they've had a very interesting draft so far. And I think it's just Burden and Loveland. I think they traded down with the other one. And we'll kind of make a decision on how we feel about that shortly. But I think it's off to a good start. They got 2 really good players. David with the 2. Least favorite pick in the chat so far. In the chat? We could ask the chat. But for me, you know, I think the quarterbacks have been taking in interesting spots. Brett with the 2. Quick pro and con for Alfred Collins.
He felt, man, first of all, that's a great trade for them.
He was a guy that was trying to live up to his potential for a long time at Texas and kind of finally did here last year. He's been at Texas for a while now. You wonder what the pass rush upside is going to be now that he's like 330, but he's a really good run stopper at this point. Grant with the 2. Texas taking Higgins was a safe pick over Burden. Jake with the 5, Australia. These are the Ravens picking the 2nd. I would love your draft expertise on the matter. Thank you. That's very official. I think guard is a need for them. Could still see them addressing edge or corner, and there are some good corners that are going to get there. They could just completely lean into the secondary of the first couple picks.
A huge thank you to all the men and women who serve as our first responders and in our military.
Hell yeah, Michael Brockers.
Secondly, I want to send a huge shout out to my son, Mikael. It's his birthday today. He's a draft baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Mikael Brockers, son of Michael Brockers. Interesting.
With the 46th pick in the 2025 NFL
This
draft,
could be a corner for sure.
Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson, tight end.
They go with Terrence Ferguson. Wow.
I play live against Michigan, and I went down there in warm-ups, and I looked at Colston Love.
He tested really well. He's just kind of a guy we're waiting to break out. We're waiting to see him break out.
And this is someone who can really build speed down the field.
I think someone got on me for having the Rams take Mason Taylor yesterday.
With stiff arms, breaking tackles, running away from defenders. That almost 6'6" frame plays well in the red zone. Matthew Stafford is going to enjoy targeting him. And someone who had it along with Mason Taylor and Fannin, who I think will go before too long. All those tight ends had excellent weeks in the Senior Bowl.
CD, he was a coach's son, you know, and that translates on the
Let's
field.
see here.
70% of his
This guy said Mason Taylor, great pick for the Rams.
He knows where he's at on the field. He knows where the
I had them getting a tight end. I just had the wrong one.
Looks like a power forward, center, but moves like a small forward. You saw the wiggle. You saw the shake in those pass routes to create the separation. But
this guy had it right on. I think you meant to say Terrence Ferguson instead of Mason Taylor. Other than his dad being an NFL star, I don't see Mason Taylor being a really solid tight end. Well, he got Terrence Ferguson if that's what he wanted.
The great Matthew Stafford there. And how about Nakua and Devontae
But Mason Taylor is good.
You could put them up there with any top 2 wide receiver tandem in the NFL right now.
Yeah, Ferguson's going to enjoy it. He's not going to see a whole lot of attention with those guys out there.
Those two settled the number thing so easily, too.
All right.
Devontae gets his number.
Here's the
Patrick Peterson.
The latest Cardinals pick from Arizona, not the Vatican.
Oh, that's a good reference.
What's up, Green Bay?
Oh, P squared.
And with the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, defensive back from Michigan.
Will Johnson off the board. He's headed to the Cardinals.
Having Patrick Peterson read out his name.
Legendary corner.
For having a very long
announcing what they hope to be another.
Healthy, they just got a massive steal.
Well, this is an injury slide because if healthy, DJ, this guy was going to be
my 16th player.
Oh, exactly, and he probably at a position like corner would have gone higher than that because it's always a position of need. Great instincts. He's tough on the edge. He's long. He reminds me of Patrick Surtain in that respect. He's played since day one at Michigan, and again, he just had
Will
a
Johnson's
hard
a
time
stud,
getting on the
dude.
field. When I saw
We'll
him
see if he's
play
able to
against
stay
these
healthy.
Players like Marvin Harrison, he would win those battles on the outside. He's a terrific player.
Will Johnson and Walter Nolan is a pretty good start to building a defense.
Everybody was scared off from, and so there you go. Great value in the second. And Sam Klatt, my 11-year-old son, who's a Cardinal fan, you love this pick, and congratulations to you, sir.
Yeah, he's fired up. Not only the ball
Texans
skills, how about
traded
the
up.
length, which you can use at the line of scrimmage.
Who would the Texans
or when
be
the
moving
ball's
up
in the air.
for?
This is what he does best to me. It's when he can play top down, play off, be able to see
I think
through the
probably an
receiver
offensive
to
lineman.
the
You're jumping
quarterback. He can
Cincinnati and
anticipate.
Seattle.
He can drive a big pick six.
They've
here
got a
against
need on the
USC.
offensive line.
This is a Cardinals team that doesn't play a ton of man. 23rd in the league. He's going to be in a
I think this is going to end up being for a guard, or I guess interior offensive lineman, like a Tate Ratledge or a Jared Wilson, depending on if you're looking for more of a guard or more of a center. I think the Texans are moving up for a guard here. However, I could also see an interior defensive lineman.
Pick in the draft last night from the Giants to move up to take Jackson Dart.
Scorched Muffin, thanks for the prime. Thoughts on even Warrior to Seattle? I like it. Fent, thanks for the gift sub. Frosty, thanks for the tier 1.
It's going to be later than we had originally talked about, but I want to discuss the Will Johnson situation. So much of the talk going in, hamstring, turf toe. It was about the knee, long-term concerns. Can he make it to his second contract? How long could he play? A condition similar to what Miles Jack, who by the way played 7 years, had coming in. He has no swelling. It is not painful. Goes back to a surgery he had 2 years ago. The Cardinals clearly confident at this point in the draft in selecting him.
47th overall for a guy that had
Texans
a top 5
trading
grade after winning the championship.
58 and 99. So they're trading 99 to move up 10 spots to 48. And I'm thinking it's for a lineman of some sort.
Fans waiting while they're amassing picks here in Green Bay.
Riptide, thanks for the prime. What's up?
Look, pick is in. Go to commercial.
Yeah, they love it. They got to get their commercials in. Although we're getting into seeing the Giants on the draft ticker stage.
Ooh.
We're getting close. Jake, thanks for the 5. Ravens picking the 2nd. Yep. Coast would have preferred Burden or Ezeraku for New England. I think wide receiver and edge are both bigger needs than the running back. Not that we're very strong at running back either. I mean, there's good edge players down the board, right? So if Henderson was your best player, I don't hate it. Dark, thanks for the 5. Nice coverage, dude. Thanks, appreciate you. Tyron Arsenault with the 5. Oh yeah, no longer taking no longer Saints fan. Nicholas, you can say that Sanders is sinking down the board. Am I missing a pun there or a joke?
I was trying to think if I was missing something. I'm like, what is?
Because I guess you can sink in sand? Burger, thanks for the tier 1. BP, thanks for the 5. Third Pats fan here. You're taking the Pats offseason pickups and the draft so far. What would you like for them to get in the rest of the draft? They just had so many needs. I still think they need to improve their pass rush. So important. Vaxi, thanks for the 8. What do you think of the Giants trading back in for Dart? Everyone seems to hate it. Yeah, I have some videos up on that. You can check that out on the channel. Rock with the 2. When is the Giants Dart rebuild? Hey, we'll have to see, right? APK with the 2. Fell to my knees when I heard Chuck. That was an interesting one. TRH with the 2. Have you watched any Seth Hennigan film? Not really. I mean, I know he's a Memphis quarterback. I have not watched him individually. LSG Avatar, thanks for the 5. Don't know what I want Detroit to take now. I wanted JT Tuimoloau so badly. Interesting. I heard they were high on Josiah Stewart out of Michigan, though. Undersized. Yes, that is true. If Mike Green falls to them, dude, If you can clear him, if you can get him into a good culture fit in Detroit, get Mike Green. Really wanting JT Tuimoloau is interesting. He's like a guy I'd be totally fine with at any point. I go, all right. But he wouldn't be a guy where I'm like, I can't wait. Jay with the 2. Sanders to Jags to put a fire under Trevor. Yeah, that's a heck of an idea. Tom with a 250. Do you agree with the Pats picks? I don't even know how to really answer that. I think they've done okay. Cody with the 2. When do you think Jimmy Horn will go? Sometime on day 3. Dylan Richardson with the 2. Chuck's player comp. Alex Soto thoughts? Yeah, it could be. T with the 250. Why has no one drafted Scadaboo? He's a top 5 running back. Is he?
For the second time
in
this round.
Yeah, I don't know that he is.
They moved up to 35th overall.
Random, thanks for the 5. What do you think of Nash Hutmacher? Or what round do you think Nash Hutmacher from Nebraska will go? Did I have him in my way too early mock draft? I maybe considered it. Former wrestler. I have no idea though. Smyster Tron, thanks for the 5. Do you think Cam Scadaboo is getting picked today? I think there's a possibility for sure. Dylan, thanks for the 2. Darren with the 5. In chat, let's boo the terrible pun. Hashtag boo.
Those boys in Houston are making moves right now. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 48th pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 48th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Ariante Ursery,
the tackle,
Minnesota.
Ariante Ursery.
That's a name.
Human being
oh, he's huge.
Outstanding size, and he's got an anchor. You want to try and
I wonder if that's going to push Titus Howard to guard.
The issues show up when he goes against the more athletic guys who can redirect him, get him going one way.
I wonder if they're going to try him at guard. They announced him as a tackle, but to me, he's a tackle.
Flashes of his ability there, CD, but I think
Max, thanks for the 5.
Bend at times was concerning. This is to me
yeah, staring into your soul. Sorry about that. Aiden with the 2 with the meow. Vaxie with the 3. Giants defensive unit could easily be a top 5 unit.
Houston feels good about getting him where they did, but he doesn't have to be a starter.
Why are you just adding unit?
I mean, I know they're rebuilding the offensive line. Remember, they picked up Cam Robinson.
I mean, they could end up being good. That secondary needs work. Their D line's got plenty of potential though. Big Zapara. Thanks for the 350 New Zealand. Who do you think Green Bay goes? I'm telling you, one of the corners. I don't know specifically. I'm like Benjamin Morrison, Savone Revel, Trey Amos. Jordan, thanks for the 5. Best landing spot from the court. He's gonna be a backup, so I mean, anywhere where he can go and sit. It's tough to say where a backup quarterback fits in, right? True home score with the 5. How much does Fent Tolerance play into Seattle's pick at 50?
For the latest Bengals pick, Shamar Stewart was 17th overall.
Yeah, they could heavily consider that. It's important.
Making his way to the stadium.
Metcalf, thanks for the 2. Seahawks, who should they take? Mike Green. I'm gonna keep saying it. Ooh,
nice lining in the
snazzy lining of the jacket.
With the 49th pick in the draft of the 2025 NFL Draft,
I didn't like that.
Cincinnati Bengals select Demetrius Knight Jr.
Okay, linebacker out of South Carolina. Decent athlete, team leader. I think he was a Georgia Tech transfer.
Someone who's an excellent leader. And
he's a dog.
Who plays a physical brand of football.
It's a good name.
Oh yeah, Demetrius Knight Jr. That's like my creative character on NBA 2K. They go, that doesn't look like you. I go, yeah, it's true. It's a cool ass name though.
Alrighty. It's that time of night. Coming back.
Right before Green Bay.
The thing you have to keep in mind with the Cincinnati Bengal linebackers, Joel, as you know, Logan Wilson, Jermaine Pratt have played a lot
watch that
of
kid of
football
his.
over the last 5 years. Pratt has talked about being traded.
That's good timing with ISO with the $20. Thoughts on D Knight from South Carolina? Yeah, he's going to be a Bengal.
Young-ish, 25. He has a
he's a good player.
It's a relative young.
And I think you look at the Bengals, and linebacker was a position of need. Really, a lot of things all over this defense. I'll be interested to see where Al Golden's going to play him. But yeah, he's got a chance to be starting Mike linebacker in the near future. Seattle back up. Dylan, thanks for the 2. DeSanders going to a Wentz hurt situation here. Yeah, it's a possibility. I don't know that he's being drafted to be a starter at this point. Patrick with the 50 Polish. Second try, Twitch unban appeal. Nick is Patrol 19. Feels like I'm paying for making love without the making love part. I wonder if that translated correctly. Am I late here? All right. That should do it. Should do it, Sanders. Let's see. Did you get banned? You are banned. Not by me. I mean, it seems like you also spoiled another one last year, but all right. We'll give you a second chance. Welcome back. Metcalf, thanks for the 5. Who should Seahawks take? Green, Sanders, wide receiver. I don't know what the deal. Well, I know the deal with Mike Green, but I don't know when he's going to go. But he's so good. Josh with the 5. Your scat disrespect needs to stop. You're just mad he put up 300 yards in your bummy Texas team. Scat is the GOAT. How'd that game go for Arizona State? I can't remember. Jake with the 2. Do you think Ratledge falls to Baltimore? I think it's a possibility. Also, I feel like I am probably the least biased when it comes to any type of analysis. You think I care about that Cam Scatterbo had a good game and an Arizona State loss to Texas in the college football playoff? Why do I care about that? I don't. I just don't think he's a top 5 running back. I think there are more than 5 running backs that are better than him in this class as prospects. But he's a good player. He's going to be a nice short yardage guy. Brennan, thanks for the 2. Did the Browns go QB in this draft? If so, who? They might not. Maybe like a Jalen Milroe, depending on how long he stays available. Although Pittsburgh might pull the trigger. Sue, thanks for the 2. Thank you very much. I'm almost caught up. Almost. Michael with a 5. Who will have a better season this year, Marv or Neighbors? Neighbors, legend. Brewer, thanks for the tier 1. Ragnarok, thanks for the prime. And go to Rao, thanks for the biddies. Get good, appreciate the prime. Dylan with the 5. EU on a real, my Vikes taking Donovan Jackson. Thoughts? Our line over the span of a few months has been transformed. Looks nasty on the interior. They really needed to improve it because, I mean, you watch that playoff game, the Rams absolutely brutalized them.
Diehards. It's
Preston says, I want my boy Danny Stutzman to the Packers.
Tomorrow's supposed to be beautiful and sunny.
Iguana with a 5. Bro, Mike here has Fent allegations. Bro, legend has he can shoot 14 ropes. LSG Avatar with a 5. Knowing their track record, what's the over-under on Rams trading one of their first-round picks before the 2026 draft? It's a possibility. But maybe they're changing their ways. Neebles, thanks for the 5. And we are officially caught up.
Keep people staying tuned. So we're about to get the Seahawks second round announcement tonight. Then it was supposed to be the Broncos, but the Panthers traded up from 57th overall, and it involves 8 draft picks. My goodness! All right, we'll get to that whole spiel in a second. Meanwhile, the
Finn, thanks for the 200 biddies. Seattle got to go green here.
Choosing
possibility. Although if Carolina jumped up,
with the pick,
maybe they're moving up for Mike Green after passing on edge at 8, right? That would be quite a haul for Carolina.
12s. Before we start, I gotta say happy birthday to my son Jedediah. Everybody say happy birthday.
Dude, it's so funny. These are Sean Alexander's 3 sons. They're all about equally distant in terms of height. One's 3 feet, one's 4, one's 5, or whatever.
The Seattle Seahawks select Elijah Arroyo, tight end.
Ooh, Elijah Arroyo to Seattle. That's a fun fit. I think he's a great player. Really athletic, big-bodied tight end.
And Noah Fant has been rumored to be potentially on the trade block. So he might actually
The Noah Fant comp is interesting, but they're like identical sizes. But he's such an athletic tight end. He dominated the Senior Bowl. I mean, this guy was getting open the way a wide receiver does.
He can really run.
He can move.
You'll see him on tape separating from
Yeah, I think I got to it there, Nicholas.
He runs like somebody who's much smaller.
See, Tierney, thanks for the Prime sub.
There's going to be a lot of options for him to hit home runs.
I'm an Elijah Arroyo guy.
Get vertical down the seam, and you can get big plays. You don't just have to rely on your guys on the outside. He can get you chunk plays from inside.
Battled a ton of injuries, so he didn't have a lot of production in college. Had injuries in 2022, 2023, but CD, as he got healthier during
the Panthers have moved up to 51. They've jumped Tennessee, Tampa, Green Bay, the Chargers, the Bears, all teams that you'd think would heavily consider an edge rusher. Is this finally Mike Green?
Last year, one of the things that got Sam Darnold.
Mad Dog, thanks for the Prime sub.
Josh Oliver early, and then when TJ Hawkinson got healthy, the tight end play in Minnesota, that really helped Sam Darnold get going. So even if Noah Fant's going out, Elijah Arroyo coming in, the tight end's going to be an integral part of their offense.
All right, here's the Carolina Panthers now, 51st overall. They moved up 6 spots.
I'm a big Elijah Arroyo guy.
2 fewer spots than the number of draft choices involved in the trade. We'll get that draft board in a second. Here comes Chuba Hubbard.
What's up, Wisconsin? Panthers fans, hey, keep pounding, man. Shout out to God, shout out Memorial Noman. The Denver Broncos have traded the 51st pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 51st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Nick Scorton, DN.
They traded up for Nick Scorton.
Guys, I love Nick Scorton.
He had a lot of bad weight with the Aggies this past season, led the Big Ten in sacks a couple of years ago at Purdue before transferring back home.
Highly productive at Purdue. This guy was all over the
It's so interesting. He was listed at like 285 this past season. Shows up to the combine at 257 and doesn't test. But he's got a nasty spin move. Kind of fun to watch.
10 sacks. He led the Big Ten. In sacks.
But he's gonna help their pass rush out there on the edge. Go to Rao with another 5 gifted. Thanks so much, Rao.
He got himself going.
Appreciate you. Get some hype in the chat for Rao. Daniel, pick a way too early Hall of Fame player, 1 offense, 1 defense. Jesus.
On the field, off the field, really love Nick Scorton.
Abdul Carter and I think Jackson Dart probably.
The NFL fell in love with in the workout circuit.
Kevin, thanks for the 2. Scorton is better than Shamar.
280 pounds this year, and we'll get
like he's more refined as a pass rusher at this point, maybe, but I think Stewart's gonna end up being better.
With his big time get off, but he's someone that can go through you. He can get you leaning because of that power and work off of it. But look
at this point, I'm gonna stop guessing where Mike Green is gonna go. It doesn't look like it's happening.
Completely changed his body type from how they had him play to what he is right now.
We have not heard from the Tennessee Titans since selecting the first pick in this draft. They were 35th overall tonight, but Seattle flipped them a 3, which
still so many good players available. I'll tell you what though, last time I'm gonna say it until it happens.
So now the Titans are gonna make their first pick.
The Titans are a team with so many holes. I think you can afford to take a swing on a guy like Mike Green, because the upside is immense at this point. Good fit for the scheme too.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select
Oladejo. All right, so nobody's drafting Mike Green. I'm going to stop saying it.
Done on the pronunciation, and Oladejo is someone who was an off-the-ball linebacker.
Yeah, he's a really good athlete.
To the edge later in the year, and that's when
I thought he was a guy that had an outside shot to go round 1. Goes here 20 picks later.
All that explosiveness, off the ball.
And yeah, some good versatility. The issue with Mike Green, he's got some allegations you can look into. Dylan with the 2. When do you think Rebel goes? Steele, I think. I'm a big Savone Rebel guy. We have a lot of corners still available. I think you could potentially see a run of corners going right now with Tampa, Green Bay, Chargers, Raiders, Ravens, all about to pick. Although Savone Rebel, Benjamin Morris, and Trey Amos getting into round 3, I'd pray the Giants take a corner. Give me Savone Rebel at 65. Don't get picked.
Cam Ward autographed his first official jersey as a member of the Titans, and you can bid on Cam's jersey and sign jerseys from all of the new NFL players who walked the stage last night by visiting NFL.com/auction. All proceeds will be donated to the respective players' high school football program. Neat stuff right there. The Packers are now back on the clock. The Bucks have made their latest pick. The Chargers are on deck. The Bears
We're headed to commercial.
are finally going to pick again, which means Seth Rollins might have a chance to cut that promo.
Oh, they're going to have a WWE guy coming out? You'd hope he knows how to cut a promo. And a Bears fan in Green Bay? That might be must-see TV. I'm not a wrestling guy, but that could be highly entertaining. Cubs fan, thanks for the Prime sub. Let's see... who do they have as the best available players? I mean, we have Darius Alexander and Mike Green still available on the defensive line. I'm pretty high on the corners that are still here. And here we go. I should have been using this more. This is pretty good. I mean, Jalen Knoll is still here if you're looking for a receiver. The Giants are totally taking Azariah Thomas. Got to get ready for that. Good player, though. I mean, yeah, there's some good players on the board. They just got to get to 65. Because even though I'd like to be an unbiased draft analyst with all my coverage over the past year and every year for the past decade, really, or close to it, I am still a Giants fan, and I want them to pick good players. And there are some really good ones still available. Darius Alexander would be a really nice fit. Caleb Johnson, I'm a big fan of. There's a lot of players I like. Jacob and Rock both thinking the Eagles are going to make a move for Green. I said 64. They might not even have to move. It's going to be the same thing with Jalen Carter, where they're like, you know what? We'll just get him in the building. He'll be cool. But SA allegations are a little different than just character concerns or staying out of trouble. That's like a little crazy, especially if there's like a real problem there. So I don't know when he's going to go. We shall see. We have Green Bay on the clock. Tampa about to turn the card in. N-Man, thanks for the Prime sub. It's been a fun draft so far. But I worry that we're about to see a real legit run on corners. With Tampa, Green Bay, the Chargers, the Raiders, Ravens, Commanders, Chiefs, Eagles.
They're pointing in there. Yep, that way. Go that way. So look at the scene right here. Fans are coming in. So you know how you look at your phone every now
I think the Giants could also highly consider a receiver at 65. I'm excited to see who they go with. Noel Williams, I talked about earlier, like him.
Everybody's an evaluator. Can you pop me on camera real quick? Pop me on camera real quick. Oh, well, we'll do this in a second. I am sitting up in my seat. Good Lord.
I don't know what this is.
All right.
Simeon Rice.
Simeon Rice.
All right, got it.
He showed up on NFL Network years ago in a chinchilla coat.
What's up, Green Bay? Yeah, I love the energy. Love the energy. And with that in mind, with the 53rd pick in the NFL 2025 draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Benjamin Morrison.
There goes the corner.
DB, Notre Dame.
Benjamin Morrison, really good player. Some injury stuff as well. Had a fantastic 2023. He's a good player.
The plant, the drive, everything he does is very efficient.
Starter upside
You
at
were
corner.
talking about him earlier today, talking about how smooth he is. Yep. He can really find and locate the ball, make plays down the field. He's going to fit in perfectly with the style of defense they have in Tampa, the big-time burst. He's very smart and incredibly high character as well.
All right. Can you tell the Packers are on the clock?
Jordan in the 5. Syracuse guy here, obviously. Do you think LaQuint Allen or Rondé Gadsden has the potential to be a solid starter in the NFL after you shit on McCord? I didn't shit on McCord. I think McCord, I mean, he's going to be a backup, or drafted as backup. I think he's a good player. I'd take a shot on McCord somewhere, you know, day 3. I like LaQuint Allen. I think he's good too. I think Syracuse has some sleepers. Gadsden in the right system. It's just, is he a tight end? Not really. He's a big receiver. Scroll up slightly. But I mean, I think like Johnny Wilson is a close comp for him. Deacon next to the 2, Robert next to the 2. Texans draft so far, I think it's done an okay job. I'm gonna have videos talking about all of this when I have time to think about it. But they traded out of round 1. They got Higgins at the top of round 2. And then Ariante Ursery. It's been interesting. Rock with the 2. Thoughts on Tesla. Lions supposedly in on him. He's a great athlete. I don't know that he's going to go today, but maybe. Dominic next for the 2. Shadow, thanks for the prime sub.
All right, Green Bay, make some noise. I have some special guests up here to help make the Green Bay Packers.
Antonio's going to miss the Packers
so give
pick.
It up for Packers legend Jordy Nelson.
What's up, Packer Country?
Packer Country, is that what they go by?
Thanks, Commissioner. I also want to introduce Kenya and Marcellus from the Boys and Girls Club in Green Bay. We're recognizing incredible youth like them as part of our Inspire Change initiative. The NFL works with Boys and Girls Club nationwide to help young people find their voices, advocate for issues important to them, and become future leaders. Let's have these leaders help me announce the pick.
With the 54th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
the Green Bay Packers select
Anthony Belton, tackle.
Oh, interesting. Go Packers! Wow. Wow.
For a tackle, it's interesting. They introduced him as a tackle. Some teams had him as an interior offensive lineman on their board.
Green Bay, he's got to compete right away, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's going to get a chance. I would think at left tackle. They're in good shape with Zach Tom at right tackle, but 6'6", 336 pounds. He can create some movement in the run game.
How many offensive linemen do they need? I mean, you really can never have enough, I guess, but...
To me, the issue was a little bit some of the speed that he would face. That was a little bit of the challenge, but again, you see...
I don't love the pick for Green Bay, honestly.
I'm curious again to see, does he get the opportunity?
Is he that significant of an upgrade over...
I think he does get the option to compete right away. Rasheed Walker holds down that spot right now, Joel. I think that it's going to be big-time competition at left tackle position there. And with the way Green
at
Bay
54, I mean,
Josh Jacobs,
what are they doing at corner?
Anthony Belton does best early as they
Isn't Jair gone? Or not yet, but likely going to be?
Impersonation from days gone by, trying to get that power, that lower body power get in place there. And by the way, his nickname, Escalade.
He's pushing it very well. I will say, another one of these guys, and I'm just going to continue to highlight these guys. No star recruit. Qualified
Dude, their
academically
defense.
late
I
in
just
the
don't.
process.
What are they
Goes to
doing?
North Carolina State
I don't
after
know.
a year at Georgia Military
It's not.
Academy.
It's not even really about Anthony Belton. Although it does seem early for him, but
You young players out there, it doesn't matter
man.
where you're recruited. There is
Noah,
a
thanks so much for the
path
5.
to your dreams through hard work and
Does Green Bay not draft lactose intolerant people? I can't believe that. Package for the Broncos Panthers trade? Yeah, I don't know.
Wearing some Brewers throwback gear.
But yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Broncos continuing to upgrade defense, but I think they're missing a bit on the other side of the ball.
Feel good to be back home, baby. Boat Nation, I see you over there. With the 55th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Harris, wide receiver.
Big time receiver at Ole Miss.
Oh, they got a receiver who can win in man coverage. Is an excellent route runner. An outstanding
As a route runner, he doesn't really run like all the Ole Miss receivers. Doesn't really run a complete tree. But he's got really good size, big play potential, at least at Ole Miss, but that was a function of the offense. He is good. But I'll tell you what, Chargers need more guys that can catch the football, and Trey Harris has good hands.
Big physical body that he possesses. Josh Palmer's gone. Ladd McConkey, they have a superstar already. They give Justin Herbert a much-needed second weapon who can win in man coverage, CD.
And they just got another Harris to add to their offense. They drafted Omarion.
Rag with the 5. Not going to lie with Mike Green falling. Any of my Seahawks should trade up for him and let Bill Rowe fall into their lap so I can be happy. That's quite a request. Go to Rao with the 100. Chargers legend Melvin Gordon. Also, Ravens? Was he a Raven? Very, 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 very briefly.
Twice to start off their
and a Bronco, right? Was he a Bronco? Yeah, he surely was a Bronco. Did Melvin Gordon play anywhere else?
Fresh off of taking down Roman Reigns.
Nope, those are the 3.
Coming up next.
Nope, that's going to actually kill me there. Giants are so close. Kenshu with the, I mean, what even are these? ARS. Argentine peso? Is Landon Jackson the best edge available? No, Mike Green is. But he's got some off the field stuff. Is Melvin Gordon a Chiefs Super Bowl champion? Never played a snap for them, as far as I can tell. Is he? He's listed as a Super Bowl champion, even though he never played a snap for the Chiefs. Oberick, thank you with the Prime sub. I gotta see what that franchise guy said about the Packers pick. I've gotta see it. He's live
now
currently.
We have some downtime.
You go talk some shit.
Bears are coming up. One more Adam shout out.
I'd say I would
on
have
vacation
taken
out in Florida.
Anthony Belton top 10. See what type of reaction that gets.
Shout him out with another Bears pick. Hopefully it'll be a certified steal.
Yes, here's hoping. Every time we go home to Chicago, Adam's asking for a
Let's see
bigger
what that
monitor,
does there.
a new computer.
Deacon, thanks for the 5. Big Buffalo.
he wants
Real New
to
York
help
fan here.
scout.
Do you think the Bills should pick up, and who do you think they will pick? If not defense, then offense. Go Bills.
What's
something
chat
off the
saying?
edge, man.
Want Caleb Johnson to the Bears? I'd be all right if the Bears took.
The best Bears pick right now.
I do see Bengal in the chat. What's up, Bengal? Thanks for stopping in. I'm assuming you're kidding when you're saying you would have taken Anthony Belton top 10, but I don't. I mean, with his play strength, maybe you actually had him as a top 10 player. Are you serious about that, or are you just chiming in? I'm curious. But either way, thanks for stopping in, Bengal.
I'm just gonna say LOL.
Have to get together for the Giants deep dive again for sure. What'd you say? Oh, who would be the Bears?
Another
pick
fourth.
here?
I do not have Anthony Belton as a top 10 player.
That Lions pick is now also in. Vegas is on the clock.
Definitely not a
Finally,
playmaker.
They moved down
I'll say that.
times tonight. The question is, could the guy currently sitting there atop
Pick is in for Chicago. Broncos have traded up.
Finally be time for Shedeur Sanders to hear his name, with the Vegas Raiders ending his extremely long, unexpectedly long wait. But that's for another moment, because Vegas is currently less than 4 minutes.
Nick with a 5, thank you very much.
Go
Go to Rao. Says Chargers Twitter is slamming him because he was celebrating, but he has a ring and we don't, so he has the last laugh technically. There you go. All right, this is the WWE guy. He better. Let's see his promo ability. We're gonna rate it on a scale of 1 to 10. I'm not a WWE guy. I don't really know anything about this guy, but I'm ready to hear a big time promo.
Green Bay, Wisconsin! Is that all you got? Come on, you can be louder than that! I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field. And in case y'all aren't familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. And I am here to tell you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears, select Ozzie Tropillo,
He had a really big tackle. I guess he's going to compete to start at left tackle. He's like close to 6'8". Pretty good movement for that side. Also, I will say to that promo,
from Bruno Sammartino.
Seth Rollins turning this place inside out.
that was pretty awful. I thought. I don't think that was that good.
Let's get to the video here.
With Caleb Williams undefeated at Lambeau thing was pretty good, I guess. Is this like that's the top WWE guy?
Who can lock out and control guys.
Yikes.
As a rusher, when he sees that rush, he's able to lock him out with his
Am I a hater? I don't know. I didn't think I was good.
Ben is not elite CD, but someone who
it was negative charisma there. Anyway.
It's hard to find guys that don't necessarily always
Jay, thanks for the 5. Panthers Broncos trade was weird. 8 picks involved in a 6-spot trade up.
So it's interesting him going to Chicago with Darnell Wright holding down the
really
right
that many?
tackle there already.
Helldiver with the 5.
I'm reminded
Having an aneurysm as a Broncos fan, I want Johnson so bad.
I was teammates with Ozzie's
Nick with a 5. Forgot to put my message to the other super chat. Who would you like the Giants to go with? Savone Revel. Give me Revel. Watermelon with a 2. Can I name an MLB player for you? Socrates Brito.
So the guy is a disciplined football player.
How's my posture?
He might not be on a team anymore.
Ramrod straight, Rich.
Well, yeah, I just got to sit up
I would
straight,
say
so
I'll give you a run here on some guys that could be somewhere, but I don't think are. Ildemaro Vargas, Franchi Cordero, an active guy.
Here in Green Bay.
Let me give you Pablo Reyes, Yankee legend. Nicholas with the 2. Seth is the man. I love him. You are a hater, Bengal. Was that supposed to be a good promo?
We are honored to have with us the surviving
I could rip a better one than that.
The United States Army Specialist
Almost fell asleep.
Kubi, who will announce the selection
Journey, thanks for
of
the prime.
Detroit Lions
Crimson Edge, thanks for the tier
second-round
1. Not the top guy, but that was not
As
his
a
best
proud
work, and I watched
soldier,
WWE, so I can confirm
Christopher
not
deployed
best
to
work.
Iraq, where he was tragically
Everyone has an off day.
killed in an IED explosion in July 2007 at age 18. Specialist Kubi's service was marked by numerous awards and decorations, including the Bronze Star Medal and the Purple Heart. Christopher grew up in Michigan and was a lifelong fan of the Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could. We honor him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. And now, I'm going to turn it over to John and David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son. Let them give it a cheer, baby. Let's hear it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select
Tate Ratledge, guard from
Ooh,
Georgia.
okay. We knew the Lions did a lot of research on the guards going into this draft, and they got a good one.
Excellent angles. He can position you and play through injury.
Good depth on the O-line, potentially a future starter.
But at 6'6.5", 308 pounds.
You know, I think it'd be interesting also to see if Detroit comes back and tries to grab Jared Wilson for after Frank Ragnow and reunite the Georgia boys.
Next gen stats powered by AWS. When you look at his
cool
numbers and how
with the
that
2.
stacks up in this
Buying
class,
this just because Seth Rollins is cringe.
and that helped recapture his momentum.
Thank you. Nick with the 2. Mike Green pairing with Hutch. Seems like it's not going to happen.
But guys, I gotta tell you,
Awesome Panda, thanks for the 5. WWE guys promos are way better than that. Not much you can do with the Bears anyways. I think there's an angle there, even if it's like just like saying ignorant things about the Bears.
Turkey for Thanksgiving every year in Detroit, so to me that's a value pick.
As long as you say it confidently, like Bears, like Super Bowl champions. Caleb Williams never lost at Lambeau.
Coach too, right?
No question.
It was weak, whatever he was doing.
That is a Detroit Lion.
Mike with the 2. Watch wrestling. Seth Rollins has 0 charisma.
Now here comes the Raiders. First pick of the night. They've traded down twice. And it's time for Steve Wisniewski to read it.
Michael with the 2. Do you think the Steelers get Shador at 83? It seems like it might be a possibility.
Fans here in Green Bay, are you having some
Issy with the 25 of some unknown currency. Love you, Bengal, but you can't cut a better promo. Absolutely, I could than that. Bar's low.
Of representing some other amazing fans, that being Raider Nation.
Listen, I may not be able to do a lot of things well, but one thing I can do is talk.
And the man who used to always make this pick
and make people mad, evidently. Sign me up. Let me be somebody's manager.
And I want to give a shout
Bad with the 5. If they were all available for the Steelers to pick, who would be the best between Sanders, Milroe, Howard, Ewers, or are we getting Rodgers? I think that you are getting Rodgers, but I like the development possibility of a Milroe down the board. But Sanders is the best QB of that bunch by far right now.
If you're a fan of the NFL, if you're a player in the NFL, if you're a coach in the NFL, you likely had a very supportive, encouraging mom or mom figure that sacrificed to make that dream possible. Tonight, we have another dream being made. With the 58th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Jack Besh, wide receiver Texas Christian.
He's had a ton of tragedy.
Just win, baby.
It's nice to see him get a high draft pick at least.
Vegas. I mean, this dude is incredible. When you watch him and how competitive he is, and we'll get to the personal story here in a second. Well, I think actually, Charles, we should actually probably lead with the personal story. You see the emotion that's coming through him. Go ahead, I'll give it to you.
Remember, he had his brother Tiger Besh, Princeton football player, terrific, all Ivy League player, gave his life saving someone on the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans, trying to get people out of the way of that car hurtling down, gave his life for others. And then Jack Besh played in the Senior Bowl a month later to the day and caught the game-winning touchdown pass with 7 seconds on the clock, which was his brother's jersey number. And Jack wore that number that day in the Senior Bowl in honor of his brother. He's an LSU transfer to TCU. DJ, you can talk about the football now, but the emotions that have to be flowing with his family as he continues to play and carry Tiger with him, it's going to be some story.
At the end of that Senior Bowl, as a family, they just hugged and sobbed on the field after he caught the game-winning catch. It is just an unbelievable, unbelievable story. And Jack Besh, as a player, Allen Robinson, think about how great he was in this league. That's who he reminded me of. Just physical. Everything he does is physical. You want to press him, he's going to chuck you at the line of scrimmage and get away from you. Look at the ability to just throw guys. Think about what Cooper Kupp does with his physicality. You see some of those similarities there with Jack Besh. And he'll tell you, he will not be tackled by the first guy. They might get me down, but he's going to have to bring a friend with him to do it.
Here's
that game
right
winner
there
at the Senior Bowl.
And how about
cap off a great
the
week.
combat catches, DJ? That's one of the things you pointed out with him.
You know, he'll work in the middle of the field. They are going to love him. Ashton Genty might be the toughest runner in this draft. He might be the toughest wide receiver in this draft. They got tougher in Vegas.
And one last thing. At one point, he was at LSU.
Yeah.
And on the roster with him at LSU was Brian Thomas Jr. and Malik Neighbors.
Pretty good
Who
group.
led them in catches that season? Jack Besh.
That's a crazy stat. I did know that,
Great
but
job,
like
guys, breaking that down for
it was
everybody and putting in perspective.
Neighbors and Thomas Jr. were true freshmen, I think, at the time.
2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay.
A Rao with a 5 gifted.
Commanders,
Thank you very much, Rao. Ravens on the clock. Broncos, Commanders, Bears. I'm hoping the Ravens leave a corner for the Giants. That would be ideal. RBI with the 100 bits. Is there any plausible explanation for this? Sanders drop? Is it just the media that got it wrong with a high praise compared to NFL scouts? No, I think a lot of teams had him as one of the top quarterbacks. It's just like, if you are a team that decides you do not want a quarterback high in the draft, there are only so many landing spots where a guy like that can go. He's not like an elite quarterback prospect or anything like that. So that's how you get a fall. I mean, it's not crazy that, you know, I mean, I think it is, but the Saints preferred more upside with Shuck. The Giants preferred more upside with Dart. He wasn't going to go number 1 over Cam Ward at this point. But, like, if you're going to take a Will Howard or a Kyle McCord, you'd prefer Sanders because he's better. If you, again, want another like true high upside developmental guy, teams might prefer Jalen Milroe, who's actually at the draft. Second date update with the two. Are you just posting like Brook and Jubal clips? TikTok's crazy. Fire mods and think Texans will go Jack Sawyer. I don't have any reason to believe they would, but maybe. Let me see them touchdowns with a 9 New Zealand. AFC West predictions. Chiefs win. Chargers 2. Broncos 3. Raiders 4. I think you see 2 playoff teams. Could you see 3? I don't know. The AFC's tough.
Earlier tonight, when Seattle moved up to take him.
Josh with the biddies. SMU guy here. What teams could fit for Shard Smith play style? I think really any, because he's like a hybrid running back wide receiver, right? So down the board, any team that's looking for, you know, third down back, he's going to be a good fit, right? Pookie with the 10. What do you think of Maxwell Harrison? I think he's a really good man cover corner with really great speed, obviously. But, you know, if he's healthy, he's going to be a good player. He is a good cover player that wasn't doing so much of the tackling this past season, playing with a hurt shoulder, but he can be physical in the run game as well.
Gave a call, and then Donovan Ezeraku found out he's a Dallas Cowboy. Moments ago, Jack Bell put on the Raider lid. And he's going to Vegas. Catch passes from Geno Smith. Pete Carroll's his head coach. We'll look up in the owner's suite. If Tom's not calling a game for Fox, and we'll see the GOAT. So the Ravens.
Raj with the 2, no longer a Saints fan. Whose bandwagon can I join?
Now we find out
there's a lot of space in the Giants bandwagon, dude. Hop on.
We're at number 59.
Kevin, thanks for the 2. Way too early prediction. Top 5 teams in 2026 draft.
This announcement shortly.
No. Titans, Saints.
Let's just throw it out here. We're waiting. Your best available.
I won't say the Giants. I can't do it.
20th overall
Jets.
on your board, Shedeur Sanders. Are you surprised the Saints went with Tyler Shuck instead of Shedeur Sanders?
I had heard,
Browns.
as Ian had heard for a while, that was the
I
way
have
they were
returned.
leaning, and when they looked
You
at
missed
these
the Packers
quarterbacks, I think
taking
they just
Anthony
saw
Belton.
more upside in terms
No,
of
I was
the
here.
skill set, the size,
okay.
the athleticism,
I
the strength with
was
Tyler
on my
Shuck.
phone.
They were able to kind of push aside the age.
I thought it was an interesting
To
pick.
me, I thought as a consistent passer, accuracy,
You,
timing,
your first reaction was not a good one, so you know.
It's not really about him. It's more like, wow, there's so
He doesn't really.
so many good players on defense to help upgrade them, and they opted for more competition with the offensive line.
Going to go in the second round. And as we're learning, there really is no middle class. You're viewed as a starter, which means you're worth a first
I do feel like their
pick.
line does
More
get
teams have
beat up pretty
questions, and
often,
you're viewed as a backup.
like
Teams
injury-wise.
don't want to use second-round picks on backup quarterbacks.
So what you're saying is the
Maybe
Kenny
they
Pickett
need
draft,
depth.
we
I
went
don't know.
1, and we were talking about Desmond Ritter and Malik Willis.
Sam Howell, all those guys.
I said, I'm tweeting out, would also love the Giants adding receiver, although it's likely defense here.
Taken to be a starter. The others
Savone Revel.
weren't really viewed that way.
Yeah, and this is with Shedeur in particular. This
Darius
is an indictment of the
Alexander.
off the field stuff that they deem that they're going to have to deal
Kyle
with.
Williams.
Because on the field, I think he's a better player
Jalen
than
Knoll.
Shook is, but that's not all you're getting.
A lot of different ways
Here's the
I can
Ravens.
end up happy.
59th overall.
Jared Wilson
guys.
would be
You may also
interesting.
know me as Wise Farmer Brown, when first at North Carolina, we have founded First Fruits Farm, where we have grown, harvested, and donated more than 2 million pounds of food to help with hunger relief and hunger throughout our nation. And so our motto is to never stop giving, never stop loving, and never stop growing, so that no child will go without food.
Thanks for the 5, LP.
My son JW and I, we have the honor and the privilege of presenting tonight's pick for the Baltimore Ravens. And with the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens have selected
Mike Green, linebacker,
Wow.
Marshall.
Mike Green to the Ravens at 59.
This is my 3rd overall pass rusher and someone I had rated as my 21st overall player. He fell here not because of anything you see on the football field. He is talented, he is productive, he is a very gifted player. There was some off the field stuff that surfaced at Virginia. And that was something that I think led to this slide here. But this is a twitchy, explosive edge rusher who plays
Finally,
with
Mike Green is off the board.
tenacity, effort,
Yeah,
and
there
chase.
are some
This is the
legitimate
first tape
off-the-field
against
things you
Ohio
can look
State.
into.
This spin move,
But on the
I mean,
field,
it
he's a
jumped
tremendous
off the
player.
tape
I
when you
love
watch
his
him.
ghost
You
move.
watch
That's
him
maybe
against
my
my
favorite
alma
thing that he
mater,
does.
that was a painful
Flash
one
hands,
for me.
pull him
And then he
away.
goes to the Senior
They're going to
Bowl,
show him
and
dominating
he had the
Josh
rep of
Connerly
the
on a
week,
bull
which
rush
we'll
rep.
see against Josh Connerly right there. Josh Connerly went in the first round, and he just went right through him, forklifted him, and put him on the ground. So the Ravens.
I didn't know one of these
Ian got a
allegations happened in high
tremendously
school.
talented football player who, if it was just about
Yeah.
football, no chance he's there at this point in time.
That's exactly right, TJ. This was not about football, though. Mike Green actually announced himself to reporters at the Combine that he faced 2 sexual assault allegations in his past. One in high school that resulted in a zero-tolerance policy at Virginia. Another at Virginia that caused him to leave. He has denied both. My understanding, talking with teams, some of his explanation was not satisfactory for them. He was off several boards. That is why he fell, and Baltimore now takes him.
Thanks very much, guys. The Denver Broncos are on the clock now. Once upon a time.
Oh, someone who said Justin Tucker and Mike Green. You spoiled the pick.
In the process, improved their 3rd and 4th round selections they already had. So now here's Monty
Are you a
Ball
fucking idiot?
coming to the stage with the 60th overall.
We got one rule here. Don't play reporters. There's no reason to.
40 and 61st. Bears are on the clock again.
Rock covers thanks to the 5. No, this isn't the MLB channel, but Stephen Kwan beat potential aggravates me. Does it though? Is he ever going to be one of the top players in the league? Like a 90+ overall type guy with A? No. Safety to Lions? I don't see
another
it.
one into the College Football Hall of Fame. We did it.
Jake, thanks for the 2.
Now, with that said, with the
Wonder if this is
60th
Caleb Johnson
pick
or a different
in the
running back.
2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select R.J. Harvey.
Wow, a different running back. I thought Sean Payton could get a little bit crazy. He's super productive, little tiny guy, bowling ball out of UCF. Has had some huge games.
Their first-round selection,
but
here
can
comes
really fly.
R.J. Harvey.
Lane, thanks for the 5. Love watching your draft stream yearly. What do you think of the Bucks draft? Any linebackers you like for them in the 3rd round? If I'm looking at linebacker, I'm looking for like a Smile Munden at this point, maybe.
Big in stature,
I gotta sneeze.
but big in runs and production. And this is the other part you're going to get, which I think is brilliant.
I'm at the bathroom real quick.
You
can hear some great draft analysis from Antonio.
Oh hell yeah!
What do you think about R.J. Harvey, Antonio?
I mean, he looks like he fits into this offense pretty well. I feel like this is
That's probably why they took him. Good fit.
Yeah.
Commanders on the clock.
Remember, he's a transfer from Virginia back to UCF.
Darren Sproles, anybody?
Exactly. And, you know, highly productive, was a quarterback, went to Virginia, transferred to UCF. Only Ashton Genty, Omarion Hampton, and Taj Brooks had more yards in the last 2 years.
Washington chose the aforementioned Josh Connerly Jr. last night at the end of the first round. Now here comes their first pick since then. Hey, Gary Clark's on the stage here at the draft.
Your posture still looks good.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Are we going to get a little fun bunches?
What's up, Commanders fans? Commanders, where are you? Check this out. With the 61st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 3-time Super Bowl champions, 5 times world champions, Washington Commanders selects Trey Amos, defensive back, Mississippi.
Yeah, outside Shedeur, this is my highest rated player that was left. I'd love to give a little homework to Ian to see if there was some injury concerns, because I did not think he would be there at pick number 61 as a big corner with excellent length and speed, whose tape is consistent from game to game. The LSU game was the only one where you saw him maybe get run away from a little bit, but actually reminded me of a former LSU corner in Tre'Davious White. This dude can really find and play the football. He's aggressive at the catch point. That length shows up. There's a reason why you like corners, tackles, edge rushers with long arms, and he's the reason why you see it at the corner position. Again, watch him get his head around, find and locate the ball and swat it away. Just a very, very gifted player who, again, I did not anticipate would be here at this point.
There's another corner the Giants can't take at 65. Trey Amos off the board. One of the better players available.
Nickel, which is where we thought he would play best right from the beginning, although he played really well outside last year.
here. 3 picks left in the second.
Talented guy.
Have already selected. We'll get that when we get back. The Chiefs are on the clock.
Pick is in for the Bears. We have KC and Philadelphia. And then my Giants pick reaction at 65. Amos is gone. I mean, I tweeted out my list of players I'd be excited about. Let me pull this up here on the stream. Savone Revel, Darius Alexander, Kyle Williams, Jalen Noel. Jared Wilson would be interesting. The defense is not good enough, cuh. Caleb Johnson would be cool too. I'm a big Caleb Johnson guy. Also, Shedeur Sanders. Well, okay. Remember when the Washington football team at the time took RG3 and then Kirk Cousins? What year was that? Was that 2012 NFL draft? Yes. Let me put out a troll tweet. It's what I live for. All right, let me tweet this out and say Shedeur Sanders at 65. That is a direct quote for me. The Giants need corner. They need interior defensive line. New York sports addict. I'm addicted. This is my life. Appreciate you guys watching. It's a pleasure having you all here. Having fun here. Day 2 of the NFL draft. Got 15,000 here on YouTube. A little over 1,700 on Twitch. Pleasure to have you guys here.
Is round 3 tonight too? Or
yes.
just...
Yes.
Okay.
Look at the Giants team here. Wide receiver is not a glaring need, but I think it's something they could consider addressing. Obviously, interior O-line as well, and that might be where they decide to go here. Tackle potentially as well. There are some good tackles available. No question. But, and I say this with all due respect, DJ Davidson can't play.
Traded down earlier so the Bills could move.
He can't play.
Earlier, all the way
they
up
do
to
bring in
41
Paulson
to take
Adebo.
TJ Sanders,
I like him.
defensive tackle out of
Do I
South
love
Carolina.
Art Green, Cordell Flott, Nick Jones, and Trey Hawkins? You could add another corner. Is the draft tracker spoiling it? They had been announcing it, like, they had been updating it in real time.
From a couple of drafts ago. That closed the books there. Then the Bears chose Ozzie.
I hope that's not the case.
Tackle out of BC. Now we're about to find out who they're slapping backs and dapping each other up for right here. Hey, man, I would do that for every pick. It doesn't matter how quickly they come. Like, literally, every pick is the greatest pick in the history of the draft. If you make it, right? So here comes...
I'll see. I've been covering it up so it doesn't spoil it, but I guess I'll ruin the Bears selection here if it pops up early, but it doesn't seem like it's going to.
Oh, boy. Can confirm.
Y'all must be born this bad weather. Y'all got to live here year-round.
Okay, it did spoil it slightly.
Oh, boy.
But on a serious note, with the 62nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
Yeah, this is a twitchy, explosive three technique.
Maybe I'll
He can
show
get up the
this.
Field. He's got some power. You'll see it with a little shake bull. Played through injury the entire season. Found that out after the year. I think he actually found out at the combine when he got his physical there. But this is someone who's got a lot in his body. I think when he's healthy, you're going to see an even better player. But CD, my favorite part about this, and talking to the folks at A&M, I said, give me a nugget about him. And they said, well, his Uncle Buck is the team barber, so it's only right that he goes to the Chicago Bears. We got to get Uncle Buck back there in Chicago where he belongs.
That is absolutely outstanding. Uncle Buck, who at one point was watching the Super Bowl, and Joe Montana mentioned him in the huddle before the big drive against Cincinnati. Hey, Harris Barton, look over there. John
Chiefs,
Candy.
Eagles,
Anyway, moving right
and then
along.
the Giants.
We picked up Grady Jarrett in the offseason, guys. That's an excellent tutor mentor right there for Shamar Turner. As he comes in, they need that help inside because they got to have Montez Sweat.
Hello, you came in back for the Giants pick?
Joel.
They talk about down there in College Station.
All right, we have the,
was an outstanding teammate. He had to gain a little weight. He was an edge guy that moved
The cat
down,
appeared
and
to the
he
stream.
gained that weight and was highly explosive. DJ,
Nick,
like you said.
Nick Skirton came to town.
Dante Hall throwing up the X for the penultimate pick of round 2.
Chiefs Kingdom, let me hear you.
Say hello, cat.
With the 63rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Omar Norman Lott.
Okay,
defensive
there's your
tackle, Tennessee.
penetrating
Let's go,
three-tech type.
Chiefs!
Really good pass rusher.
Yeah, Omar Norman Lott, a little bit undersized. It wasn't
Really
a
good
full-time
pass rusher.
starter there, but when he got on the field, you noticed him because of the
Probably not going to be a
big-time burst
three-down
and the
player.
effort to chase. Charles, some teams weren't totally comfortable with him with some character stuff, so again, a wildly graded player. Some, you would look at the ability, you get very excited about. Other teams had some concerns.
Yeah, and the big part was they had such a defensive line rotation, Joel, as you remember. There weren't a lot of plays. So at certain times you say to yourself, does he have stamina? Can he stay on the field? Or were they just rotating people to such an extent? But Kansas City needs to help inside. Just play next to Chris Jones. Omar Norman Lott
I'm
will
excited.
get an
Giants pick coming up.
The Giants are on the clock to kick off round 3.
Giants on the
That's
clock.
Andy Reid, by the way, with the shirt on in the middle. Okay,
Is that him?
Yeah, I'll identify Andy for you.
Thank you.
Guys, well, I mean, I'm looking on the screen. Oh, there's Wilson of Georgia, so I guess he'll be an Eagle when we come back. The Eagles' final pick of the second round is in. We'll get that when we come back and kick off round 3 in a moment.
There's so many different ways the Giants could go.
Did you know our Jersey Mike's order came with a $25
If the
Fanatics
Eagles
promo
snipe
code? It did.
Savon
It's
Revel,
kind of hard to forget, dude.
I'm going to be
$25
devastated.
Fanatics promo code for every 25 you
But
spend in Jersey Mike's
he
app,
just might
we got
not be
chips and
going to
drinks.
this range
It's
anyway with the
Shane
injury
Bill,
stuff.
Can we please turn it off while we're eating? Oh, he's right there. He can hear you. Right, Simon? Spot on. What'd he say? Simon feels very attacked right now. He feels attacked? That's what he said. Oh, he
Okay,
feels attacked.
This commercial is
My
annoying.
Mike's members score Fanatics gear.
But, I mean, you're likely looking at, it feels like, offensive line for Big Blue. The Giants taking Harold Fannin would be something. Rao, thanks again for the bits. Braden, thanks for the 2. Opinion on Shamar James. Not a name I know enough about to give any type of formulated opinion. With the move this year, I really didn't have well, not just the move, but just really didn't fully have the time to do as many players as I would typically do during a draft cycle, but still got to a decent number of guys. Vegan Penguin looking for the Chargers to grab Harold Fannin. Could be an interesting pickup there. I don't think he's a really good fit for them, but you know, maybe they like him as like a fullback. Could be value to that. But they've got Scott Matlock for that role. I think if the Chargers are looking to pick up a tight end, to me it's going to be somebody that plays in line. Noble wanting to know number 1 long snapper. I got to get you a list of names. Get back to me. Let's see who the Eagles are taking. If it's Savone Revel, I'm just going to be upset. Yeah, Justin Wally's a really good player, too, out of Minnesota. Yeah, this corner class is quite good. Well, down the board, you can find some
Titans
good
and
talent.
the Eagles said, we'll take him on a draft day in Las Vegas. Sure. And then we'll have
Yeah, we talked about the Shador slide kind of all scream. It's just how many teams are going to be looking to take a quarterback here. We've seen 3 go off the board in the first 64 picks.
I mean, I'm just paraphrasing what they were saying when they probably chose.
Nola Williams falls to the Jets. Yeah, one of those guys could definitely get there.
To add to Jahad Campbell.
Harold Fannin of the Niners replaced Juice. I mean, he's not like a fullback per se, but he's more of an H-back. So I don't know that he would be a direct Kyle Juszczyk replacement.
Best available SEC player is which one? Would be Landon Jackson from Arkansas.
Okay. Let's go. Coming out to announce the pick.
Take SEC player.
Is this a fucking Bo?
It's Bo Allen.
Yeah, Bo Allen.
Hello, Wisconsin! I'm honored to be here representing the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles tonight. Go Birds! With the 64th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select Andrew Makuba, defensive back, Texas.
They value guys who can take it away, and he's got incredible production on the football. You watch him last year, 5 interceptions. He's got a little Johnny on the spot to him where the ball just always finds this dude when you're watching the tape. He's got outstanding hands. You think about CD, what they did last year. You watched that Super Bowl and you saw Cooper DeJean with the key interception, the touchdown that changed that entire game.
Eagles, dude.
They value guys who can go and get it.
Because the guys they have back there, Joe, I'm going to turn it over to you real quick. Sidney Brown, Reed
Makuba's a damn good player.
Who just left.
Smokey with it too. Do you think the Bears move Dexter to edge now?
Who was taking the ball away. This could be a nice move for them.
I did their game against Michigan early in the year when I was preparing for that. He reminded me of a former Michigan middle-of-the-field player, Mikey Sainristil. Always around the ball, ball hawking, great instinct, transferred from Clemson.
Pick is in for the Giants.
5 interceptions, really good player.
Including finishing off.
Let me go ahead and pop on the recording. We are live on Twitch and YouTube. Giants pick is in. You already know who it is if you're watching later via the YouTube video. There are a number of really good players for the Giants here. I think the board has really aligned well with their needs at this point, and you're looking anywhere on the offensive line. It's a little bit thinner there, right? You do have a guy like Jared Wilson, because John Michael Schmitz has been disappointing, so he could step in and ultimately play center. You could try him at guard. He's a fantastic athlete, really good mover. There are also a bunch of really talented corners on the board, like maybe my biggest draft crush available at 65, Savone Revel from East Carolina, that is only available here due to injury. Darius Alexander. The Giants could really stand to improve their interior defensive line. There are a ton of really good interior defensive linemen in this draft, but it's starting to get a little bit thinner. I would like Darius Alexander here. Noel Williams from Cal is a decent option as well, but I would really prefer Revel. But I think that they're going to go somewhere on offense with this pick. Tight end starting to get a bit thin. Harold Fannin Jr. would be very interesting. We know it's not going to be Shador Sanders, but I think you're looking somewhere on the offensive line or potentially even one of the receivers. Receiver maybe isn't the biggest need for the Giants here with Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Slayton, Malik Neighbors, Jalen Hyatt. You bring in Longhorn legend Lil Jordan Humphrey. But this 3 or 4 is maybe good enough. But with Kyle Williams available, with Jalen Knoll available, there are some really good options at receiver. I think the Giants might be looking for a bigger body if they go that direction. And the options there are fairly thin. I'm a huge Caleb Johnson guy. He's available. The Giants could look to add another running back. Bashal Tootin is somebody I like down the board a little bit. DJ Giddens I would be happy with. But at 65, I'm looking at Caleb Johnson. I think he'd be a really nice combo with Tyrone Tracy. But I would kind of expect the Giants to go offensive line here. I just think the available talent across the offensive line is not as good as what you're finding on the other side of the football. Jared Wilson, I guess, would be the best option, I think, long-term. Again, a really, really good athlete. Chance to start at center with how disappointing John Michael Schmitz has been. But I could also see the Giants draft a tackle in this range. They've just been so bad at drafting and developing tackles after Andrew Thomas, who was fantastic, to be fair. But Evan Neal, terrible. If we want to call Josh Azudu a tackle, terrible. We'll have to see what the pick ends up being, but there are a lot of good options. Just take the best player available. And to be fair, there are a number of guys that actually could fit that bill. I know it's like there's only one best player available, but for a position of need, there are a ton of options.
The New York Giants select Darius Alexander.
Hey, it's one of the names I mentioned. I'm a big Darius Alexander guy. I will absolutely take that. Close to 6'4", close to 310 pounds. He had an incredible Senior Bowl. They even lined him up off the edge, and he had some insane juice at 310 pounds. He can get after the quarterback. He is an older prospect. He really is old as hell. He's like close to 25 years old, which I guess, geez, saying old as hell, and that's like what age I am. It's crazy. I'm gonna be 27. God dang. Anyway. Darius Alexander, I mean, they're showing a rep here on the screen of him at the Senior Bowl, off the edge, over 300 pounds. I think the Giants really needed to improve their interior D-line, and now they've really gone fully into it with this draft. Abdul Carter, Darius Alexander. They bring those two into a mix with Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, and Dexter Lawrence. I hate to say it, but DJ Davidson can't play. You bring in Roy Robertson-Harris, that's cool, but you needed an upgrade. Darius Alexander has starter flexibility, 3-5 tech across the defensive line. He can be a starter. He's got versatility. He's a very, very good player, in my opinion. And to get him at 65, when he had an outside shot to go in round 1, I think that is an incredible selection for the Giants that really, really, really need to hit on their picks. You're getting to the end of the line for Joe Shane and Brian Daboll. You need to start winning games. The Commanders went from 2 to an NFC Championship berth, right? Or right there. And the Cowboys are pretty much perennially winning double-digit games, even though they don't do anything in the playoffs. The Eagles won the Super Bowl last year. You cannot sit idly by and continue to miss on pick after pick after pick. Picks in the second and third round, you can't afford to miss routinely on those, as the Giants have continued, as they've continued to do. I think you look at some of their picks here, and Jalen Hyatt was a third-round pick. He's done nothing. Evan Neal was a top 10 pick. He's been terrible. John Michael Schmitz was a second-round pick. He is a very replaceable center. He has not been good. And Josh Azudu was a third-round pick. He was not good. On the defensive side of the ball, Deonte Banks, we haven't seen it yet. He's been a problem. Now, okay, last year you can say, okay, in the nickel, Andrew Phillips was awesome. No question. Tyler Nubin's got good potential long-term. But they've had way, way, way too many misses. They need more hits. I'm hoping that Darius Alexander can be a massive hit. He is an older prospect, but he is good. He can play, and he can offer a disruptive force across the defensive line, opening up more opportunities for some really, really good defensive linemen that we know about already, like Dexter Lawrence, one of the best interior defensive linemen in the league, like Brian Burns, one of the best probable 10 or 15 edge rushers in the league. He's a stud. We hope Kayvon Thibodeau and Abdul Carter can get up to that level at some point, but I'm liking the draft so far. You didn't trade a tremendous amount to move up for Jackson Dart. He's not going to hopefully play almost at all in 2025. So if you can end up developing Jackson Dart, you've got your starting quarterback of the future, we're hoping. You have a stud edge rusher in Abdul Carter, who also has positional flexibility. I think the Giants can absolutely get creative with how they deploy these guys. If you want to look at how this defensive line could play, base 3-4 defense, right? I'm thinking Brian Burns off the edge, weak side defensive end or edge, we'll say. Kayvon Thibodeau on the other side, strong side. And then we have Dexter Lawrence, probably, I mean, he could play over the center, obviously, but he can play 3-tech. Darius Alexander can play 3-tech or 5-tech. You could still look to add a nose if you don't want to play Dexter Lawrence there. I think Rakeem Nunez-Roches can do that. And then Abdul Carter can play off the ball. Line him up in the A or the B gap. Sometimes he's going to dominate a guard or a center on a blitz. Other times, you can drop him back as a spot dropper. The Giants have flexibility. They have a ton of different options about the way they can use these guys. I think it's going to be a ton of fun. I love the Darius Alexander pick. It's, again, about the best player they could have taken here, which is what the Giants have done, 2 out of 3 draft picks. So, gotta love it. And I'll see you in the next one. More draft videos to come. Take it easy. I'm excited about that one. E-Man, thanks for the Prime sub. A lot of Jason Sehorn hate, man. Cole, Brandon Whedon type old is crazy.
Right in the middle of
Jacob with the F, Mary kill. D-Hump, Johnny Hamilton, Kyrie Yankee. I don't know. It's a lot of underwhelming guys in Falcons franchise. Maybe Mary, Kyrie Yankee, kill D-Hump. Trez Rules with a 5. Jalen Royals is literally about to fall into the Patriots' lap. I'd genuinely be pissed if we passed on him right now. There are a lot of good receivers. It doesn't have to be him. Who did I miss, by the way? Oh, just Ashton Gelati.
2 picks announced. There's 3 more to come.
Cool.
The 6th pick of this round, Jacksonville is back on the clock for the first time since taking Travis Hunter, thanks to the Browns trading him.
With the 67th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Harold Fannin Jr., tight end.
There you go, keeping him in state, right?
So he's staying in state. Judkins isn't the only in-state draftee.
Yeah, they're saving on airfare with this draft class right now, all in the Midwest here. Huge production. He just looks like a little mini Antonio Gates, just in terms of the kind of the waddling running style that he has, where you go, I don't know how fast this guy is, but man, he sure does run away from everybody they play against, and he's excellent with the ball in his hands. They get it to him in all these different creative ways.
Make my Darius Alexander thumbnail. I love that pick, man.
It's a best friend of the quarterback, because you can get some easy ones. You can get some easy completions, then watch him go to work, which he did against Penn State and Texas A&M.
You there,
what I love about him is that he's comfortable in all of those areas. However you want to get him the ball.
It's such a shame. It looks like I rambled all the way to 8 minutes.
That's what led to those 117 catches.
He's 38. How did they manage to do that? What an accident.
The country with his 1,500 yards. Highly productive guy. He's got safety in his background. Moved down to tight end and was the man.
And he's listed as a tight end, but Kevin Stefanski's going to use him as a move guy. He'll be more H-back, then he'll be tight end. He's going to be a pass catcher.
I probably should get laughed at that.
All right. Here come the
Oh, you going 8 minutes?
68.
I just did. I did the draft reaction.
I know.
I went 8 minutes in like 30 seconds.
Could this be the Shador Sanders?
Also 7 minutes ago. I got so much more to say.
Green Bay, you guys are incredible.
If I don't, I'll
honestly, I thought it was longer, so holy shit.
Almost didn't make it back.
Oh, dude, it's so hard to talk for 8 minutes.
There is no better team sport in the world than professional football. Do you agree?
All right.
And there are no better fans in the world than NFL fans. Do you agree? I am thrilled to get the privilege to welcome another young man into the silver and black. I believe he has a commitment to excellence, and we are thrilled to get, with the 68th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Darian Porter, defensive back.
Ooh, really big athletic corner from Iowa State.
So let's go. Pete Carroll definitely has an influence here, doesn't he, DJ?
Yeah, Rick Rowland 2.0 here.
Long, tall corner.
Yeah, right. That's something he's been able to collect over the years. Akella Witherspoon is who he reminded me of with just that size, length, speed. He's a little bit tight. So the fluidity is going to show up. Those issues are going to show up at times versus smaller receivers. But you want a big press.
There are zero good pictures of Darius Alexander
physical and tough as a tackler. You
that
have
are not
to
at
be
the
able
combine.
to tackle to play corner in this league right now. And CD, this is a former wide receiver who's also a fantastic special teams player. He's going to block some kicks.
Remember, he only played 7 games at the corner position because he'd been a former wide receiver. Took a long time to crack the lineup. You mentioned his special teams play. He's going to have to learn that, Joel. He's going to have to learn how Pete Carroll teaches those corners. That kick step out on the corner, a little bit different footwork. But the beauty is, since he's only played 7 games at corner, you're not breaking a lot of bad habits. You're going ahead and really getting a guy that's kind of raw.
You know, in college, everybody graduates early and they go in their spring, of their senior year of high school. He didn't do that. You know why? You're staying back at his high school in Iowa so he could set the Iowa State record in the 400 at, what was it?
Will the Patriots grab another receiver here? I doubt it.
So he can fly.
I know somebody was asking for a receiver. I don't think they're drafting another one.
There aren't many to go anymore.
Maybe the only guy.
Could they stand to? You know what? Maybe.
Now it's time for the New England.
But I don't think they will.
New England's picking at 69, which means Rob Gronkowski is rejoicing somewhere.
That's a good comment.
Top Patriot fans to announce it.
That is a good comment from Rich Eisen.
Draft. What a night. Energy, potential.
It really just popped up nothing on the screen right now.
I love it all. I am still milking a bit of a WrestleMania hangover, so you won't see me in Green Bay, but you know what? That's kind of my thing, right? It's okay. It's all right. We still have someone special helping you with the Patriots pick, coming all the way from London, I guess. From London? From London? Is that right? That's right, from London.
Look, I heard
Idris
London,
Elba.
I heard
Okay.
NFL, and I figured those tickets are going to sell out fast. So, thought I'd come a few months early, ahead of the London game.
That's Idris for you. Handsome and punctual.
All right, mate. Thank you. Enough of the chit-chat. All right, let's not keep the Patriot fans waiting. Back to Green Bay for the New England's pick.
I don't. None of that at any value.
It's now time to get this pick. And
With the 69th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Kyle Williams.
Okay, they do go with the receiver. I like Kyle Williams a lot.
Kyle Williams, a UNLV transfer.
He's got a ton of juice, explosive, with and without the ball in his hands. I like him.
Country 4th in the FBS in receiving touchdowns. Then he went to the Senior Bowl.
I prefer him to Jalen
and I thought
Royals,
his
that's for sure.
releases off
We
the
were
line of
asking about that
scrimmage were
earlier.
the best of the wide receivers there. You can see it on the tape here. That's against Travis Hunter, who went right by him. He's someone who can win early, CD, and that speed plays. It shows up. It's legitimate.
Trying to
He
get
plays
this video
faster
up.
than a 4.4 flat, Joel.
Sorry,
If you
guys.
watch him, he's an explosive player.
Yeah, I got to study him pretty extensively preparing for the Holiday Bowl, which I had them in when they played Syracuse. He's got quarterback in his background. I think that shows up in his instincts and his just overall feel of the field as he is down there. And by the way,
I think Kyle Williams
highly
is a
productive
stud.
down the field, 17 yards.
And they
per
brought in
catch.
Stephon
So
Diggs.
CD, he can go
I guess they're out with the old, in with the new,
Lose
because they
UNLV to
drafted
this
multiple
place where they are
receivers
now,
fairly high
and
last
then
year.
finished up at Washington State.
The
Because you remember
Kayshawn Booty
UNLV,
era is
all you
done
talk about was hoops.
as well.
You weren't talking
Javon
football
Baker,
at all. He helped
bust.
bring that program to a
Well, not a
stage
bust.
now
He
where Dan
probably
Ball's
won't
taking
factor
over.
in, it
Thinks
seems.
they're going to be pretty good.
all right, here's the Lions, who moved up with Jacksonville all the way from 102 and flipped Jacksonville 2
Jalen Polk
in
was
next
disappointing
year's
as a
draft and
rookie.
Other considerations. So the Jaguars
Does Terrion Arnold?
aren't going to pick until 88th overall.
He can fly as hell.
After choosing Travis Hunter last night.
Packer Nation, what's up? It's 2-0 in this place. It feels amazing. 1 year ago on this weekend, I cried because I thought I was going to be a Packer. But the Kings of the NFC North came and saved me. Detroit, baby, one pride.
Wow. This is already a better promo than Seth Rollins' cut.
Pipe down. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 70th pick to the Detroit Lions. Let's see who my future teammate will be.
With the 70th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Isaac TeSlaa, wide receiver.
Someone called Isaac TeSlaa to the Lions a little bit earlier. It doesn't go in round 2, of course, but they get him at number 70. Insane athlete, great size.
This kid is really good from Arkansas.
Yeah. Began his college career in the state of Michigan, DJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone who's a big slot who can elevate and high point the ball down the field. Catches a lot of bubbles as well. Then you'll see his toughness and physicality after the catch. I thought there was a feel and a nuance to his game and zone coverage as well. The instincts are a key part of that Detroit offense. They want smart players.
Really excited about Darius Alexander. It's a fun one.
This is the trade. 2 threes go to Jacksonville, and one of them is Detroit's, and they know they're going to get a compensatory.
The Jags getting
Aaron Glenn got hired by
2 third-round picks next year
and sent it to Jacksonville
and 102 to move off of 70. I like the return there for Jacksonville.
102 to take Isaac TeSlaa. Here comes the Saints pick, and then the Bills, Jets, and Broncos after that.
Hold on. I can't have the Kickstart My Heart playing. I'm going to get claimed. I get high on speed. I think those are the lyrics. All right, Saints back on the clock. Rayweather called me back. Let's see him ahead of the, see if he answers here.
Hello?
What up, Rayweather? I called you earlier on stream. We're here about to see the next Saints pick. Get ready to learn Tyler Shuck, buddy.
I'm fucking miserable, man.
Watch your language. This is a family stream.
Oh, you streaming still?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Not too late now.
We're about to see pick 71.
Man, pushing 30, bro. Wait, what are we doing?
He's almost as old as you.
Oh, yeah. But that makes me feel really good.
Who you want to hear at 71? Anyone in particular?
I turned it off. I don't even care anymore.
You don't think the Saints are winning the Super Bowl next year?
I don't even care anymore. I'm watching SmackDown. I turned that shit off.
All right, well, enjoy your wrestling. They just brought out a WWE guy, Seth Rollins.
Yeah, he's a Bears fan.
Yeah, I'll tell you, he cut maybe the worst promo of all time. It was so boring.
I mean, it's the draft, you know. You can only say so much at the draft.
I'll tell you what, Terry and Arnold cut a better promo, talking about how last year he cried at the draft when he was selected because he thought he was going to be a Packer. So that was pretty good. Seth Rollins did not bring the juice. Zero charisma. Enjoy your SmackDown. I got to get back to real football.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Tom Dad, thanks for the 200. Top 3 fits for the Cowboys at 76. Pass. You know, Caleb Johnson would be good. GW, excited about Kyle Williams to the Patriots. Tom Dad, thanks for the tier 1. E-Man with the Prime. Let's get caught up on YouTube. Jacob says promise to do Giants franchise this year. I can't just do Giants franchise every other year. People hate it. Also, apparently, Devin Williams blew something. Hit batter, 2-run double, RBI single, Yankees down 4-2. Devin Williams stinks, it would seem.
Supposed to warm up and have sunshine skies tomorrow here for the final day of this draft, noon Eastern time, 11 a.m. here in Wisconsin.
Annoying.
We are at pick 71, third round. The New Orleans Saints took the third quarterback off the board in this draft after Jackson Dart went 2 and Cam Ward 1. They did not take Shedeur Sanders.
I stepped away for a second. What's annoying?
How Devin Williams continually blows games for the Yankees, it would appear.
Question is, what will they do next? We added a tackle on
someone playing called Sugar.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's just
Time
mean.
to bring the latest Saints pick out there. Ryan Ramczyk is back.
All right. With the 71st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Vernon Broughton, defensive end, Texas.
More Longhorns.
I've seen a lot of Texas
Broughton to the boot.
players in this draft. This defense was loaded, and look at the size on
Vernon
this.
Broughton's a good player.
6'5", 311-pound defensive tackle. They play him in that 3 technique on the shade of a guard. He'll also play on the inside. He's someone who's got really quick hands. He can change direction. I thought when you looked at moving him around in
Is
that
he your dude?
front, I thought the closer to the
Vernon
center,
Broughton?
the better he was. Or he could
Yeah,
make some
he's a
quick
solid
runs.
guy.
Just finding the football.
I tell you what, everyone was asking for you to make a return, Fox. It's good you're back.
What's that?
I said everyone's been asking about you to make the return.
Dude, after the other night, we had our big argument about Shadur Sanders. I thought everybody fucking hated me.
People are passionate about their sports one way or another, that's for sure.
Yo, I was gonna get in a couple minutes ago, but it took me so long to think of like a Tesla joke. I was gonna come in and go like, "Yo, this guy's kind of electric, right?" And then Broughton got picked, and I missed my timing.
Yes, that would have been very funny for Isaac Tesla.
Hey, close enough. Don't make fun of my accent, man. That's Foxist.
The guy that says Shadur every time.
Or Jihad.
Yeah, that one's bad.
We got.
What is Lee Evans talking about? I know how y'all party in Green Bay.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Landon Jackson, defensive end.
Bills do go Landon Jackson. I think I had this in the first round. I fucked up my thumbnail. I just realized I had round 2 pick 65, not round 3 pick 65. Fuck.
Yo, so Landon Jackson, he's like a guy that's like, he doesn't feel like he can go side to side much, right? He's like a trade. He's really good going forward, but I don't like his agility.
He's agility. He's a rugged edge defender. He's a real edge setter that can bulldoze you. The guy just he doesn't really have a pass rush bag, if you want to say it that way.
Well, I mean, he's an athletic freak, kinda. Like on RES, did he even run his like agility drills? Because I feel like everybody's got such good scores now because they always skip what they're bad at. But he definitely feels like he's stiff, right? And you know what a guy that's stiff feels like, right, Bengal?
He hasn't played a full season in about 3-4 seasons now. So maybe they
Jets pick is in at 73.
They have him ready to go at playoff time. And I think
Be a
Landon
fun
Jackson
one.
is a really nice addition up there.
Jets went Mason Taylor earlier.
As well, because we've got a younger brother, Lance, that is a 5-star player, just signed with Texas as part
Still
of
feel like they need help at
recruiting class.
other side of the ball. Also, that is true. Lance Jackson was a. I don't know if he ended up as a 5-star. He might have been a high 4-star in the Texas class at a Texarkana, but he could be a beast. Could be talking about him in a few years.
We got a 3rd round pick for Lavernius Cole from Florida State. With that being said, with the 73rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Azariah
Thomas.
DB, Florida State.
All right, another big corner for the Jets.
Now, this is a tall, long corner.
Do you like
Jets
that?
are
Play
building
nothing
the
but press
tallest
man.
cornerback group of all time.
Isn't he a little slow for press man though?
Well, you'd think he'd be slow for man, but he's just one of those guys where if he gets his hands on you, it's over.
That's what dropped him down to this point in the draft. But the tape is actually really
Oh, it's like
more smooth than
like a wrestler almost, right? Like a grizzly bear. You got a stick and move.
Guys you're going to see around the league.
He's a good player.
I thought you saw a little bit of that.
But yeah, he doesn't have great speed. That is the concern with him, but the tape is actually phenomenal.
I thought when I watched him
Yeah. So, but that's okay. I mean, like, if you got a good pass rush, if you got lockdown press corners, you can really cheese them out like Madden almost, right? Like, if nobody's getting open, even though you don't have top end speed.
References. I really can't relate. I don't.
You play Madden every year your entire life.
He really only started this last year.
I mean, like, but not against anybody. I don't think critically about it.
And I'll be real honest, guys,
I literally sat in the Discord call and I watched you play against somebody in Madden. Sure, this was 8 years ago, but it happened.
There you go.
All right, so fast and furious.
But yeah, I think it's like big physical kind of makes up for lack of speed.
Dallas might have made
It's like that's not scheme versatile though, right?
No,
if he can only play press
so.
man or press 3,
I would not say scheme versatile, and that's why he's available at 73.
Valid point. Valid point. But who did you like? Well, Ravel's still available, right?
Yep.
I thought he was like
Revel.
close to the first round pick.
Yeah, I mean, tore ACL, like, you know,
It's every detail.
and he's not much of a tackler.
It's the excitement.
But again,
It's the journey.
to the right system,
But
he's
most
going to be,
importantly,
I think, a really good player. And I think you're getting to the range of about where he's going to go. I think Jeremiah had him ranked like in his
before I
70s.
stay at Caesar's Palace.
Really?
Something like that.
Wow.
I'm a big Savone Rebel guy.
Me too. I mean, you're the one that kind of turned me on to him early on in the process, and then I watched him and I was like drooling over him. His length,
He can really
his
cover,
speed.
and to me, that's like the most important attribute of a corner.
What if he said it?
Yeah, because just look at like Colorado's head coach before like lost his toes. He like couldn't tackle, but he was insane.
This stuff kills
There
weeds
you
down
go.
to the root without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelions, crabgrass, clover. This stuff works for up to
And it's
3
still
months.
such like a crazy Dion storyline is that he's missing, I think, several toes. Maybe not several, but a few.
Yeah.
My shoulder's killing me.
What did you do to your shoulder?
Just like, I don't know. It's like, it's not shoulder even exact. It's like behind it. It's like behind the blade in my back. It's like I have a pinched nerve or something. It's kind of hurt.
Did you whip it nay too hard?
The
or
past
what?
the past several years, maybe at least the past few years.
You sound like my wife. Like, do you need a back rub or something there, Bengal?
Yeah, is your wife around?
Heyo, son of a bitch. That was a good one.
You really set it up.
Was it from moving? Did you get it from?
No, I've had it
Dad,
for
or
like I've had it for several years.
Oh,
It's like
an old baseball injury.
no, I don't. I don't really know. It's just,
Well, you used to play independent ball there in Corpus Christi, right?
yeah, it was for the Hooks. Are they independent? I don't know what league they're in. I think they're a AA affiliate of the Astros. Anyway. Got Sevla with a 5. Always welcome to join us in Queens with the Mets. Is that a better alternative than being a Yankees fan? I don't think so. Tyron with the 5. Hope we get a Saints franchise. We need to be saved. The Saints could be a fun one. With all the Longhorns they're bringing in, Kelvin Banks, Vernon Broughton, I might be in. Judson said Terry and Arnold actually hurt my feelings. Justin with a different Justin, not Judson. Ravens having the best draft. They got some really good players. I think
through Sunday.
The Mike Green selection is interesting because of the off-field stuff.
Niners picking. We got the Dallas Cowboys and the Patriots.
Oh, Healy went with the 87-month resub as he giggles to himself, surely. Been looking for the reactions to the Bengals picks on the channel. Where are they?
The Texans don't. The Colts, you're sitting there.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Somebody else to the mix with Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. And obviously Daniel Jones.
All right, Healy, you have two options,
There's
right?
the Bengals and Titans.
Take it back, or
They're the
don't,
Steelers,
and
83rd overall. We're talking
tweet
about
out your home
last night,
address.
first round.
Oh, shit.
Woo! Broncos country, baby, back again.
Monte Ball?
Hey, Broncos country. How
Wisconsin
about,
legend?
How about Super Bowl 32 against the Packers?
Ooh.
All right.
Oh, my.
I mean, as a Denver kid, I love
Wisconsinites, you know I love you. And with that said, with the 74th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Bryant, wide receiver.
Pat Bryant's not a bad player. A bigger wide receiver, chain mover.
The speed is something that's not his game. This is someone who
dude, Pat Bryant's actually explosive though. Like when you watch him on the field, he moves. Even though he runs like he's got like a chain on his back on the 40, he's a football player, man.
And Joel,
I was hoping the Steelers would get him much later. I'm actually devastated.
I harken back to the Joel Klatt days of the New Orleans
I'm
Saints.
surprised to see, and he's a very different type of receiver compared to like a Jalen Noel. But I think the theme that we're seeing right now is these bigger bodied receivers are being valued pretty highly. I mean, we've seen Isaac Tesla, Pat Bryant, Jack Besh.
I mean, like it's a big man's league, and like we watch.
I'm trying to think. I think Trey Harris as well. All these bigger bodied receivers are going fairly high. And a really good receiver, really explosive guy, might end up just being a slot guy, Jalen Noel, kind of just standing out, sticking out.
I mean, X's are hard. And then, like, here's the thing. Also, we saw what, BTJ did last year. Oh, sorry, shut up. The pick's coming in. Big guy that's fast.
Let's go Bay Area. With the 75th pick in the 2025 draft, San Francisco 49ers select Nick Martin, Oklahoma State.
I can't tell you almost anything about Nick Martin. He was not a player I got to.
Yeah, but Nick Martin runs like Dre Greenlaw. I think that's a big part of
Ant, you got this one?
I can't say I do.
2024 with a knee injury, 140 tackles, extremely productive.
I mean, I do remember him, but I'm like, I definitely did not watch him for 2024. I didn't play very much, it seems.
When I watch him do everything,
I'm a very selfish evaluator. If the Steelers don't need it, I don't go too deep into that spot. So I also didn't get the Nick Martin.
Versus the mobile quarterbacks. And anybody remember that game against Texas in the Big 12 championship game when he ran down Xavier Worthy?
Bengal, favorite pick of round 2 and 3 so far.
At the combine than
I think
because of that speed I saw on film.
It's probably pretty easy to figure out the best pick is Darius Alexander at 65.
But he is exactly what Robert Saleh is looking like, because you know what he looks like.
I see the Jackson Dart cope is hanging on, huh?
And then turn them into linebackers.
Hey, Mad Giants also made the best pick of round 1 at 25 and 3 tied for the best pick.
Damian Sherwood, don't forget the king of all of them.
I mean, if Mike Green clears the character stuff,
you think about the guys that he drafted,
which I don't even know what to do about that stuff. I mean, it could be pretty bad. I just don't know. But I mean, the Ravens got a top 10 or 15 player at like, 60 something, right?
Yeah. So it's either Aaron Hernandez or he gets a bunch of sacks.
All right. With the 76th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Savon Revel Jr., defensive back from East Carolina.
Damn it.
We talked about him before tonight's draft, and now he is bringing his trade craft to Dallas.
Quana wanted him to fall. Just a few more picks.
Yeah, I would have preferred pretty much anywhere but here.
Guys over there, Ben Fennell, Jack Andrade. He was tracking to be Quinyon Mitchell in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
You talk about someone
so now it sucks. Now we got to root against him, huh?
About these great backstories. Remember, he came out of school and didn't have grades.
Pretty much.
Ends up at Lewisburg.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
Fuck your knee.
And then goes to a tryout camp at East Carolina, blows it away.
He's good, dude.
I'm such a big Savon Revel guy. I mean, I guess it would make sense that they like him. They typically do favor the bigger corners that can move a little bit.
Rich, his health
the
is
ball
important.
Hawks.
Obviously, the health of the cornerback position for the Cowboys important in general.
They're using a wired landline in the Cowboys room. I hate this thing.
May not be ready for the
so what do we?
Panthers moving up
in January for a chondral tissue graft.
What do you think his nickname's gonna be? Wasn't there like was it like turnover artist or something? I'm screwing up, dude. Never mind. Ignore what I said. I'm trying to think of how we're gonna trash talk Revel now. As an overrated Dallas player.
He's not a revolutionary.
Oh!
B Matt, thanks for the tier 1. Huge fan. Bengal think Dart could be really good after sitting for a year. Hell yeah, dude.
The Carolina Panthers select Princely Umanmielen.
Princely Umanmielen. Explosive off the edge. He's got some character stuff, some personality stuff.
Does he just think he's better than people? He's so princely?
Nah, he tried to like. Oh, okay. I see. He tried to like fight Florida fans. I want to say.
I mean, to be fair, when in Florida, you fight Florida, man. And it's just like in their constitution, I think. Like,
what coach was asking?
I mean,
who wants this?
Come on.
He goes, okay, this guy over here. Tell me your last name. He tries to tell me. He goes,
Princely Uman.
We'll go with Princely. We'll just go with Princely.
Yeah, Princely Umanmielen's brother is Prince Will.
Ended up going over, and DJ's talking about the same
Prince
looking
Will?
body type.
What?
Opposite
Yeah,
him was
Prince
Jay
Will
Knight,
Umanmielen.
who's also in this draft. Same looking guy.
Is he
the fresh? Is he the fresh prince? Will?
You're on another level tonight.
Just watching it, Rich.
You're firing all cylinders.
That's right. Your posture
That's for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
I just lost a BR game, so I'm tilted. That's
I haven't even
maybe
played
why.
BR in a minute. Feels good.
Amongst the crowd now.
Yeah.
Carter next to the 2. Colts D-line looking very scary this year. For the Colts, maybe.
That's what usually happens. The Arizona Cardinals.
You don't like the Colts?
They get JT Tuimoloau? Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah.
It's time to get the show started, Green Bay.
I mean, who do we really like off the edge for Indianapolis?
Latu?
Started building my passion for
You don't like Latu?
I liked him as a prospect. I don't think we've seen much, right?
It's a hard football journey.
I mean, he looked okay in his limited reps, I thought. And then, yeah, JT Tuimoloau, he's a ball player, dude. Sure, he's not the most explosive guy, but I like that. Like he's a leader. It's easy to say, oh, this guy's a football player. Like he is the embodiment to me of that right there. So I actually don't mind that for the Colts.
I don't know that I would say this D line is looking scary. They do bring in Neville Gallimore. Of course, they have Adetomiwa Adebawore. Latu's listed currently behind Kwity Paye, which isn't great. And I forgot they do bring in Samson Ebukam. I mean, they've got some solid pieces. I mean, I was a huge Laiatu Latu fan as a prospect, but I'd like to see him make a pretty big impact here at some point.
I mean,
before I'm ready to say that he's scary D-line.
Not everybody comes in and plays well. I mean, it took Chop Robinson a while to come on. He did well near the end of the year.
No, for sure. It does take time, but that's why I'm not going to say they look scary until I've actually seen it.
Oh, yeah, they're young. They're growing. You're right. Not scary. It ain't like the early 90s Eagles or nothing, but potential. Right there.
Andy with the 2. Draft crushes going to rivals is a different pain. Yeah, really, dude. It's a lot of them. I'm glad Matthew Golden is not a Cowboy. But, I mean, the Eagles grabbing Makuba, and of course, with the draft crushes, Jahad Campbell going to Philadelphia, now Savone Revel going to the Cowboys. It was about worst-case scenario. Retro with the 5. What do you think Cincinnati does at 81, hoping for Xavier Watts? I think it's a good potential for that to happen.
Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
He's arguably the best safety available. Can reunite with Al Golden from Notre Dame. I mean, it's definitely something that makes a lot of sense. True Homes at the 2. Hawks fans, pray for Milroe. Gather together. I'm excited to see who takes him. And I think we might be about, 5 or 6 picks away from finding out. I think this means Panthers want Scorton at 3-4 end. No. He's gonna be an edge. But they just don't have much off the edge to begin with, right? If you look at the Panthers depth chart here, off the edge they have old Jadeveon Clowney, not long term, DJ Wanham, Patrick Jones. You can add some more guys to the mix. They get Scorton, they get Princely Umanmielen. They traded up for Scorton, and obviously, the upside is Umanmielen is at least a rotational guy. everyone here is upgradable. And, I mean, Clowney is, I think he's on like a 1-year deal probably.
Hey, Bengal.
They need a corner, dude.
We got to get Miller out to the Steelers here.
Before the end of the night.
I'm saying, I think it's a possibility.
The Arizona Cardinals' latest selection.
Another choice between Shador or Miller, you think?
Shador.
Well, I don't want to jinx anything. I think I just jinxed it, probably.
Shador.
The Arizona Cardinals select Jordan Birch, linebacker.
I'm a big Jordan Birch guy.
He's gonna get a chance to play on the opposite side.
Linebacker's interesting. I know he was like listed at 295 at Oregon, but probably wasn't quite that big. Shows up to the combine and then, yeah, closer to 280. So athletic. They've even moved, like, got him involved on offense from time to time. I wonder if they end up showing a highlight. So he's a fun player.
Yeah, Jordan Birch, I mean, he's right. I prefer Tim Ash, though.
That's a big outside linebacker.
Jordan
because
Birch.
That's how he was announced, Joel. So instead of thinking about him dropping down and playing much more of a 5 technique in a 3-4.
My dad just texted me and said, "Go Irish."
Taking on the tight ends, beating up people off the line of scrimmage.
Played a ton of football.
He's a Notre Dame guy.
A guy that I agree with you. I think he's better on the.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Good basketball background. He was what, 15 points per game. You know, athletic guy.
Maybe he's just really hyped about Ireland.
Can you imagine? Hey, if I was a 2-guard in that offense, I would just be running my guy off of Jordan Birch.
Am I missing something that is Notre Dame related?
I have no idea.
Arizona's got pretty athletic up front in the offseason.
Yeah, my notes on Birch is like tall and heavy. I like the way the guy moves for his size. And I did like him.
He's a tremendous athlete.
Yeah. I didn't like him against the run as much, though. He seemed very average there.
79th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Noel.
There you go. All right, another receiver to Houston. They went with the big-bodied guy earlier, now added a super explosive slot or Z option, which is, I thought, what the Texans would be looking for. Noel can move.
Big time pairing that they had there for that offense. Rocco Beck throwing the ball to these two receivers, and now
remember Tank Dell's beat up. Remember Tank Dell's hurt,
and Stephon Diggs is gone. So if you're CJ Stroud,
I agree with the assessments on the what they're talking about, dude. Was this perfect for them?
The Texans, I think it's a very good pick. They bring the Iowa State receivers together.
Yo, I heard there was a thing like about the opponents that would go against Iowa State. So they'd they got the two studs, Higgins and Noel, and they'd actually be more worried about Noel in their game plan than Higgins.
Yeah, I thought Noel was a better player.
He's just smaller, and like we talked about, it's a big man's league. So
it might be slot relegated. Ryan with 2 named 5 Texas players in the NFL who are stars. I'm going to assume you mean actively. Stars is kind of like a tough, like, subjective term, but obviously Bijan is kind of like
about
the first
Queen
one you
Ewers.
point to. Worthy had a great rookie year.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Justin Wally, defensive back,
Justin Wally's a good player.
For the shoe.
Back to the Big Ten store.
From the windows to the Wally.
You
like him?
He's actually he was someone I got to really late in the process, and was really excited about what I saw. The 2 corners that I got to late, Noel Williams and Justin Wally, really like both of these guys. Obviously Williams still on the board. Wally's a really good player.
This guy's going to get on the field very early and be ready.
Is my camera my camera's not close. I'm like, it's my face completely in frame.
What they're doing.
What kind of system would he be good in?
Justin Wally?
Yeah.
I almost wonder if he's not going to play in the slot.
You heard DJ talk about it here.
Yeah.
Antoine Winfield.
Yeah.
Right?
I hate seeing the camera that's like
where the balls have a nose for it,
angled at a weird angle.
Right. Number 1, PJ Fleck is a stickler on standards, right? So if you draft a guy, it's kind of like an Iowa State
He's
guy.
in for Cincinnati.
They're going to be disciplined.
Billy with the 10. Steelers not taking QB. If here they already know they
Iowa like
Jeez, some of you guys writing. They already know they have Rodgers and told him to wait till after. What the fuck? I'm gonna read this exactly as it's typed. Billy, thank you for the 10, but please. Steelers not taking if a QB here. They already know they have Rodgers and told him to wait till after the draftee, to see if another her team would reach each for a QB. That's read exactly as it's written. Billy is hammered at 9 o'clock on a Friday. I guess it's not that weird.
With the
10
81st
Eastern.
pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Darian Fairchild, guard, Georgia.
That's his Dylan.
Fairchild out of Georgia. Another
Is this guy hammered?
I'm surprised his center didn't go ahead of him. That's
Hey man, what else is there to do in Green Bay, right? Get drunk and yell out the wrong names. It's just like, you know, throwing your shoe into a lake. That's the kind of fun we got.
Kevin with the 5, think Jets consider moving Stevens to safety with AZ, Sauce, and Michael Carter at corner. I'd much rather play him there. I prefer him / Cisco versus Adam Cisco. I don't think Stevens is good, is what I'll say to that.
Oh yeah, well guess what?
I'm into wrestlers.
No way.
I like linemen that can wrestle.
Tennessee, they gotta take a quarterback. Steelers, Bill Rowe. I want him. Give me the best quarterback from any theme team possible.
Dude, I think my dad is in the stream. He just said, "Go Billy." Please, what is "Go Irish"? You texted me. I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you saying?
Were you talking about a player?
I don't think so. Maybe Benjamin Morrison early? He was drafted, I guess?
Check out the new whip.
Fully custom.
Maybe you just have like an Irish beer, popped open to get us or something.
That's a possibility. Big Mac, thanks for the 2. Said most intellectual Steelers fan. I'll tell you, Gut Fox gives him a good run for his money.
I represent that comment.
Oh. We might have been talking about Xavier Watts at the time for Cincinnati. So maybe that was it. I just completely forgot we brought him up. I see. But obviously, the Bengals went Dylan Fairchild. So the Xavier Watts stream may be dead. But he's a good player. Really instinctive safety.
All right.
Billy with a 2 says, may have had a few too many. I get it, Billy.
Bengal, you taking Milroe or Sanders when the Steelers are on the board, if you had an option?
If they're not going to get Rodgers, the best quarterback available by a lot is Shedeur Sanders.
Oh.
If they're trying to win right now. If they are confident they can get Aaron Rodgers, I would, at this stage, probably rather have Jalen Milroe to try and develop him if there's no pressure for him to start.
Yes. And
Lawrence Taylor said no to Abdul Carter taking his number.
Yeah, I feel like
I
maybe you don't take a quarterback, you know?
That's a possibility.
You wouldn't take a
83, it's an option. Yeah, why would Abdul Carter want to wear 56? That's got to stay retired for the best defensive player in the history of the NFL.
What? TJ Watt literally exists.
Bill Fry with a 10. We're going to ignore that. Nah, Billy is on mobile, YouTube mobile, when typing donation messages, uses autofill predictive text, and it screws everyone up. I type them in notes before copying and pasting. Oh, interesting. All right. Maybe we cut Billy some slack. Because that message was, I really couldn't even read it. Justin with a 2 says Panthers thoughts. I'll say, like, I've gotten a lot of questions about, like, thoughts on this, thoughts on that, thoughts. I'm going to be having videos breaking down each of these things, so I ask you guys to be a little bit patient with me. I know the whole reason you're in a stream is so you can get these answers ASAP, but a lot of it gets repetitive with thoughts on this, thoughts on that. It's tough to go, back and forth with each team and say, oh, more than just, okay, they're doing a decent job so far, which is really all you can say because the draft is a crapshoot. All you can say is, I like this guy as a prospect. I think they're doing well enough so far adding talent, which is the entire point of the draft, right? So for me, it's difficult to say thoughts on this team and just go, all right, like
worst pick of the draft so far. Who's your most hated prospect?
You know, people are saying Tyler Shuck at 40 was unbelievable.
Jackson Dart.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer. You're going to eat your words, Paul.
Hey, Sanders, Steeler. Don't listen to Gutfucks. Not Milrow.
No,
Why do you say Milrow too?
Milrow?
Ah. Yeah, I'm all about the show now. Let's get it.
Really?
It's the 83rd pick. What do we care? Dude, I'm fine with it. I didn't want him at first, but yeah, now sure.
Oh, okay, there's a safety and a really good one. He's dropped because of injury stuff, but Kevin Winston Jr. can play.
Like, man, if this guy was healthy through the whole year, he would have gone much earlier. This is an NFL-looking safety.
Yeah, at least with Shook, you get him for his entire career, since he's not going to. Shook. Is that what I say?
You said Shook.
Shook?
And Shadur.
You shook me
I'm trying to
all
help you.
night long.
I will say that the highlights against Delaware is crazy. I hope that was not Marcus Yarns putting the ball on the ground.
83, a potential landing spot for Shador Sanders with the
Ooh.
Pittsburgh Pirates. We talked about it. He
All right.
did a visit there to
Milrow was a much better player at college football. 25.
You're so annoying.
If they were going to make a selection,
What?
Rooney, by the way,
It's literally in the Ravens formula for how the better players. Their Madden
if
ratings.
They do pick a quarterback in this draft, it will not be someone who will contribute this year. It'll be someone for the future. As for Aaron Rodgers, he says,
Wait, Fox. So are you?
So I think we may
Dude,
get
I
word on
watch.
that.
I'm a casual of college football, but Milrow's not good.
Milrow was.
Am I missing something? Like
He's an elite athlete and he's got a good deep ball. He's got
Okay,
a
but
long way to go though, but there's something to develop. But there's a very, very high chance that he's playing a different position in 3 years.
I agree that he could be developed. But I watched like the last 5-6 games. He was ass.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
The first games he was good.
Bengals, your stream up on Twitch?
Is my stream up on Twitch?
Yeah, it did. It dropped for a sec.
Look at Lynn Swan, baby.
I did drop 348 frames. But
You're back. You're back. You're back.
Looking to be dominant once again. Select Caleb Johnson, running back.
Oh, okay. I love Caleb Johnson.
Yo, we just argued there. I think it
He sucks. What are you, out of your mind?
He's good in an outside zone scheme, which the Steelers run, but everything else, go fuck me. Dude.
Well, we lost Najee, Gut, so what are you going to do?
Caleb Johnson is awesome.
Devin deal in the next round. Milrow's right there, dude.
A lot of his work is in
I told you guys they weren't gonna go.
Dude, you're such like, I think you get your draft ideas off of TikTok. Scatterboo over Caleb Johnson, are you out of your mind?
Dog. Wait, who? Scatterboo?
You just said Scatterboo.
Yeah, I'm saying those are options down the board in the next round.
You have Caleb Johnson in here.
Don't get me wrong, Caleb Johnson's a fine runner when he gets to second level.
No, he's a great player. He's got great patience. He's able to get to the second level routinely.
We just got this guy. They gave it a third-round pick is much less than a first-round pick. That's a pick.
We have, dude, Fox, we have Mason Rudolph. What are you bitching about, dude?
Okay.
What do you mean what am I bitching about?
We're fine. We're fine.
We'll get to that in a second. It's time for
I like how Simeon Rice saunters out to the podium every time like he doesn't know where he is, and he might not. He saunters out every time like he's
We got another hot one, Tampa Bay.
Oh,
this is the worst.
Burning hot right now with the 84th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jacob Parrish.
Jacob Parrish, a really good athlete.
They go get another.
There's gonna be no corners left for the Packers.
Defense that was 29th in the league against the pass last year. So this is clearly an area.
Kansas State always has some ballers in the secondary. They find a way. Bill says YouTube audio is constantly cutting out. Is that true for a lot of you guys? There's not really much I can do about it right now. Hopefully that's not the case. There might be a mobile issue. I'm not sure. I see with the 2. My pet bearded dragon, thank you. Icy Roads really didn't want Sanders. For the 5, you didn't get him. Zach, could Cleveland grab a QB with their late third? Also thoughts on Judkins before Henderson. It just depends what you want. Like, they're two different types of backs. I don't hate it, I guess. I think I would have personally viewed Henderson, highly compared to Judkins, but I like them both. This Judkins is more the north-south bruising back, which might work in Cleveland a bit more. Henderson's the more of the third down style back, who's got a ton of juice as a runner. Very good pass protector, very good receiver. Smokey, thanks for the resub. Trisket says Fox needs a juice box. That's my favorite comment of the stream.
So here we go.
Jeff with the prime. Kevin Gates Burner. Nick, thank you. Rito again, appreciate you.
The New England Patriots have traded the 85th
Caleb Johnson's
pick to
awesome.
the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 85th pick in the 2025
Fox,
NFL
we no
Draft,
longer have
the
Naj.
Kansas
What are we
City
supposed to
Chiefs
do?
select Noel
Wait.
Williams.
Yeah, there goes Noel Williams. Another guy I was pretty
He's
high
good.
on.
This was a player I tried to plant my flag on. He's my 54th overall player. The Kansas City Chiefs just scooped him up at number 85.
I love an attribute being pick 6 versus Cam
See on the
Ward.
bottom there, the pick 6 against Cam
That's
Ward.
like
That was
getting
the
a
first
toy
thing
in your
I
Happy
popped on.
Meal.
I was like, well, that's a pretty good first
No,
impression.
no,
But
Cam
to me,
Ward,
I thought
he's
this
good.
one is one that I was higher on than the rest of the league, and then the more you called around later, you started to find out he was getting a lot of juice and buzz later in the
crossbody
process.
throw that died.
7 picks,
Yeah,
3 of them
he's
against
just
Auburn.
he rolled to the right. If you didn't see that, Cam Ward rolled to the right, held the ball for about 7 seconds, and then fired back across the opposite hash.
Is their all pro there?
Bro, dog, I'm watching Caleb highlights right now. Again.
Needed to get better at that spot because
He doesn't, he's okay. Like, don't get me wrong, he's good in the open field. He doesn't break a ton of tackles, though. Arm tackles, taking him down. The highlights are all wide open. Holes. It's the Iowa offensive line that did all the running.
They traded up for Travis Hunter.
I'm not going to talk to a highlight scout.
The 2025 NFL
Well, obviously,
Draft
I'm just doing the quick stuff right now.
The NFL, powered by
Yeah,
Verizon
go
5G.
evaluate a running back from broadcast and get back to me. It's brain.
Does he have hands? Can he catch?
If you want me to send you some Iowa All 22, I can do that.
Yeah.
Call me with a 2, thank you. Something, something. I'm not saying that out loud, although I might end up saying it. Thank you for the 7 Canadian. Albert with the 5. Rather draft low ceiling / high floor or high ceiling / low floor. Is there ever any truth to Shador refusing to play for certain teams? I can't speak to the last part. I don't know. But I think it depends where you are in the draft. At the top of the draft, I think you're trying to marry high floor and high ceiling. And I think as you get down the board, I think you're more comfortable taking shots on high floor or high ceiling or low floor type of guys. But you got to have an interesting mix because you can't just afford to swing and miss on a draft class, right? Envy with the 2. Thoughts on Eugene Asante? Went to my high school. I think he's a really athletic linebacker. Really can come up and hit. But I don't know. Is he going to end up being a starter? I can't guarantee that. But I think he's athletic enough to make an impact on special teams at least. Hudson with the 5. What's your thoughts on Vernon Broughton as a prospect? Saints definitely need defensive interior, but I don't know much about Broughton. Thanks, brother. Thank you, Hudson, for the 5. I like Vernon Broughton. He's continued to get better year over year at Texas. He's going to be a 3 tech. He's good enough against the run, and he offers some pass rush upside. And he's probably a good rotational option for the Saints. Preston with a 5. If the Packers don't draft Danny Stutzman, I'm going to become a Bears fan. Why are you so attached to Danny Stutzman? I need to figure it out. Ethan with a 5. I know he's outside top 3 on most boards, but it's crazy to have Slade Roy as my top long snapper, especially after his record-breaking game versus Arkansas. You'll have to look into that and get back to you. Check with the prime. Lily with the prime. Wet bread with a 3. Is K. Johnson legit? Don't know much about him. Yeah, he's tremendous. For all you guys like Gut Fox historically that would value production, he's got a ton of it. His vision's great. He's got true bell cow size. Like, he's quicker than fast, but that is fine at running back. It's more important to have good vision and, being able to take the yards that are there. I mean, Last year, if I told you these numbers, you would think about this guy like a top running back in the class, just purely based on numbers. He had 240 carries for over 1,500 yards, 21 touchdowns, averaging about 6.5 yards per carry. That production is absolutely elite. And it's not just production. Like, it shows up when you actually watch him. He's a really, really good player.
And who will they add?
I think having Caleb Johnson as RB2 in the draft, I don't think is even weird.
What do you think?
And he goes at what, like 80
I'm looking
something,
on the defensive
83?
side of the ball, and I'm looking at a team that plays with a lot of light boxes. So you got to have guys up front who can hold up. And be
Hey, Bengal.
What's up?
I was gonna ask if you were surprised by the Mike Green slippage. I figured he would go for. You said yesterday, first round, right, or early second?
Yeah, he's got a couple of SA allegations.
Yeah, a couple of that. You think that's what held him back?
I'm pretty sure of it.
Yeah,
I know for a fact. Yeah. No, Melvin Gordon switched to walk out into Wisconsin.
In the
shirt
2025
this time around.
NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jamari Caldwell, D-tackle, Oregon.
Jamari Caldwell's not bad.
And there is a big man, again, someone we saw a little more athleticism when we got to the Senior Bowl too.
If those are the draft hats, man, I might like to get one of these. I'm not really a big hat guy.
Who's that kid playing next to him?
$50 for a hat. I mean,
at 332 pounds, the big man can move. And Joel, one of my favorite things about him is they said, look, he works hard. He does like to eat, though.
I like the way these look, though.
Check his DoorDash app on his phone. Just make sure at night we weren't getting a little carried away here. But they love him as a kid. They love him as a player.
When Jesse Minter builds a defense, it's the Baltimore style. You know this. They start with
top left hat.
Run wall. And in order to have a run wall, that starts with your defensive tackles, and they want
I
those
think it's
guys
pretty
to
good
be
looking
big,
hat.
and that's exactly what you're getting with Caldwell.
I think it might have looked better, honestly. It would have been busy, but it might have looked better if they went with like
that's what Jamari Caldwell looks like.
Whatever this leafy looking thing is in red.
From 102
would have been busy, but
to 89. They're going to pick back-to-back. We have not heard from them since
Green Bay on the clock.
And now they're going to go
pick
back
is
to
in
back,
fact.
To go pack them back-to-back for Jacksonville, for Jax. All right, I'm getting a little loopy. I'm not going to lie to you. It's just
that turtleneck's getting a little tight.
Combination of turtleneck / trying to sit upright.
Your posture conscious tonight.
You know what? I shouldn't take up any more time with my complaints here. Pick is in. Green Bay went Matthew Golden.
Yeah, Chargers got Jamari Caldwell.
Get their latest pick.
Do we have any Michigan players for the Chargers at this point? I don't think so.
They've got one in each round and then 2 7s.
Does Jared Wilson have SA stuff?
While we're waiting for the pick here, what do you think about that report about Rooney telling Steelers Radio?
I'm starting to get curious whether or not Shedeur Sanders even goes on day 2 at all.
Well, that answers a lot of questions.
Tanner answered 5. Thoughts on Pat Bryant to Denver? We need a wide receiver. Don't know much about him. He's got good size. He's decent after the catch. Good red zone type of guy. Chain mover. John with the 5. Really want to know what Shedeur said in his interviews. Never seen a player slide this much unless they committed a crime. It's just that how many teams are taking a quarterback at this point? If you're going to pass on them earlier, you're going to pass on them like now, right? So it's tough to say where he's going to go. I wonder if a team trades back up into day 2 to get him. We got quite a few picks left, 20-ish today.
The Green Bay Packers select.
Hey, Savion Williams.
Ooh, Savion Williams is fun. He's 6'5". At receiver, you're like, okay, big-bodied guy. Not exactly. He's like a return man / running back.
I didn't know if that overhead shot was a crowd shot of their receiver room.
He's like a Cordell Patterson type.
Yeah, he's like a Cordero Patterson. Played on your team. You don't even know how to say his name. This guy.
Hey, don't make fun of my accent, buddy.
It's not an accent. You're just mispronouncing it.
It is an accent.
It isn't. Every name. Is there? It's amazing. You know how to even pronounce T.J. Watt correctly.
I got close to say Watt. Okay.
You know what I think it is?
I love Davion, by the way.
T.J. Watt to white, so you care how to say it.
Oh.
But to me, think about Debo early on in his career. Just
Sorry,
get it to
I
him.
missed
Just
that.
pitch it to him, put him in the backfield, get the ball in his hands.
Don't worry
I
about
didn't hear
it.
what you said.
Don't worry about it.
It was too loud in the background for the broadcast for me.
Patterson looking in terms of body
Yeah, no,
type.
so,
What Green Bay's doing,
yeah, Williams.
is creating a lot
So
of
LaFleur's
competition
offense
in
can
wide
open up with some
receiver room.
gadget plays now, huh?
Their guys from last
I mean,
year,
they have Jaden
it
Reed for
wasn't
that. I
good
think he's going to be
enough. We're
returning
bringing in
man.
guys who's gonna
They
prove
can
to be
work
the
into the
best
offense,
ones.
maybe a couple design touches a game, which might seem rich at 87, but
Yeah,
he's
but
a
he can also,
fun player to
he's also
watch.
contested catches. He also got decent hands. What's crazy is like the harder the pass, the better he
He's a body
catches it.
catcher.
He'll drop easy ones and then like just like snag over like 3 dudes. Wild.
J-Dubs, thanks for Prime. Bo trade up at 105. Giants, I'd love Marcus Bo. That could be cool. Rao, again, thanks for the bits.
We haven't banned that yet.
Case.
Here come that tail in black, baby. Duval.
I don't really remember TJ Slaughter, I'll tell you that. I don't know about Tyler Batty Case. Triscuits, I have no idea where he's going to go. Triscuits, thanks for the bits.
Khalid Ransaw, DB, Tulane.
Oh, Caleb Ransaw's another really good
We'll
athlete.
get Ransaw from Tulane, another nickel. We're seeing this round, third round's kind of a sweet spot if you're looking for somebody to play in that nickel.
Now, they drafted a nickel last year.
Knife backside against the run and make
Can never really have too many
Didn't have a ton
corners.
of ball production, but
Now they got a dime.
and someone who has toughness.
Mr. Fox probably puts ice in his milk. Also, Rams are interesting for Shador. You can see that. Big ice in the milk guy.
It'd be amazing if Jacksonville.
Depends. No, I mean like, fuck no. Who's that guy? I'll fight you.
What's that? I'm hearing
their first
Colorado
choice with
teammates
somebody who does both. That'd be kind of wild if
did
they
not
did that.
show up to
All right. Why is
Shador's
Shador Sanders not
draft
picked yet?
party.
20th overall.
Could be
88th
an
selection now in
explanation
the draft. He's still
for
sitting
his
there.
slide.
Why?
Hashtag
Are you doing one of those
Brady.
memes?
To me, if it's just as a player, I don't have an answer for you.
Hashtag
I can tell you that
developing
there's teams that have
story.
decided overall, this quarterback class as a whole,
I'm in the bathroom real quick.
They're punting, they're waiting till
I'll be
next
back
year.
expeditiously.
You can make the case they
Don't
feel
go
like
anywhere.
starters go in the first round. There's no reason to
Look
take
at
a
Bengal and his
backup
$5
in the-
words.
In the middle round, just wait. If you're going to take a backup, take a
All right,
backup
Ant.
later.
I'm just taking
what's your
after
best
you and your
pick of the
suits,
draft?
Fox.
Surely as a player, in
I
the
suits.
fit, he can
What?
be a productive starter in this league, and that's
I got-
why I graded him and ranked him where
I got 3
did.
suits.
Obviously,
2
that
of them
opinion
fitted.
was not shared. I can't
One of
speak
them
to
set
whether
aside
that's- they didn't
for
want-
that
they
guy's
didn't feel
funeral.
comfortable
The
wanting to
milk and
coach
the
him,
ice guy.
or I can't tell if they
That
say
guy,
he just
yeah.
skill set wise, there's not
Ant,
enough
what's your favorite
ceiling
pick so
upside
far?
for us to
The
take
one
him
that
at the
just
higher
happened.
portion of the draft. But at this point in time, guys, we are in the 80s.
You're just here for the vibes. I like it.
Yeah, I'm a Packers fan, dude. Of course, I had to pick the Packers pick.
There's
Oh,
a combination of
I thought you talked about the
factors going
Caleb
on.
Ransaw
Because
for
you're
the
right, this is not on the
Jacksonville
field.
just
If
happened.
this is just about his playing
He was Savion
ability,
Williams.
he's going to be drafted by
Yeah, yeah.
this point. So it's off
I
the
get it,
field.
I get
It's
it.
personality. It's fit
So,
with an organization. It's a meeting that
Besides for the
doesn't go
Packers, who's the best
right
team in the
way.
NFC North?
But one thing that I do
Is it the
know
Bears
is
like they've been
that
claiming?
This guy can play.
Why would I say
And
it's the
someone's
Bears?
gonna
I'm a
draft
Packers
him.
fan.
Now this is where it gets into
It's
a
the Bears.
more difficult question, CD, is
Really?
how
Over the
you're gonna
Lions?
draft him in for sure a
No.
mode as a big story. And that's to Ian's point earlier.
And an even bigger
Who's
story.
the best team in who's the best team in the AFC North?
Thoughts in a second because the
Best team is
Jaguars are
obviously the
cooking
Steelers.
again. We're gonna get this
No, obviously.
from the
There's
podium.
no. I mean, we own the Ravens. The Bengals are the Bungles. I mean, it's all us.
Easy. And we've got
Yeah.
the head-to-head record over the Ravens in the past like 8 years.
I know.
Wait.
And we don't even have a quarterback.
Ooh. Wyatt.
Milam was
I was wondering if
announced him as a guard.
Steelers might have
After players in
reunited
this
him
draft, you'll see a lot of
with
power
Frazier,
with
but
work and dump
I like
guys.
him. He
A feisty
Wyatt
player,
was
so
high up on
Jacksonville
draft
gets tougher
boards,
up
I feel
front.
like 2 months ago.
Your 2 cents
And then
on
people
why
started
we're
digging
still
into him a little bit
saying
more. Maybe
Shador
3 months
Sanders
ago,
out
but during
there.
the season. He
20th
kind of
on
fell a
David
lot.
Jeremiah's draft board. We're now at the 90th
I
overall
don't have a problem with Milam at all.
in this draft.
I think in a lot of
Jacksonville's
ways,
still helping out their
unfortunately,
offense.
for Shedeur and
New coach.
everyone connected with the Sanders family.
Corner, wide
It's a
receiver.
little bit of what
Why
we're
is
seeing
Milam
in
to
this
the
draft.
Jags? I can tell
Many
without
of
even
these
putting on my
selections have
headset
come
that
off
that's a
the
gut
board
fox
where we
guy
thought
because he got hype
other
early in the
people
year.
would go before these people went. This guy
Goddamn
went.
right.
This
No,
guy
I said
hasn't
I
gone
was talking
yet.
about him falling down on
Teams are
boards
seeing
down
people in
as
different
the season
ways,
went
different
along.
lights,
I
and
wasn't
maybe we
so
might
in on
be
him.
seeing them depending on how we have them
but
rated
yeah.
and graded. The other part is because of the name, the extra emphasis on why hasn't he gone yet? I think back to past drafts.
Are you still talking about Shedeur on NFL?
So if you say Shedeur one more time, I'm going to disconnect you from the call permanently. Say Shedeur. It's just, you can make, I know you know how to say door. I think you ran into one earlier today.
I thought it was shooter.
This is what the
that's better, honestly.
Maybe he did get caught. If he's not a starter, do I really want him as a backup? I'm not sure exactly what they're telling us.
I'm going to throw this out there. If he gets through the third round, now he's sleeping on it tonight, and his team is sleeping on it tonight. I don't think he has hired officially an agent. They've always just repped themselves through.
I don't believe he has either.
So what you're saying is possibly he come back through?
Standards going back to school.
Hold on, I think Ian.
I know that's been kind of bantered around, but I don't think he can go back.
Oh, Ian is just chiming in because we do have to go to break. As picks are coming fast and furious that apparently he can't go back to college. I mean, I didn't think we'd be
You at
talking about
NFL?
this.
Where we headed? Canadian Football League
90.
for Sanders here?
Ravens, Seahawks, and the Saints.
It's looking more and more likely. Or he's a Ram.
We'll get the Rams pick in a moment.
That's not bad.
The average dog only lives to be 10.
I feel like on the Rams, I'm taking Milrow though, since he's going to sit anyways.
10 annual
I just don't think Milrow's a Sean McVay type of QB.
He's transferring back to JUCO.
Although we give him some creativity, so I don't know.
Because a dog at a healthy weight.
Yeah, I mean, don't put Baby in a corner. He's an all-timer, man. I think McVay, he basically took the Madden
paper looks so unreal. I'm curious how it's going to be screwed up.
Filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the
Dude,
party.
Dexter Lawrence, right? Dexter Lawrence is what, a top 2 defensive lineman in the league?
Got the new whip.
Interior at least?
Fully custom. How many Bud Lights can you fit in that puppy? As many Bud Lights as it takes. A lot of Bud Lights.
Go on.
Give me one of those.
I was trying to see if I could get an agreement or not. I think it's what Chris
Okay,
Jones,
I mean,
Dexter Lawrence, right? Quentin Williams is close.
Yeah.
Brian Burns is one of the better edge rushers in the league. I didn't even list Kayvon Thibodeau in this tweet. Oops.
Sanders and destroying it could be quite the combo, huh?
Abdul Carter was, I guess, the best true defensive player in the class. Definitely the best pass rusher. They bring in Darius Alexander, who's one of the better interior defensive linemen, especially as a pass rusher in this class. Bobby Okereke is one of the best off-ball linebackers in the league. Michael McFadden's a good complementary piece. They bring in Paul Snadebo, who's a good corner. They bring in Javon Holland, who, if he doesn't phone it in like he did with the Dolphins last season, is a really good safety. Tyler Nubin, Deontay Banks.
You all right?
It feels like a really good defense.
Do you want to talk about it?
So you're saying Super Bowl or bust?
Thanks for hearing me out, bro.
How do they not go to the Super Bowl?
You can talk
Did
to
my
me.
voice get high enough on that? Mickey Mouse joined the call. How do they not?
You need to talk. I'm here, okay?
It's okay. I mean, men at your age do go through a second puberty sometimes.
Christian with the 5. What do you think about Andrew Makuba? I don't know much about Texas. He's a dog. Another nose for the football. He plays above his weight. Not afraid to hit. Albert with the 5. Do the Packers have too many receivers? Christian Watson is injury prone, but are there enough roster spots for all of them? That's an interesting question. I think you're going to see some of these guys that have been playing over the past few years lose snaps. And that's like guys who have caught touchdowns even, like
I had him quite a bit lower. I was asked
Malik
on the show,
Heath.
like, who was
He's not going to be factoring in
I thought had a chance, and that
right?
was Dylan Gabriel for me.
Here's the Rams.
But they've got a healthy rotation, and Watson's always hurt.
Didn't Watson tears ACL?
He's always hurt. Yeah.
With the 90th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Josiah Stewart, linebacker.
Josiah Stewart is a dog. He's tiny, or at least short, but he's a dog.
University of Michigan's
He plays like he's bigger. I like him.
They dove into their backfield last year. What do you think of Josiah?
Also, this Rams pass rush is legit.
Everything he does, he plays fast, he plays furious. He did not test well. I was shocked. He ran in the 4.8s when he tested at his personal.
Yeah, he's got good spring in his step. Decent amount of burst there.
Explosive. This is one of those cases where I don't care about a 40 time because I look at him and he shot out of a cannon. You know?
I mean, there's a difference between speed and reaction. Like, reaction off the ball is so important. Like, the D-line jumping the snap. And that's what this guy does.
Is that an OJ jersey, by the way? It looks like a Giants jersey. But 32, is it Joe Morris?
Well, they certainly know how to pick him on that defensive line in the front seven there in Los
I
Angeles.
mean, maybe it's OJ Anderson. Did he wear number 32?
Who won defensive
I think it was an OJ Anderson Giants. No, he was 32 with the Cardinals. He was 24 with the Giants.
Defense, they just added another from
Who was the best dressed at the draft? Bengal.
I couldn't tell you.
I mean,
7-5.
What jersey was that?
Matthew Golden.
He was
looking fly as hell.
For the green and gold.
Let's go Ravens. So guys, with the 90th
NFL.com.
So guys, yeah.
25 NFL draft, the Baltimore Ravens select
Emory Jones Jr.
Ooh.
Tackle, Louisiana State.
It's interesting he's listed as a guard here because he played right tackle at LSU. Really good athlete, really good size, did not have a good year.
He held up at right tackle.
He was pretty good 2 years ago. I thought he was going to take a step and be a top pick. Obviously, that didn't end up happening. He doesn't even go in the top 75 picks, but goes here on day 2. He's got some potential. He's got a lot of development to do, but he's got the size. It's a similar conversation to Cam Williams at Texas, who I thought would end up going a lot higher, you know, during the season.
But you know, in Baltimore, as you've seen, you may be announced one way. Remember Daniel Faalele?
I didn't like his athleticism on tape. I felt like he lunged at blockers and missed a bit.
You're saying Emory Jones?
Yeah, Emory Jones. Gives the edge a little bit too much to me. I loved his demeanor though. I did like that. That's you know, you gotta be a dick on the offensive line. I feel like sometimes to be successful. And so if you got
a dog in 2023.
If you got that attitude, you got it.
He just did not put it together in 2024.
I definitely think inside is better for him at guard, so it makes sense that they announced him as a guard.
They announced him as a tackle, and I think he's a tackle as well.
Oh, he also a tackle? Oh, I'm looking at NFL.com. They got him as a guard. But no, I agree that he should be a guard.
I think he's a tackle. But we'll see. He could end up moving inside.
Really questioning me going to do Big Ten games in 2 years.
Ravens always seem to take guys that like are good. It sucks being in the division, and if they see something in them, I think there's something there.
I think Emory Jones, especially after 2023, it's just he didn't have a good 2024. Like everyone thought he was going to build on his 2023, just didn't do it.
This is so good. This is a family call right here. With the 92nd pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected my nephew, quarterback, Alabama, Jalen Milroe.
Ooh. Seahawks get Jalen Milroe.
Interesting. Oh, people saying he's just going to be there in the fourth box. Yeah, okay.
He is the 4th quarterback selected.
I don't know what that kid's doing, but
kid from Alabama. I give you the floor, Daniel.
Mike McDonald came from Baltimore.
That is a fun developmental fit. Like Milroe is super raw, but has a rocket, has a very good and accurate deep ball. It's just Everything else, and obviously he's an insane athlete, if you know anything about Jalen Milroe, but it's the processing, it's the accuracy on a down-to-down basis. That stuff all needs to improve in a big way. But Jalen Milroe, if his development goes right, and he's not going to be forced to start with Sam Darnold coming in, if you can really let Milroe sit and develop him, he could end up being super fun. But there's a world where that doesn't happen, obviously. It's likely, but his upside is immense. It truly is.
And his head coach of Washington. What keeps them up at night, Joel?
Yeah, are you saying all these kind of things to make me angrier, Bengal? What the heck?
No, I would have taken a chance on Jalen Milroe before Ole Miss quarterback in 25.
Liking those running quarterbacks because he knows what it does.
Even though he's the best pick of the first round.
That is true.
We all kind of knew that with Jalen Milroe, but you talk
we
about
we got 99 problems, and quarterbacks are one of them.
Athlete on the field when he's on the field, and this was in the SEC. You know, there's
same boat, buddy.
Everywhere, and this guy,
dang, man,
more than a few. There's definitely more than
a
few.
Well, hopefully he's a bust.
Electric, powerful. When he's out there running, he's running.
Yeah, you know they say bust at number 92 overall.
Wait, Bengal.
Same as Jamarcus Russell.
Bengal, how are you feeling today? I didn't ask. I also missed the beginning of the stream. Are you okay?
I think the Giants have really had a 2 out of 3 draft picks been great.
So still the Hall of Fame quarterback thing of yesterday.
That was the not great one. That was amazing.
Okay.
Like I just okay. So it's tough with draft opinions or whatever because I watch Jackson Dart and I go, this guy's not like even close to ready. But if you're gonna say, okay, we think he's gonna end up being ready when we can develop him for a year, like I can't say it's bad if you think you can develop him. Like he's not going to be forced to play right away. You'd really hope. So if you're going to say, okay, he's athletic enough, he's a team leader, he's got a decent deep ball, he's got good enough arm strength, like, okay, if you think you can develop those tools and those traits, he could end up being a starter caliber player because he's got starter caliber traits. But I can't watch the film and see him not looking like close to an NFL quarterback and being like, I'm so excited about that, and you know, play in this make-believe fantasy land where he just ends up developing exactly the way you think he can. It's a lot of guesswork. King Bowl with the prime sub. Clutch in the chat says #1 QB in the draft, not even close. Not a Seahawks homer opinion at all. Welcome back 2 in a row, Chang. Megatron with the 200 bits. Glaring tape we missed on Sanders. Ask Gut Fox when's the last time Tomlins won a playoff game. FYI, your YouTube got 12K and audio's getting cut out.
Was my 86th player, and what pick?
I don't know what to do about that.
Seattle used on Milroe.
Can you guys in the YouTube chat hear me well?
From Vegas.
A lot of people in chat were saying to refresh.
Yeah, it's funny because I pulled it up on my tablet and it sounded fine, but maybe people need to refresh. Weird.
Is it Jonas?
Yeah, this is a physical player, especially against a run. You see him just buckle crack blocks. They try and crack.
I always thought it was Jonas. Another really good athlete.
Tough physical player, ran well, tested well, all those
audio's fine. All right, if you guys are having problems, just refresh. I have lost like 4,000 viewers, so I'm thinking there could be a problem. But
so we're nearing the end of night 2 and round.
I don't know why it would be cutting out on YouTube and not Twitch. It leads me to believe that it's not a me problem. It's a YouTube problem.
Louisiana. When we come back, we'll get the Browns later.
All right, guys, we have 10 picks left today, or roughly. Pick is in for Cleveland. I'm going to refill up the water, and you can listen to the Steelers fans say whatever they're going to say. Hopefully nothing bad. But I don't know.
Oh, like an angel. You know us, Bengal. Let us have free reign. Oh.
Oh, is this AFC North talk right now?
You want to get into it, man?
No, I don't.
Cleveland's gonna screw up this one. Are they gonna?
They're gonna take Shooter.
Yeah, they could, man. They would have played it perfectly.
They should.
Because they traded out from like they traded away Shohei Ohtani for Mason Graham and the first round there. That's cool. They really Cleveland that one.
Does Shooter have any allegations against him? Like, does he belong? I mean, so that's why the Bengals picked up Green, right? Because they can handle that kind of heat.
The Ravens.
The Ravens. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, another shitty team. Sorry.
They want one of their own.
The Ravens. Yeah, exactly. Yes. All right, I'll stop.
That's talking about the spear through a table off a 12-foot ladder. There's a ladder match going on right now.
Oh.
I guess.
I know Paul Skeens is pitching.
Yep.
How's that going?
I don't watch the Pirates.
Pittsburgh sports. You don't watch the Pirates?
I watched the first 3 games and then I give up. No, dude. No.
3 Ks through 2. He's doing well.
Great.
Let me look. Who's our favorite prospects left on the board? If I were to give my favorites, how about you? You got any late round crushes? Watts, Savion Jones, Jack Sawyer, Dylan Sampson. I like.
Wait, did you say did Scadaboo get picked already, or no? He's still up.
He's still available.
I don't think he's been picked yet.
Yeah, he's still out there.
Yeah, he's he's behind. I know on NFL.com as in like the 5th running back still.
The call command is not updated. Whoever just used that.
Someone used in like Discord?
No, in chat for Bengal.
Oh.
It has people that are not in call.
You know who I really like?
I was moderating the YouTube chat the past 2 days. That's hell. I just stopped doing it.
Yeah, I bet.
I just stopped. There's so many people spamming shit over there. I was like, I can't. It was fun. Like if anyone ever said like, who's that annoying dude talking? I would just time him out for like 10 minutes, thinking it was either me or Fox. But
yeah, power corrupts absolutely.
Got that hammer. Sorry though, you're gonna say something about the draft. I think Fox.
Oh, I just said the guy I really like, Devin Neal. That's kind of who I was hoping that the Steelers would take a running back down the board. But yo, they just sent me the clip of the spear through the table. Oh, okay, it is really cool. W chat. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, yo, this next year's Dynasty fantasy draft is going to be wild. Like, we'll have like 4th round picks, I feel like, that are like legit running back names that are getting a bunch of reps, which doesn't happen often. Oh, Browns is up. I don't think Bengals back. So it's not broadcasting because he's got to turn it on, right? I'll just call it out when I see it.
Browns selected. This pick spoiled for me on Twitter, and that
quarterback
is an unbelievable selection. By the way,
he went in front of Sanders.
That is an unbelievable selection.
Yo, that's crazy. Okay. I'm not going to ask for apologies or any sort of you were right, but wasn't I right about Shadur Sanders?
His name is not Shadur. I said I was going to disconnect you if he did it again. I'm a man of my word.
That was kind of what I was looking at him, but he's got
there definitely were people in chat.
On stream, potentially.
There definitely were people in chat that spoiled it, trying to be sneaky about it.
He's just not a big guy. I mean, he's older and he's not a big guy. Those are the 2 knocks.
I mean,
had the next general manager
everybody, Daniel Jeremiah at Shadur is a top 30 player, right?
I'm old enough to remember his dad.
It's clearly character oriented.
And you notice that throw right there?
No, they don't want the Shadur Sanders show, the Sanders primetime show. I mean, what else can it be?
In the seams, and bam. Guess what? His son's doing it just from the port side.
CM Durant, thanks for the prime. King Frisbear with the prime. Saquon Boothly.
My head's still hurting. Everything hurts right now. But Dylan Gabriel following in the footsteps of his dad now.
Nintendo King with the 25.
That GM tells the
There's
GM
Brungle.
saying I drafted
Brungle
as a
rules.
backup because of the experience, because of the moxie, the live arm, all of those things. This is maybe
Yeah,
what
sometimes
we're
I'm
saying
going to lean
in
forward.
With 3 schools, he's learned all of those offenses,
Emojis,
and
thanks for the
he's run
5.
them incredibly well.
If you guys are having any audio problems, just refresh.
For Oregon last year, I think he's best when he's in the Tua mode. Fast hands, fast eyes, point guard mode, attack.
Okay, so Shooter's not going today, but
he's a really solid leader.
I mean, I agree with you though. It's got to be. I never heard the clips. Like, I read articles today about how he like blamed his teammates or things for losses. Oh, I don't know. I read it in some article that I can't even quote what it was from, but that's what people were saying was like character issue related, like you just said. So I mean, it has to be.
I would just
Like,
say real quick, when you're drafting a guy to be a backup,
Also, Gutfox
Who wants
is
that?
disconnected. You can join back. But,
almost more important than their play on the field. And we're
is
starting to see
Shador
that
going to
right
go on day 2 even? Vegas has back-to-back picks. I just saw this pick. I just looked over. I like this pick for them.
With the 95th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots select Jarrett Wilson, center, Georgia.
Oh, this is so perfect, isn't it?
Another really good player. You got to protect Drake May. I like it.
But David Andrews just retired, and they need a full makeover of that offensive line.
I was talking to his offensive line coach, Stacy Searles, this morning, and said, and Stacy's been around forever, said this is the most athletic center that I've ever coached. Wow. And he's been at some LSU, Texas, Miami. He's been everywhere and coached a lot of great players, including a long run there at Georgia. He can really get up to that second level. Rich, we sat next to each other at the combine when he ran the 4.8s. So that shows you the kind of athleticism that he has. Man, they have put some pieces around Drake May, CD, in this draft.
You got to love it.
Priority, 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 and it's the right thing. And remember, if I'm not
It's on Jack Kaiser.
not a long-term starter at Georgia. And
not going to go today.
There's Cedric Van Pran, now Granger, who's up in Buffalo, who's what, a 5th-round pick last year? So he had to kind of wait his turn. But when he took the ball, Joel,
didn't start until last year.
Right, he took it and really took off with it. And you just look at that New England offense, and they need that remake. Yeah, you got to take care
Not going to go to Ivy shot.
But they need a remake in almost every spot.
Falcons have moved up.
You got a center, you got a left tackle, and Will Campbell. You got Travion Henderson at
Dude, the
running
Falcons
back.
absolutely love trading up.
Elliott Wolf, Mike Vrabel, get work done.
You like what they've done?
I love what the Patriots have done.
All right.
So your son might not like your posture, but he's going to like that draft.
No, I have 2 different sons. My son, my oldest, doesn't like my posture. My youngest probably digs this picture.
I see you. Real quick, I want to introduce my son, Jonah. I appreciate you being here with me tonight, buddy. We got a trade.
Oh.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 96th pick to the Atlanta Falcons.
The boy's got a heck of a
96th
belt
pick
buckle on.
In the 2025 draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Xavier Watts.
Okay.
DB, Notre Dame.
He's got starting safety potential. It's interesting to fit him in with Jesse Bates. I kind of like that because he's going to play strong safety. He's really instinctive, not super fast,
Football with him
but
13 career
kind of like
picks.
instincts over
And
speed
to
at
me,
safety.
this is more football player than athlete when you watch him. He wins with his eyes more so than his physical talent. But he's someone that, to me, that's a skill. You've been around guys that necessarily aren't the most explosive, dynamic athletes, but they just know how to play angles, they know to trust their eyes, and they play faster than their ability says they should.
I can't, listen, I can't talk about Xavier Watts without thinking about the downfall of Nebraska football. I know that sounds crazy, but he grows up in Omaha and he winds up at Notre Dame and not at Nebraska. That didn't used to happen. If you're wondering why Nebraska hasn't been Nebraska for 2 decades, Nagurski Award winner Watts was, the 7 interceptions as a junior, back that up with 6 as a senior. Like you guys said, always around the football.
And Nebraska catching a straight.
I know, I'm sorry. I don't know. I mean, but that's what I think about, right?
But you remember they weren't exactly loaded all the time, but they always kept their guys home.
Just lost Larry the Cable Guy at home, Rich. He just turned it off. Thanks a lot, Clatt.
Tell you.
No, he's headed here.
I mean, I'm a Colorado guy. What do you want from me?
I know Larry. He's headed here. He's not going to go home.
Listen,
he's going to come here.
The N stands for knowledge.
Texans back at it.
It's been such an honor to be here representing the Houston Texans. Got so much gratitude and love for all the NFL fans and all the Texans fans that come out and traveled up here. And the 2 biggest
Texans and football fans I know back at home, my sons, Henry and Benjamin, I love you boys, and I'm proud of you guys. With that being said, we have a trade. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 97th pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 97th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Smith, defensive back, Southern California.
Don't know enough about Jalen Smith. Did not end up watching him.
Can literally play any of the positions in the secondary. Outside corner, inside at nickel, back at safety. He's got experience across the board. He's someone who's going to be very involved in the sub packages early in his career.
So there's 5 picks to go. 2 of them back-to-back. The Las Vegas Raiders.
Undersized corner.
Their former Bay Area
Probably a
mates,
nickel.
49ers. Then
Jeremiah said he could play all over the secondary, though. That's interesting.
And then we pack it up, get some rest, and come back tomorrow.
What do you guys think? Will we see Shedeur Sanders drafted on day 2? We have 2 Raiders pick, the Niners, Eagles, and Vikings before round 4, which is tomorrow at, I believe, 1 Eastern. It could be noon. I can't remember if it's noon Eastern or noon my time. We'll look into that, but that'll be tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm going to be live for that. I might prioritize making videos. The Giants do pick at the top. Maybe I'll be live for the 4th round and then get off to make videos, but definitely been a very fun draft so far. Day 1 obviously had a lot of surprises. Day 2 as well in a lot of different ways. And I'll tell you what, we're all fans of a team here. And I think a lot of teams, as you'd hope with the draft, got better this weekend already. So it's been fun. We are coming up to the end of day 2. I'm going to upload probably at least 2 videos tonight. I think I'm going to do best picks of day 2, maybe most shocking picks or most shocking things about day 2. And that might even include no Shedeur Sanders in there. And I also probably want grading every first round pick. I wasn't able to get that up today, but I think that could be uploaded late tonight. I mean, it's late is the problem. But I might be able to get that late tonight and then do something about day 2 tomorrow. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, I constantly have to refresh this because this is not updating actively. But if I show the mock draft tracker, which this is wrong because the Falcons moved up for Watts. He did not go to Philadelphia. But if I show the tracker, the picks get spoiled for you guys, which I don't love that either. What I was doing earlier was just having it on the screen and then covering it on my end, which I guess I might go back to doing. But there are only so many different ways to do it, right? J6CS, Counter-Strike? Thoughts on thoughts? Straight babies. That's not what that says. Straight Abyss. Thanks for the prime sub. Close, though.
I mean, we just saw, it is a wild situation, right? Because the Raiders have been pegged as a possible Shedeur Sanders landing spot at the top of the first round, and then tonight.
What other quarterbacks are available?
They've got 2 picks in a row, and as a matter of fact,
Will Howard, who did play under Raiders OC
a new deal.
Chip Kelly last year.
Acquiring him from Seattle, and Seattle just used the pick they got from that trade to take Jalen Milroe. And then the Browns, way back in the day, back at the Combine, when Shedeur didn't work out there, Cleveland was looked at as a landing spot for Shedeur, 2nd overall. And if not then, definitely top of tonight. And Cleveland had 2 picks, didn't take them. Had 2 more picks, didn't take them, and just chose Dylan Gabriel. So here,
I mean, Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur is... You got to be racist. And I know Andrew Berry's African-American, but I stand by it. That's maybe a bad joke. Dylan Gabriel's not better than Shedeur Sanders. Maybe you like the personality of the building, though, better. I'm not sure.
To the Steelers, he's probably out of the first round, but at no point in time did I think, golly, he might be a day 3 pick. Like, that never crossed my mind.
Well, let's see what happens here. A lot of Wisniewski coming up here. Back-to-back Raider picks. This one is fresh. Another one is currently on the clock.
Let's go, Raider Nation! Every meaningful opportunity I had in my life came because of the Raiders, and I'm very thankful. Many great franchises and many great players, but I'm very thankful for what the Raiders did for me as a player, as an assistant coach, even as a sideline reporter. And I'm thrilled for the opportunity this young man's gonna have. At the Raiders, we say, once a Raider, always a Raider. And this man's gonna have a great career with the 98th pick in the NFL 2025 draft.
Why do they
The
keep doing
Raiders,
that?
The Las Vegas Raiders select Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech. Let's go.
Caleb Rogers lined up at right tackle, but he's played all over the place. You see
I
on
was
the
gonna
screen there,
say,
left guard, right tackle, announced as a guard. I think he's much more comfortable
guard,
in there,
huh?
and that's where he'll be a great fit. Out in space is probably where he struggles.
Raiders
a little
needed
bit,
help on
but
the
when you
O-line.
keep him
I don't know
with
that
Neighbors,
Rodgers is really
he's
going to
got a
compete to
lot
be a
of power,
starter,
he's
at
got a
least not
sharp
early,
punch,
but
and also
good athlete.
CD,
You wonder
someone's
if,
played a lot of football. He's got 55 games under his belt.
you
I
know,
think some
just
people
depth.
actually think that he can move inside totally and be a center as well. There's been some of that discussion, but with Jackson Powers Johnson there, now going from guard to center, I think he'll have to settle in and battle for a spot at the guard position.
Back-to-back picks for the Raiders.
All right, what do you think now? Going back-to-back. 4 more picks to go.
It doesn't seem like it's going to be Shador. But the fact that the Raiders could definitely add a quarterback to the room and they've refused to go quarterback up to this point, which is not weird, but it seems like a landing spot.
They're creating that identity here. Pete Carroll, John Spike.
Still think they could add a corner.
In Vegas.
Do they think they could get him at the beginning of the fourth?
Shador Sanders, but one thing we know they're doing is they're getting more tough and they're getting more.
I mean, if you actually want him, you would take him.
The way that they win at one place is
Which
the way
they've
they're
passed
gonna
on
try
him
to
so
win
many
at another
times,
place.
it leads me
So
to
he's
believe
trying
that
to
this
put
is
together
not
what was a very physical team in Seattle.
going to
and he's
be
trying to replicate that in
Shador?
Las Vegas.
Wisniewski's
The
getting
Raider
At this
Nation,
point, we have
we
no
are
idea.
back. I am so thrilled for these young men.
Just
what an
please.
opportunity they have.
Extra Wisniewski.
With the 99th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Charles Grant, tackle.
Okay,
William
very larger than life tackle. He dominated at William and Mary because he was playing in a conference against players that will not be professionals in the FCS. So he is gigantic, legitimately gigantic. Like the longest arms of all time, maybe. He's a good athlete. He is a true like NFL tackle dream in terms of size, but has a lot of development. He's legitimately played against no good competition at all. 3-time first-team All-CAA. I don't even know what it stands for.
Body type, movement skills, things of that nature. Not at that level yet, but guess what? You know what else the Raiders got on this one? Colton Miller. What's going to happen with him at left tackle? Here comes Charles Grant, a guy they can develop. And these wrestlers, I just want to tell you guys, in high school, I was friends with every wrestler. I didn't care if they weighed. I don't care if they were 98
Congrats,
pounder.
Charles.
You're going to be friends because the 98 pounder would twist you up, finish you off.
That's a hold in the NFL.
Huh? Right?
Best friend, 103.
Best friends.
3 picks.
I was like, I see you. You my guy.
Niners, Eagles.
I really feel like of any of these teams that we're going to see,
Born on the battlefield,
I don't, man, like,
the call when America
I
needed
feel
us
like the
most.
49ers
Jeep
could
brand has
select a
always stood for
quarterback.
American freedom.
Brock
Now,
Purdy,
with our
first of all, is your
freedom of choice
starter.
pricing program, visit your local
So
dealer
already
to
you
choose
could
your
select a
offer,
quarterback.
Cash incentives or employee
It's fun to
pricing
make
for all.
Niners fans mad, I guess. But
America's
he's got an
most
expiring
patriotic
contract.
brand.
You want to pay this guy $50 million a year?
With freedom of choice
Paying
pricing,
Brock
get
Purdy
$7,000 bonus
$50
cash
million a
allowance,
year
or employee pricing for
is
all
also
2025 Jeep
unfathomable.
Gladiator, Rubicon, and Mojave models. See your local Jeep brand dealer today.
You can't do it.
Call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka.
In before
goes down smooth.
the Niners go Quinn Ewers at 100. And we get the horns up.
I trusted Invisalign because a lot of my peers used the aligners before. Seeing results now, I can honestly say that I'm even more confident. Confidence is what shapes you to be great. Invisalign, trusted by the pros.
You don't always have to be the biggest or the strongest. You just need to love football. We exist to
I
lead,
love football.
strengthen, and grow football.
It's gonna be awkward when Shador has to go back to Colorado and wear a different number since they retired his. It's a funny comment. That's the comment of the day from Nicholas with the 5. That is good. But as we get to the end of day 2 here, guys, just a couple of picks left. A few. I want to thank you so much for joining me today. We peaked over 18,000 viewers. Still get over 13,000 right now. You guys have been mostly awesome on Twitch. I think we've been hanging in between, 1 to 2,000 viewers. We got a first-time chat. Why are you hyping? First of all, this is one of those idiots that capitalizes the first letter of every word. That's not how you write. But anyway, why are you hyping Shador Sanders so much? He's a average QB, so it's going to be an when a vowel follows it typically. So it's an average, not a average. This isn't school, but it's important to help you out along the way because I think you're deficient. Why are you hyping Shador Sanders so much? He's a average QB. Be realistic or look at his tape again, bro. Capitalize the first letter of every word except for the A and again. How long does it take to type that out? Do you think it's only me that thinks Shador Sanders is good? I'm not hyping him so much. I didn't say this guy should be the first overall pick or the third overall pick or top 10 or top 20. This is pick number 100. Dylan Gabriel just went ahead of him. Shador Sanders is a good, not great quarterback prospect. I think he's a second round type of player. He's here at number 100. He is better right now than Tyler Shuck and Dylan Gabriel. I'll tell you that for free. And it's not just me that thinks that.
So they're on the clock now with the Niners, the third to last.
Daniel Jeremiah does this for a living. Has Shador at number 20. It's higher than I thought he should have been ranked. Ooh, Upton Stout's a good athlete. He's a fun player, actually.
Upton Stout's a good player. Started out North Texas and then ended up at Western Kentucky as a hilltopper. Reminded me of Ladarius Webb. You remember that old school Baltimore Raven?
Feisty.
Super feisty, super sudden and tough. Ran in the 4.4s, mid 4.4s, jumped well.
Who's still available that shouldn't be? I think Marcus Bowe's a really good player.
Huge play in that ball game. There's just a competitive.
Torrey Horton's got good potential.
I love the way he plays.
You know also had a comparison with
Definitely a ton of good backs available. I'm going to be interested to see who takes Bashal Tutin. Denver has moved up, right? I don't think Denver was there.
He's the kind of guy that you come down the hall, Joel.
Or am I wrong about that? I thought it was somebody else. Was it always Denver there? I feel like the Broncos moved up. Yeah, it was Philly. So Denver has moved up ahead of Minnesota. I would have thought maybe for a back, but I think they already took a running back, right? Didn't they grab R.J. Harvey?
In the Bay Area after a highly disappointing season, as we all know, for the San Francisco 49ers.
I wonder who the Broncos have moved up for. Salvers, thanks so much for the resub. Appreciate you, buddy.
The Russell Wilson trade, 100% not working out there. Russ becomes the largest dead cap in the history of the NFL. This is year 2 of paying it off. The Broncos made the playoffs last year. They've got the reigning defensive player of the year. They just get stronger and stronger and stronger.
Who would the Broncos be trading up for?
We find out who's 101. Who they trade back into tonight for?
Maybe something on the O-line. Maybe like Dylan. Fairchild's off the board. Maybe Miles Frazier then. I have no idea. Could be a receiver. Some good ones available.
The Denver Broncos select Savion Jones, defensive
Ooh.
end, LSU.
Savion Jones a good player too. We had both LSU edge rushers still available at this point. I preferred the other LSU edge, but I know guys like Jeremiah were a little bit higher on Savion Jones. But yeah, he's a good player. It's not that surprising to see the Broncos continue to try to build this group up.
Yeah, someone who can play inside, can play outside. I like him best on the edge. I like giving him
There's 2 Savions in this draft.
Could be even more. Bo Batako, thanks for the prime sub. Trading up for Savion Jones is interesting. Or we can see the return.
He was all over the field in that game. He plays fast. I think there's more upside with him too. They'll coach him up in Denver, and I think you'll see him in some sub rush inside over guards, and then give him a runway on the outside as well.
The final pick.
All right, guys, last pick
It belongs to the Minnesota Vikings.
of day 2. Videos to come out shortly following this pick. The Lions did pick up the 5th-year option for Jameson Williams. There's a thought that he might be traded in this draft.
The first draft here in Green Bay. We'll put the Titans on the clock, the Jaguars behind them. Here comes the Minnesota Vikings to wrap up this Friday night and send everyone out to finish the night however they...
It doesn't seem like it's going to be, but quarterback would be very interesting here. Injury status of J.J. McCarthy. We haven't seen him. Who knows what he can be. Wouldn't exactly be a great vote of confidence for him if you... A vote of confidence if you go with a QB, but...
Can I get a skull, Vikings?
Doesn't really have the mobility to get the skull going anymore.
That warms our hearts. With the 102nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Tayshar Felton, wide receiver.
Ty Felton. Okay. A little bit smaller, but can definitely scoot.
With a very talented receiver room in Minnesota, and Ty Felton ran in the high 4.3s. He's ultra productive, can play inside and outside. And guys, I like the way he's
only 183 pounds, but he can move.
6'1" and an 8. But I thought he almost played like a 6'3" wide receiver down the field.
And this is what I like most about him. Yards after catch. Joel, I think you saw him a couple of times along the way. I did, yeah. When he makes a
But that is day 2 of the draft, guys. This was a fun one. Shedeur Sanders still available. How far does he fall?
That's what I liked about Ty Felton. Plus, he ran 4.38.
I mean, he can fly.
It'll be really interesting to see. Obviously did not expect him to be available going into day 3. And who knows where his ultimate landing spot will be.
Hey, we're going to come back on the other side of this and chat some more. But
You'd assume it's not going to be the Giants, Jags, Patriots, Jags. The Raiders have passed so many times. It seems like it's not going to be the Raiders. Maybe the Jets. Again, I think maybe the Niners are an outside shot. They get weird. But we'll see. Shocked that he's still available. Not saying he's a future all-pro quarterback, but I think he's too good to be available at this point. But if you're not going to take a quarterback, you're not going to take a QB. So he is still available. We'll see where he ends up going. It'll be fun to find out. But thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to link my channel in both chats so you guys can check it out. Of course, I have been uploading quite a lot of draft videos already. So if you haven't seen those yet, click the link in the chat. YouTube.com/Bengal will take you there regardless. Thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to raid out on Twitch. It's been a pleasure having you guys hang out with me today. And I think I will be live tomorrow, at least for round 4. And then we might end up prioritizing videos. Because it is... I love football. I love the NFL draft. It's a bit of a slog to sit here in front of the camera all day on day 3. I've done it for so many years now. I'm up so late these days just doing videos. I'm so tired typically at noon or 11 a.m. So we'll see. But thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And we're going to raid Gut Fox.